Titan Group is back, supporting Drill Team Racing after a strong off-season.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Weir Street here in Hempstead, Long Island, New York, for, believe it or not, the 68th annual Hempstead Invitational Drill. Well, you were at that first one. What was that first one like, Lenny? How different was it?
Not quite. But we may want to throw out a trivia question. How many state drills have been hosted here at Weir Street? Anybody here on site and they look at their program will have the answer. But for those of you at home, think about it a little bit, and we'll give you the answer in a little while.
Okay, let's get started. The first event will be the three-man ladder event. The state record is 6.00 held by West Sayville at the Clayton track in 1998. First team on the line will be the East Farmingdale Hares.
All right, so the guys are working out some technical issues, but I can hear you guys, so I'm assuming that's going over the air.
And I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
All right, East Farmingdale's coming to the line. Just to give you a little rundown, we're joined by Lenny Gombert, of course, Fred Bensavanga running the board back there, trying to put this all together. Jack Cloudman and Twan Simone.
Trying to get my headset working.
Oh.
If you talk louder, you can hear it over my mic.
You got to turn that mic on.
You got to
Twan.
yell. You got to yell.
Maybe batteries, but
Now we're not going to be able to talk in three-man either. All right, we're getting ready for the drill. East Farmingdale's going to take their spot on the line. Didn't run in the CI invite. Trying to get one in before the state tournament, I imagine. And the drill has started. Clean start. First man, second man, third man on. Now the second man goes through the ladder about 1/3 of the way up. And he completes it. Oh, now they complete the
third man
overall
nowhere
shot.
to go. Couldn't mount. I mean,
Almost got dangerous there.
No time for East Farmingdale. Third man did not have his foot on the starting line.
Oh, that's
it's racing 101.
Yeah, you know, we used to joke about what do you do when you're on the back of the truck. Well, first thing, you know, put the coupling in your hand if you're running. Number two, get on the truck. You know, in three-man ladder, you put your foot on the line,
At least your toe.
and then go.
So the officials on their game this morning, watching everything as they should be. 2 weeks to go to the state, so I mean they're getting ready to have their big
If
day
you're
as
an
well.
official, can I just ask you guys a question? If you're an official and you see the guy
Next team
doesn't have his foot on the line,
Northland and Hurst Piston Knockers.
what did you say, dude? Put your foot on the line.
Yeah, I would.
You
I
should.
personally
Don't embarrass yourself right here, my friend.
I wouldn't be waiting, praying that he leaves the line and
No.
I can flag him.
No. All right, knockers. First man. Oh, first man slips.
That just holds up everything.
Yep.
This is a drill there, I'm sure. Looking to do very well in.
Well, knockers are the all-time leader in victories. Is that correct here? With, I believe, 11. 11 victories here at the Hempstead Invitational. So
for those that know the history, they used to practice here quite a bit.
I was going to say it was their home course for about 20, 25 years.
Sure. And again, not all of the Long Island competition is here. Obviously, the upstate teams. I think that what are they in Spencerport today?
yes,
But
Western area.
you got mostly Nassau County here. You have North Lindy, East Farmingdale. I'm not sure how many other Suffolk teams, but mostly the Pride of Nassau coming out today.
Just to touch on that, it's interesting. Some of the Suffolk teams, if they're not going to come to these two tournaments, you got a 3-week break before the state tournament.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that a little bit today. You know, like some teams are coming today, some teams are going to go next week. But you're right, some teams are not coming to any. Some teams are not coming to any.
What's your feeling on that, Paul? Because the racing, to me, racing at Merrick, and no disrespect to them or North Belmore, but the week before the state, you know, if you have mechanical issues or whatever, which you can have in practice, I get that, but I don't know, physical issues, a guy gets hurt. I think I'd rather see it happen here at Hempstead 2 weeks prior to the state than 1 week.
I'm going to differ on it a little bit because I believe that Merrick's track is very similar to Main Transit's.
Okay.
And if you're really, you know, you're trying to go in that direction, if you're a competitive team, I think, you know, you get a real good sense of where you're at.
So
if you race on that track.
that's really
Attention, please. Northland and Hurst will get a rerun.
Well, they're going to be really happy about that. As you
Technical failure.
technical difficulties up
Next
here
team on the line.
against the buttons, but
huge development already.
Merrick Buckeyes, Freeport Nighthawks.
That could change the whole drill.
well, you know, I
Is
think
there some kind of judgment on a non-competitive run on a rerun?
that's only the cone light.
Okay.
Because
There's
if
something
the
to
lights are the final tally is all out of sync, then it's different.
that. Okay.
All right, Merrick, third man on, making his way to the top.
Third man in
Clean
at 450, yeah.
Clean shot.
Time for Freeport Merrick, 7.16, 7:16. Next team on the line, the Levittown Rebels.
You know, we just heard, I'm sorry, Paul,
Go, you
Freeport
go.
Merrick,
I was about to say
hats
it.
off to the Dead End Kids,
You're thinking of like that, my
taking the old-fashioned state
Yeah, the Dead End kids last night. Congratulations for winning the Old Fashioned State Drill. Their 8th overall championship on the Old Fashioned circuit.
Very
now
nice.
one behind the Rockville Center Woodlanders. Rockville Center has won 9, and it's the first Dead End Kid championship since 1999. It's a little bit of time there.
Yeah, I saw some pictures. I mean, they have a huge team. Look like the Bay Shore Juniors out there.
Who, by the way, came in third now.
They struggled this year after a 4-year.
All right, looks like the first man for Levittown got out early.
Ooh.
That didn't feel good.
Is that you, Twan?
Thing 1, 2.
Now he's up, and Levittown has completed the contest.
Third man in, just over 5 flat. Not really.
Time for the
charging
Rebels, 10.00. 10 flat.
See that too
Next
often.
team on the line, the Port Washington Roadrunners.
Port Washington looking for a good day today. I mean, they're coming off a struggle at the CI invite, as are some other teams. You see East Ice up here today. They only got to run 1 contest last week,
Okay.
so
So
they're
that's
trying to
good.
throw down some numbers before they get to the state. And I think North Lyndhurst as well. I think North Lindy was a little disappointed with their ladder shots last week, and are here trying to make a little bit of a comeback on that. They're going to need it.
They already got a big break with that
Yeah.
rerun.
Yep.
So,
Well, 3-man's not usually their strong race, but
but today they should be able to score some points
They
and
should.
capitalize.
And it's not a big break unless you make the best of it, Jack. So we'll have to see what they do with it.
all right, Port Washington. I don't know what the difficulty is. Looks like they're ready now.
You guys got me? Hey,
Hey,
good morning.
You got the best sound around.
We're
there
working.
is.
Twan is in the house.
All right, maybe the second man a little early. First man on, second man on, third man on. He's doing a nice job. Follow him to top. He's there.
He only got in at 4:41 though, Paul.
Yeah. Also not Port's strong suit, 3-man ladder. Bonus points if they can score.
Time for Port Washington, 6.82. 682. Next team on the line, the Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen.
Don't throw away that 682 in a small tournament like this, right?
Oh no, that
Say that the
that'll hang
numbers
in
in
there.
3-man ladder have not been too great this year. So
You get 15 teams racing, and you can put a 6 up as the first digit in 3-man. You got a good chance of scoring. Manhasset Lakeville.
First and second place time's been pretty decent. It's 3, 4, 5. That's
Yeah.
kind of been getting in with the high sixes,
agree.
you know.
Look at all the line the first guy has. Oh,
Oh, and he takes off early,
he was almost over that line.
and he's on, and he's gone.
He's a good climber.
He
He doesn't
is.
have to be like that.
I might rearrange this lineup if I'm the
Yeah, I hear
Manhasset
you.
Lakeville Minutemen.
I hear you.
I might put that guy third, no?
He was well. You want your first guy steady, which is exactly what he looked like.
you want your first guy out of
Time
the
for the
way.
Manhasset Minutemen, 10.11. Correction on that. No time. Failure, grasp, and hold.
Oh, okay.
13:01.
Officials are laying it down early.
Really? It's a rule. If it didn't happen, it didn't happen. That's it. Got to be the same for everybody. So North Lindy on their rerun,
Yeah.
trying to make good on a fortunate situation.
I like what North Lindy's doing here. You know, in 3-man ladder, this is a contest. You get a rerun. You want to go out and
On the
run
line
your
for
shot
their
right
rerun,
away.
the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers.
Whereas other events, maybe you wait till the end. 3-man ladder is all about being warmed up and ready to go. And, you know, you got to run the entire time. So I like that they're going right away right here.
682 by the Roadrunners, number to beat. Clean start. First man now is on and gone this time, so it's worked so far. Ducky Fowler following up, and they're going to complete the shot.
That's going to capitalize. That's going to grab something.
Ducky's in at 428. I think they're gonna take first place, but not by much. But again, any points out of that compared to where they were 10 minutes ago,
Yeah.
they're in great shape.
Mm-hmm.
Time for the Piston Knockers, 6.78.
Yep,
678.
snuck in there.
Next team on the line, the Oyster Bay Teddy's Boys.
I heard you talking about North Lindenhurst winning this drill 11 times. You know,
Yeah.
if you look at all the teams that have won, I mean, you got the Yellow Hornets, the Flying Dutchman, and the Hobos. None of those 3 teams are here. We have West Hempstead and North Lindy, the only 2 teams that have won it in the 2000s. So if neither of those 2 teams win today, we're looking at a new team to add to the list. The last team besides those 5, St. James Wildcats, 1989.
I hear ya.
They're not around today either, are they?
No, I don't think they're here today.
Here comes Oyster Bay. First man, second man, third man now on with a little bit of momentum. Second man hesitates, but just slows up that third man a little bit.
Yeah, third man on
enough
at
to-
455, and he got slowed up a little bit.
Time for Teddy's Boys, 8.05. 805. Next team on the line, the Carl Place Frogs.
A lot of talk about the Frogs all year long. You know, this is a day where, you know, maybe they can put together a string of good shots.
You know, again, we've all been watching this sport a long time, and it's nice to see a team progressing and moving along. And the Frogs, we've seen that the last couple of years. Trying to hop to the front of the competition.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. 1 hour early, and this guy's on his game.
Looks like maybe Mike Geddes breaks the light. As the first man on, third man on, now second man stumbles. And I have trouble at the top.
You know, I'd like to think North Lindy and West Hempstead are the two favorites here today.
Time for the Frogs, 9.64, 9.64. Next team on the line, the Westbury Turtles.
But you never know. You know, you got East Islips here today. I think, was Copeg a post-entry today?
Yeah, Copeg's
So, I mean,
racing.
they're a team that could put themselves on the list that goes back all the way to the, early 50s, late 40s.
Much like those other teams, I think Copeg needs a good day today. They had a real difficult tournament out at Central Islip as well.
And I could see North Belmore making some noise today.
Yep.
What about Hicksville?
Hicksville?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is an opportunity for some teams to get a little bit of momentum.
And then that self-confidence, again, 2 weeks before the state. Say, hey, we can run with these guys.
Your Westbury Turtles up next. 6.78. First man struggling now. Second man struggling, and it's not going to come close to the 6. And it's finished. Nope. Now it's finished.
Time for the Turtles, 11.60, 11.60.
I don't know what East Islip's running. I would imagine B and C hose and maybe nothing else.
Yeah, I was thinking that
Just
too,
gonna
just
ask, I didn't
hoses.
know how many events they were going to run today.
I just overheard a transmission from the officials that sounds like Copeg has permission to run last, which will keep this race interesting.
Next team on the line, the Hicksville Hicks.
Pretty wide open for the Hicks here. 678, 682, 716 is third place. And then we're in the 8s.
Something I always like to see, the ladder holders wiping off the rungs as high as they can reach anyway.
And I said it all day. Sorry, Lenny. I said it all day last week at CI. The fully staffed Hicksville Hicks. I see their regular ladder team here.
Good start last week. Here's their 3-man shot. First man, second man, third man. He doesn't have a lot of room, but he's making his way. I mean, did the best he could, basically carrying 2 guys on his shoulders up the ladder. But
Literally at the end there, Paul.
didn't really slow down.
Time for the Hicks, 7.00, 7 flat.
Got in at 419 for the third man, and you're right. He literally, his shoulder bumped the second man right as he was getting near the top.
I mean, you get those 2 guys out of the way, it's a whole
Next team on the
different
line,
shot.
the North Belmore Rinky Dinks.
So the
7 flat, third place right now.
Yep.
2 6s, a 7, and a 716.
North Belmore, they ran a 6 last week, right? 3 men? They
Yeah.
scored 3 men?
The aforementioned Rinky Dinks looking to put up a shot right here. I think the 678, I think, is first. Is doable for them. And they know it.
Good start. Third man out first.
He's charging hard.
First man, second man, third man's on. He's got some mo carrying to the top. It's going to be close.
422 in. I'm thinking
Nice
third.
number.
I'm thinking third place, guys.
Yeah. A 6
Time for North Belmore.
Yes.
7.08.
Fourth.
7.08.
So fourth, yeah.
Next team on the line, the West Hempstead Westerners.
West Hempstead, of course, one of our favorites here to win it today. I was talking a little bit this morning with Gerard, their third man, about some things about running this contest, and I told him let it rip, keep your head up.
It's a pretty good guy
Put
to
up a
listen
shot.
to, Gerard.
You know what I
Pay
mean?
attention.
Yeah.
Twan.
It's a contest that, when you start to think about it, you kind of can get into a funk, and I don't know if he's dealing with that, but let's see what the shot he is.
Good start.
Yeah.
First man, second man, third man. This is the prettiest shot by far. And that's going to be your first place shot.
Way to be, Gerard.
Think
That's a big
so,
shot
yeah.
for him. He was going through a little bit of a funk this week in practice, he was telling me, and
Time for West Hempstead, 6.46.
he told me he'd be happy with a
6:46.
6'4", and there it
That's
is.
a good number.
Well,
Coach
Next
Twan.
team on the line, the North Merrick Stump Jumpers.
He was saying, what do I look at when I run down the track? And I said, how do you run normally? Look
an interesting
up.
question.
Look up. Well, because people were telling him to look down at the ground. And I would never,
How
ever,
would you do
ever
that? That's
recommend
rough.
that anybody look down when they were running.
He got in
That's
at
rough.
He got
Yeah.
in at 428.
I don't
do
know.
that.
So, look up, go off the person in front of you. There it is. You said 428. I bet he could take a tenth off of that. And
Yeah.
I think today maybe there was a little bit more of, hey, let's finish the shot. But,
They gave him a ladder, and he excelled.
it's a shot that he needed.
That
What-
646 is good for a state drill.
Yeah.
That's not just good
I
for
would
today.
I would take that
Absolutely.
Yeah, nice shot, West Hempstead.
North Merrick. Third man's catching the second man on the ground. First man now slips, and the third man is on. But stopped dead in his tracks.
You talk about getting that run in a state drill, guys. It's a little different starting at 11 and starting at 8, or what is it, 9 now?
Yeah.
But a little difference.
In a Hempstead state drill, I
Yeah.
would take a 646 all day long.
Hey, with this,
Absolutely.
on a sunny day, right?
On a
Time
sunny
for
day.
North Merrick, 13.86. 13.86.
Maybe it's okay to put your head down on a
6'4", that's a
On
good
the line,
pump shot
New
here,
Hyde
too.
Park, Termites.
You take a 6'4" here, motor pump.
New Hyde Park.
You speak of the sun, the third man here is wearing a pair of glasses, and you see that every now and then at this track. I know Mikey Mara's done it before, and so it's a strategy. Let's see if it works for them.
You see the third man asking the official, is my foot on the line enough? He did.
Personally, I'd never want to run with sunglasses, but
Yeah.
I guess if Mikey Mara can do it, right?
First man looked like he got out a little bit early. Third man booked it, but the first man really hits.
You heard it.
Oh, he
Yeah.
goes through again. He hit so hard, the second man actually had to run past the ladder a little bit, as you're watching on the video.
Shin bone on rung on that one. He'll be wearing that bruise for a couple of weeks. 481 in, but it really was.
Time for the Termites, 12.04. 12.04.
All right, Roslyn will be coming
Next
up
team
next.
on the line, the Roslyn Highlanders.
646, 678, 682, 7 flat, 708.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the footwear on this ladder holder, Paul. How do you describe that?
That's different.
Does that mean his great-grandfather wore those racing in the
Looks
20s
like it,
or
right?
something? Hard to describe, folks.
They are.
Almost look like boxing shoes.
They
On the
do.
ladder holder? That's a great
Ladder
observation. How do you
holder,
notice that? I mean,
They stick out now, right, Paul? You're
Yeah.
looking at it?
Oh, he's got a size 27 foot.
And he's got the pants taped up a little bit so they're not flashy.
All right, Roslyn's
Flap.
off. 708. It's methodical, but no slip-ups. I don't know if it's going to be in there, but
449 in, third man right next to the second man when they touched.
Time for Roslyn, 7.49. 7:49.
just outside the top 5. And we're going to go with Kopeg now, who's running out of turn. I guess they were waiting for somebody. Don't forget about Kopeg,
No.
last year's 3-man ladder state champion.
with a
Running out of turn
633.
will be the Kopeg Yellowbirds.
I don't know if they're still waiting for somebody and it didn't show up, but
That was
third man's there.
You mentioned last year's state. They really let us know we were going to have a heck of a day. I mean, we were talking about it was a 3-way tie at the time for first. They came down last and blew that time away. So,
Yeah, beat it by almost a tenth.
so it just made
Or maybe
3-man
over a
ladder
tenth.
on. The whole drill was exciting.
And that put him in a position to be on the line in buckets with
Yep.
a chance to tie for first in the state drill. That's the way it turned out.
Good start. 646. On. Good momentum.
434 in, Paul.
Don't think it's going to catch a 46.
No, I think it'll be second.
Yeah, they've put it in the 6.3s a few times this season, but it doesn't look like it there.
Time for the Yellowbirds, 6.60. 660.
Good enough for second place. West Hempstead's going to take first. North Lindenhurst on the rerun's going to get 3 points. And Paul Washington at 682 will have 2. And 7 flat by the Hicks is going to pick up a point.
Big 3 points there by the Piston Knockers.
Yeah.
Getting that rerun helped them for sure. But, Kopeg Yellowbirds, their name is not on the scorecard in terms of a past winner of this tournament. That 4 points right there is going to loom large. We'll see. Obviously, a lot of racing left to go. But if it's not West Hempstead or North Lindenhurst today, we could be looking at a new winner of this contest for the first time since the St. James Wildcats in
Definitely.
'89, right?
Speaking of West Hempstead and North Lindy, let's see how big that 3 points is down the road. If
I
how
think
much that comes into play.
It's going to be huge, and you folks at home listening, any of you that have come to tournaments, sometimes a rerun messes you, really screws you,
Mhm.
and sometimes it's to your advantage. And North Lindy made it to their advantage today.
Move the equipment.
They've had their share that have screwed them too. So.
Yeah.
we all have.
You take the good with
We
the
all
bad
have,
with 3.
yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
I'll tell you, Twan, if it's not those two, and you want to talk about a team that's here actually participating, you
Go
got to go
ahead.
all the way back to 1976.
Turtles.
When the Westbury Turtles win this drill.
And then Hicksville, I believe, won in '49. The first ever Hempstead Invitational
Well, then you got
drill.
Port won a couple times in
Yep.
the early 70s.
Yep. So again, West Hempstead,
North
CI,
Belmont.
West Sayville, Hempstead, and North Lindenhurst, the 5 teams to win this drill since '90 on. But yeah, we'll see what happens, man. Could
All right.
be interesting.
Listen, I threw out a trivia question at the beginning of the race, so I'll give you the answers, and then I'm sure Fred wants to go to commercial. How many state drills have been held here on Weir Street in Hempstead? If you guessed 9.5, you are correct. Obviously, state drill. What was the year again, guys? When it,
06 was half here, yeah.
Was upstate, and then we got rain, and they finished it here in Weir Street. So
78, 80, 85, 93, 97, 05, half of 06, 09, and 13.
Oh, a great racing historian.
And soon to be 2017. With
All
that,
right.
we're going to throw it to the commercials. Live on Top of the Arts, Hempstead Invite 2016. We'll be back in a minute.
The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting drill team racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com.
West Sable, Flying Dutchman, with a time of 4.82 at the Riverhead track in 1998.
They also hold the Hempstead track record. West Sable 489 in 2008.
That's a heavy number, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not too many B ladder records that West Sable doesn't have.
Yeah.
Himself.
How about just ladder records in general?
Yeah. I mean, to get in the
First
4.8.
team on the line will be the East Farmingdale Hares.
There's only been maybe 5, 6 4.8s in the history of B ladder.
When you're talking B ladder records, Paul, you're not just talking modern time. You're talking,
yeah.
going way back to Warren's days. And
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
retired records, so all that stuff.
All right, East Farmingdale's going to come to the line. Hey, if you get a chance, the West Hempstead Westerners are selling T-shirts. All the proceeds are going to go to the family of Jonathan Perot and himself, who's hopefully listening today. Just to let him know we're thinking about him.
Yep.
You know, some good words have been spoken about how he's doing, and we're all happy about that. But we continue to wish for a speedy recovery to Jonathan.
Yeah, get well, John. It's a nice shirt, too. It's Westerner blue. Got the lettering in white. $15. Go over by the food tent. You can get one if you're listening at the stadium. The track.
Wow.
Here comes East Farm. In the break. They're out. Oh, they got a long way to go. Don't even climb that. You're not making the arch, my friend.
I'm having shades of the Henrietta Old Henry.
Yeah, he is.
Right
great
here
call,
in the
Lenny.
No
state
time for
drill.
East Farmingdale outside the safety zone rule 1302.
That ladder was going to have a tough time hitting the bottom of the arch. It had a rope written all over it.
It was about a foot short of the yellow safety line. Now, Henrietta was further out than that even, but what flashed through my head.
He was on and gone.
Yeah, he was ready to go.
Yeah.
He actually stopped, went a couple more as he's thinking about it. Am I going to make this? And then,
So you're saying he's a little smarter than Josh Marshall?
Yeah,
Who
a little
just or he can hear better when his guys
Yeah.
are telling him no.
yeah,
So
Next
he
team on the line, the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers.
definitely made a quicker, better decision right there.
Yeah, track awareness is important in this contest. And you heard them yelling, no.
Yeah.
So it's good to see that.
I
I don't know that I would have jumped off the ladder.
No.
You don't want to do that either. But
Don't get hurt doing that. I mean, it's bad. Might as well climb the whole thing and hit the rope at that point. All right, North Lindenhurst, we mentioned it last week. Since the state drill last year, probably the best B-ladder team consistency-wise.
ran a 5.02 here at the Joe Hunter drill. A couple 5.1s this season.
Little off track last week. Here they come. In the break, they're off. Straight to the ground. Ducky Fowler's on. He's eating it up, and he's there. Man, they got to like that shot.
2.60 in the
Let's
ground.
see.
I got 5.1.
He got catapulted. He definitely caught the whip
Time
first
for
three
North
steps.
Lindenhurst 5.10, 5.10.
Textbook.
Need a
Nice
little bit
shot.
more excitement on the 5.10 if you ask me.
I hear you.
Freeport Nighthawks combined.
If you're asking me, that was a little bit of a time, right? 5.10.
Yeah, you
Come
got to run a 5.0 if you want to beat him today. So
5.10.
5.10's heavy.
That's you know what? We talked about the shot from West Hempstead going to the state drill for 3-man. North Lindy, if they can videotape that and send it in next week, they're taking it.
Take it.
Absolutely.
Talk about statewide. The only other team to run a 5.0 this year is the Islip Wolves last week, 5.08. And obviously North Lindenhurst. So West Hempstead's yet to do it. Port Washington. Did West Sable do it at Lindenhurst this year? I know they ran a good. No, it was a 5.13. Yeah. So.
But I'm telling you, that shot looked real pretty, right, Lenny? I mean, perfect spot in the track to put it down. Caught the whip, and he completed the race real nice. No hiccups at all.
Textbook.
Here comes the Buckeyes. They're off. They send that ladder right to the ground. He's on.
I like where they put it in the ground, Paul.
Me too.
A couple of feet over that yellow line. Get it down so he can start climbing.
They just didn't have the same momentum. If you look at
No.
North Lindenhurst, they
American
carry that run
Report,
through.
6.80, 6.80.
In the ground at 3.09.
Next
So
team on the line, the Levittown Rebels.
about a half a second slower than North Liddy, and that's what you're talking about, that momentum, giving that climber those first couple of easy steps before he's really got to start working.
Also, as a climber, Twan, you don't want to go up slow and then get slammed in on the way down.
Right.
100 miles an hour. Lost his hands a little bit, I think, on the
Jack,
the
I thought you were
three-quarters
going to
of the
give
way.
us an opinion when you said as a climber. I was like, you know. I got some foggy memories,
I know,
but that's definitely one I would remember.
Personally, I didn't want to do that myself. But
Twan, when those happen and you're about halfway up, I know you're having major conversations with yourself and they go through it in a blink of an eye, but you have to be saying this is going to suck.
Yeah. You brace for impact, you know. Guys, at the beginning of this event, we said we were talking about 4.8s. I said there were about 5 or 6 statewide in the history of B-Ladder. Mikey Mara texted me saying that he believes West Sayville's got about 11 of them. So that would make 11 for West Sayville. You throw in one by Johnny Short, so we're looking at 12. So thanks for the correction there, Michael.
Levittown. They're off, and they go straight down, though. The truck had slowed down its momentum, but he's on. He's making his way to the top. Oh, he just hiccups at the top. He really gets. He's going to get it no time.
Now he missed twice. So 350.
It's almost like he lost complete control of his
No
arms.
time for the Rebels. Failure to grasp and hold Route 1302.
It was strange at the top, Lenny. I don't even know how to explain it.
Kind of missed once, then he went to jump again and just didn't have
It's
enough
almost like
oomph
his
in it.
arm stopped working.
I thought the first effort was maybe not even an effort, and they looked like they were going to red flag him.
Next team on the line, the Port
really
Washington
missed.
Roadrunners.
Then he really tried and really missed, so
Made it
that cleared
official
it up.
that time.
Yeah.
We just talked about Port.
Yeah.
682, 2 points, and 3-man ladder. They need to keep the momentum going.
And we also just talked about Michael, giving you some more information, Twana.
Yeah.
Another great historian of our sport, Michael Mara.
I mean, you talk about 11 4.8s from that team. There's been 74s in B-Ladder in the history of B-Ladder. And to have, I guess, 12 of them 4.8, it's a decent chunk out of the 70, but definitely an elite chunk.
Now I know I'm old because I remember the first one. Just amazing. We talk about it a lot.
We talked about. I know we're
Sean
always
from
up here.
Lindenhurst,
Yeah.
but
CI invite in
to
'84.
say there's 70 of them now.
Yeah, well, I mean, Michael's got 45 of them.
Not
West
such an
Sayville. He'll
anomaly.
tell me to say West Sayville. West Sayville's got 45 of them. Well, plus Billy's is 46.
Well, Billy's
so,
in there,
yep.
yeah.
All right, Port Washington. They put it right in the ground. Kyle, just loses his second step.
Second step is important.
Where'd you get in the ground,
It's a
Lenny?
tough one.
279, about 2 feet over that yellow safety line. Like you said, they put it down nice.
Time for the Roadrunners, 7.18. 7:18.
I think you'd like to see it a little warmer than
Next team on the line, the
279.
Manhattan
Yeah.
A little better,
Lakeville
but
Minutemen.
in that spot.
I think in fact the fact that it wasn't as warm as they maybe expected it to be, they didn't go down together. The ladder
little
did
crooked.
go up straight, but it was going crooked, and I don't know if that had anything to do with Kyle's steps. He mounted, but it looked like that second step.
Yeah.
But that's like anything in this sport. It's not always going to be picture perfect, and the athletes have to adjust to what's delivered, whether it's from the driver or the diggers or whatever.
Always tough to adjust to a slower dig time, though. Your feet are in different spots, and you're going to make your own mow a little bit. Maybe that's what happened there. Who knows? They have 2 weeks to get the rust out, or 1 more week, if you even want to call it rust at this point. But they'll be there. 5'10", 680, 718. The 3 completed shots in this contest.
Manhasset Lakeville on the line. They've been given the white flag. Wide open for Manhasset. Maybe they can get a little bit momentum. They put it right over the yellow line. Now he's struggling to get up there. They had a lack of momentum as well, but he's at the top.
That was almost identical to what Paul Washington
Yeah.
did. It was 290, a little bit over
Time
the line,
for
2 feet over the
Minutemen,
line,
7.23. 7:23.
and a little bit crooked.
Next
It
team
was
on the
almost
line, the
identical.
Oyster Bay Teddy's Boys.
yeah, I think that might have been out of the safety zone. That ladder made a left turn halfway up. Somebody must have pulled it in.
I think they lunged a little bit to get in the patch as well. Oyster Bay Teddy's boys. We'll talk about the Teddy's boys after the county drill, right? Had a good day that day. Trying to make their way back into be a consistent racing team in terms of showing up all the time.
And if you saw on GroupMe, they put a picture of them running C-Ladder, a video of it. And
I saw that, right.
pretty decent fundamentals. Looks like the climbers got some speed, and it's just a matter of honing it and putting a shot up in a tournament. See what the Teddy's boys can do here. You run any number, it'll get you in 5th right now. Only 4 numbers up there, but obviously probably not just their goal.
If you're the Teddy's boys, well, what's your goal right now? Obviously, 5'10's way outside your box, but 590?
Run a 5.
5,
Yeah,
right?
run a 5.
Throw it into 5s, and you're probably getting a trophy.
Yep.
All right, here come those Teddy's boys. They are not. And they do a nice job actually catching the ladder, so it doesn't end up breaking. Because I don't know if that ladder's even catching the rope.
No time for the Teddy's boys outside the safety zone.
That's one of the furthest
0-2.
What do you think?
digs I've ever seen outside the
What
safety
is that,
zone.
Jack? 3.5 feet, you think? You
Next
got
team
a
on the
little better
line, the
advantage.
call
Yeah,
place
at least.
Oh,
Frogs.
maybe more
At
than
least
that.
I was going to say maybe more like 5.
Great track awareness by young guys on the back of that truck, though. They immediately stopped it from going up towards that ladder. So, but yeah, 3 feet, easy.
Yeah, he started.
Easy.
He started that break way too.
You know, I'm actually going to give the diggers credit because as a digger, your job is, rip that ladder out, go straight down. They did that. That was nowhere near their fault whatsoever.
Yeah.
That's where they were put. That's where they put the ladder. So credit to the diggers for that.
And it still only went in at 299, so the truck.
Maybe if they had a veteran driver, they'd be able to put it in the right spot.
Oh. Tweak.
Carl Place on the line. Looking
You know
at
he's
that.
listening.
Now, Carl Place, talk about wide open. Talk about running a 5. If I'm Carl Place, I want to put up a 550 right here.
Yeah, look.
Smooth shot.
They've put it in the 5s over the past year or so. 582 at the track at Labor Day and at the end of last season. I'm looking on their website at their team summary. That comes under the summary for this year. I'm not sure why.
But you got to start showing improvement. You can't stick around with that 5.8. So throw it to the wind right here. Oh, they lunge big time, and they have a tough time. They're going to be outside the safety zone.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I thought,
No time for call place outside the safety zone. Move 13-02.
Just looked like the 4 of them weren't
Slid.
together.
Well,
It's like
you
a
got,
truck slid.
Well, that truck. I mean,
Next team on the line, the Westbury Turtles.
if someone's saying, "Hey, pick a truck here today that you want to use as your B truck," that's not going to be my pick. But Sean Brody
The
driving.
driver I'll take.
Sean
Yeah.
Brody driving. I
Yeah.
thought he drove it to the right spot. They
Yeah.
probably slid, had a little bit too much mow. But those diggers have to learn to go down better than that. They stayed in the truck, and they followed the truck as opposed to hitting the ground.
Now, Paul, I know you did some digging for a while, did a lot of throwing, a little bit of climbing. I'm not going to go too far there. But talk about just quick, when the run goes like that and the 4 guys aren't together, what it does to your body. I mean, it's painful.
It's a pain in the neck.
Leg, arm, back.
The
It's a pain in
the luckiest thing that happened to them, it was outside the safety zone pretty quickly, and they didn't have to keep going with it.
Yeah. So this is, again, these ladder events, all 4 guys have to be in unison or it can be rough.
But if
on
I'm the
body.
Call Place Frogs, I'm going back and I'm looking at that tape. I think that's a digger issue right there. I really do.
I didn't really see if the throw and the climber had the ladder up high in the back. I wasn't really paying attention, but yeah, if they did, then it's definitely a digger.
Body language with the diggers, it just didn't look like they were ready to do the job necessary to put the ladder in the ground. Westbury Turtles. All right, they go down. Ladder goes up a little crooked. Now he's climbing it. Little hesitation on his first step.
313 in the ground for the Turtles in a good spot, but
It's going to be the fifth
Time for the Turtles, 6.54. 6:54.
It's 3rd place right now. 5th time of the day.
Next team on the line, the Copeg Yellowbirds.
So I'll give you the rundown. 510 North Lindy, 654 by Westbury's in 2nd place right now. Buckeyes 680. Roadrunner is 718, and then the Minutemen with a 723, about halfway through the contest.
so 1.4 seconds separating 1st and 2nd, which is just
And the Copeg
Pretty
Yellowbirds
astounding.
taking their spot on the line. Expectation is that Copeg would be able to run a pretty decent 5.
Yeah, I think the next handful of teams are all going to be able to do that. Looks like we got Copeg, and then pay attention if you're a fan of Hicksville and North Belmore. They're all coming up.
And then West Hempstead.
Yep, West Hempstead behind them. And that looks like a familiar B truck behind them.
Yeah.
North Merrick.
Copeg's been given the track.
4 points and 3-man ladder for the Yellowbirds. Again, we talk about maybe a new team getting on the back of the scorecard today as a winner. 4 points out of 3-man's big. They need a B ladder shot.
He's on. He does definitely catches the whip. Oh, up at the top. He caught the whip. I thought the truck slid a lot, and I don't know.
The Yellowbirds failed to grasp and hold the top rung.
It wasn't
Rule
optimal
13-02.
to be a really good B ladder time, but he caught the whip when they actually did go in the ground. But at the top, man, he just missed the
312 in the
Next team on the
ground.
line, the Hicksville Hicks.
312 in the ground, guys. Just short of the 3-man ladder line, so a pretty good spot. He did catch the whip pull. When it slammed the arch, he even climbed through that.
Yep.
And then when he was going for his jump, he just lost it a little bit. and
That
failed
312
aggressive.
guy says it all, though. I mean,
Yeah,
if you're
yeah.
you're coming out here, you're not wanting to dig a 312. You're 280 and under.
No, yeah.
You know, we've talked about dig times and where they are these days compared in the past, but 312 at any time in racing, maybe go back to what, 50s,
Yeah.
40s.
Yeah.
You're
312
starting
not
almost
gone.
half a second behind.
Maybe
the
that was
P-ladder.
okay back then. And maybe not. I don't even
Who
know.
knows?
Maybe 280 might have been good back then.
Yeah.
All right, Hicksville Hicks.
You guys still hearing me?
Yeah, I hear
Okay,
you.
okay.
Wide open for the Hicks outside of that 5'10 from North Lyndhurst. And the break. It pulls out, gives him Mo. He's on three-man ladder line. Tell you what.
That was a nice climb by
does
Dougie with that track. With that truck,
Go.
looked like the truck slid. That ladder had a lot of speed. He was on and gone. Nice climb by Dougie.
288 in
Time
the
for the
ground.
Hicks. 5.39. 5:39.
I think we said the same thing last week. He
Yeah.
turned in a run that was kind of a mess. That truck is sliding through. He bangs out. They get momentum. They dig right on the three-man ladder line. The ladder goes up twisted, and it's
Next team on the
twisting.
line, the North Belmore Rinky Dinks.
It's twisting as he's climbing it.
Yeah.
He does a hell of a job. Once again, I think that's 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Following
and
that ladder.
And we've been talking about him that way for years, I think, making a run out of something that wasn't perfect. Dougie does a nice job for the Hicks.
He does a hell of a job. But I got to tell you, they're working way too hard for a 290 dig. I think. On
Yeah.
Well, did you see? The truck slid, so they never really had the Mo slow down off the back of the truck.
Right.
And then he banged out and carried them with him. Because they just, you know how you
Yeah.
get that transfer, that weight transfer in the break? They didn't get that.
Not at all.
They won B ladder here last year in a tie with you guys, Jack. 5:16. So
And if that's the way the truck operates,
yeah.
I got to bring that race back about 3 feet
Yep.
and put him in a better spot. All right, North Belmore. They put nice job putting it in the ground. Oh, nice. He just gets the top rung, but I'll tell you.
He almost lost it there, Paul.
What'd you
Right
get put in the
top.
ground there, Lenny?
92.
Yeah, they did a nice job.
Time for the Rinky Dinks. 5.65. 5:65.
Didn't carry the
Next team on
momentum.
the line, the West Hempstead Westerners.
Didn't carry the momentum on the climb like you saw with, Hicksville had no choice to get the momentum, but even Copic just didn't have the Mo. Then there's your 5'6".
Jackie, you're a little closer to the arch there. I mean, it looked like he was losing it right at the top. He
I was
just got
gonna
that
say
top rung.
about 2 steps, he had a little hesitation. I don't know if he lost his hands or he fought the ladder a little, but it was definitely a hesitation. He did a good job to finish up the climb.
That was borderline failure to grasp and hold, but nice job.
yeah, good finish. Good finish there by Joey. You hearing me? I'm not hearing myself. Okay, sorry.
It's a little crackly.
So 3 5s on the board right now. 5:10, 5:39, and a 5:65. That one you just heard by North Belmore.
Good chance of another one right here.
West Hempstead Westerner's been given the track.
John Doherty was replacing Jonathan. He's been doing a good job. In
Yeah,
practice,
Yeah, he
so-
did a nice job last week.
Yep. Just gonna say that.
All right, here come the Westerneers. In the break, man. Oh, man, he takes it right down. They give him great Mo. Straight ladder. Nice job.
269
I
in the
mean,
ground. That's a solid shot right
Just
there.
like North Lyndhurst. That's
Time
textbook,
for
the way you hit the
Westerners.
ground like that.
5.20. 5:20.
I think,
Next
what
team
would
on
you get in the
line,
ground, Lenny?
North Merrick Stump Jumpers.
269.
I mean, if you look at that and North Lyndhurst's run, I think maybe Ducky's first 3 steps had a little bit more Mo than Craig's.
Hey, when you say a little bit, how about to the tune of 1/10 of a
1/10,
second?
yeah,
Because
maybe.
that's the difference in the runs right there.
I'll tell you what, though. You said it with Doherty digging. I mean, they're not. That's a big time shot right there in the ground. That's a heavy number. I'm not going to call him a backup anymore. He's your digger. You know what I mean?
But
that was
technically,
heavy.
the way they,
Yeah.
I mean, that was picture perfect.
Yeah, it looked
in
good.
together, great drop. They yanked it out of the chute right to the ground, and that was a straight ladder. I mean, you could mirror that with North Lindy's run. You wouldn't know who was who if you took out the players.
Confidence boosting. I don't know that West Hempstead needs a whole lot of confidence, but talking to Gerard with that 3-man ladder shot, and now a 5-2 with Jonathan out of digging. That's
And switching
not
guys
that they
around-
need it, but it's got to still boost their confidence a little bit, and that's big at this tournament.
North
2
Merrick.
weeks away from the state.
Nice job.
They were in a good spot,
That-
almost on the safety rail.
That is real close to that yellow.
I'm giving these diggers credit. The ladder's crooked, but the way they attack the ground after getting off the truck.
Looks like they're going to get
No
a
time for
guys.
North Merrick outside the safety zone. Rule 1302.
284 in the ground, a little
Next
crooked.
team on the line, the New Hyde Park Termite.
You
about
don't-
2 feet over the safety line, so
You
in a
don't
good
often
spot.
see a team that just comes out that does it so well. I mean,
How does the rule read? In other words, with the safety rail where they just got tossed. I don't think they were on it initially, but as he climbed, it might have danced over and just tapped the pole. Is it you can never touch it at any point?
Yeah, I think if the ladder touches it at all.
Okay.
Even after the shot?
No.
Even on the way down?
Can't be after.
I was.
Once time is taken, right?
Nah, it's over
Yeah.
there.
Event's over.
All right, 2 teams to go. What do we have? We have 5 fives? 4 fives.
Yeah, 4 5s. 5'10", 539, 5'10", 520, 539, 565. So the lucky dog right now, 654 by the Turtles.
Here come the termites.
That truck stopped well.
Is it me or is it raining? I'm getting
No,
like
it's
water
sunny
on
out.
me.
It's sunny.
I'm getting water.
309 in the ground.
Time for the termites, 7.11. 7-11.
I just got a little too full. Maybe it's coming off the roof. The shingles are hanging over here.
What's the deal with the latest forecast? You know, we moved this tournament up an hour, try to get ahead of the
Oh,
rain.
it's raining, Len.
Yeah, I just
You're
felt
right.
it too.
I
Look at
just
the
felt-
puddle.
But
Next
this
team on the line, Roslyn Highland.
The sun's out.
doesn't look like it should be. Yeah, I mean, it's cloudy, but the sun is throwing shadows down off the arch and whatnot. That's interesting. But one more B truck to go here. B ladder. I'm sure we'll squeeze this in. If
Yeah.
it is a little shower, it's not much. It's a couple of raindrops. I don't think it's going to affect the track at this point.
Roslyn with a good opportunity. Run a 5. Actually, you run what? Sub 654.
Yep.
And you got yourself a point on the board. Doesn't matter when it happens. You got to get started on your day somewhere. This is a good shot for a chance for Roslyn.
Roslyn with the American flag flying high off their B truck. Showing some pride. I don't know if that would distract me on the back, though, where that is.
I was just thinking
If it hit you in the face, it would.
Well,
if it blew off.
the wind's blowing the other way, so that's fortunate.
But not when the truck starts coming this
We'll
way.
see. Oh, you're right. You're right.
They're in the ground. He's on. Oh, it's and that didn't feel good.
330.
Second step.
330 in the ground. The old bicycling the ladder, it seemed.
Time for Roslyn, 8.72. 872.
All right,
So that will conclude B ladder. And just quick, folks, while Paul's doing some math over here, hats off to Hempstead and our officials moving this thing along to try and beat these raindrops. They're doing a fine job.
Yeah, started an hour early, and thanks, Lenny. 46 minutes in with 2 events in, so still ahead of that 12 o'clock time. So.
all right, North Lyndhurst, that 5'10", real nice shot is going to be your winner here in the B ladder contest. West Hempstead with a real good shot of their own. 5'20" is going to get 4 points, and they're going to have a total of 9 after 2 contests. Third place going to go to those Hicksville Hicks, 5'39". North Belmore, 5'65". And Westbury hangs in there with a 6.54 to put a point up on the board. So right now, as we said earlier, we said it would be a battle between North Lindy and West Hempstead, and it's 9-8. That's the battle right now. 2 contests in.
Yeah, and it's going to be a nice battle for the Sham Trophy. That's a total
Move
ladder
the
point
equipment.
trophy. Dedicated back in 2006. So we have 9 points for the Westerners, 8 points for the Piston Knockers. Total points out of ladders, kind of taking a page out of the Cav Trophies book, that was donated for the state drill. We have the Sham Trophy at the Hempstead Invite. So going to be a good race for that when we get back for some C ladder.
And I would say before we go to commercial, I mean, if you're coming here to get confidence, West Hempstead right now has got to have some confidence. 6'4", 5'20".
Yeah.
I mean, 2 good shots. And if you're North Lyndhurst after a not a good B ladder week last week, 5'10", you're back
Yeah.
in the game. So
Yep.
there you go. Just what they were both looking for at this drill today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that 5'10", third fastest of the year, I'm going to say off the top of my head. You got the 5:02 with the Hunter, that 5:08 last week by the Wolves, which is, I guess, the official fast time. And then the 5:10. Bunch of 5'1s statewide this year, too.
All right, Fred, we'll do a little business. I will be back.
Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. Rosenbauer Fire Apparatus is proud to be named as the exclusive fire apparatus manufacturer of New York State drill teams. Rosenbauer is the #1 manufacturer of fire trucks on the planet and the industry leader in the next generation of reliable safety evolutions like the Smart Aerial Control System. If your department is considering an apparatus purchase, start the conversation with the local team at Eagle Fire Equipment and ensure top-notch service with their partners at Nassau Fire Apparatus. Call area code 855-222-1075 or like them on Facebook. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments, including Central Islip, to solve the challenge of accounting for members.
Airs.
We're back. We're going to get ready for some sea ladder, but while we have a moment, I have a question for you guys. What do Tim Nasowitz, Daryl Ronaldo, Rich Cotty, Dr. Jen Tanzi, and Corey from Copeg all have in common? Anyone?
I know.
These are the previous winners of the Survivor Racing Pool run by the St. James Wildcats each year. That racing pool will be happening again. If you would like a sheet, come up on top of the arch. We have them, $10 per entry. You can see Lenny. They'll be at the Bayshore Redskins camp is what I'm looking at. I think you could submit some online. The game, pick 8 teams to win each contest at the state drill, and it's a Survivor pool. If your team wins first, scores points.
Score. Yeah,
Yep.
I don't say win.
You stay in the contest until a team that you pick doesn't score. $10 per entry. Multiple entries are encouraged, and this year the proceeds are going to go to benefit Harry the Hat, who's dealing, of course, with some medical issues, and we hope Harry gets well soon. Lenny, anything to add about where we can get a sheet?
That sums it up today. No Bayshore here today, so anybody that wants to get involved, I've got sheets up here on the arch. I'm waving now if you're here on the property. Come on up and see me. And then next week, I think we'll have representatives there. I believe Bayshore's racing there as well, and some guys that used to be with the Wildcats racing with them, and they'll hand out the sheets. And again, all the proceeds are being given away these days, so it's for a good cause.
Right.
It's a lot of fun.
Doing a 50-50 type thing. 50% to Harry, 50% to the winner. So good stuff. So, Survivor Racing, St. James Pool, multiple sheets. Fill them out, ladies and gents.
All right, with that, we have Sea Ladder about to get started. East Farmingdale takes their spot on line, been given the white flag. Here they come. Just keeping it straight. Now he fades a little bit right, straightens it out. He's off before the cones in the hard break. Almost to a complete stop, which makes it really difficult as they're having a tough time getting that ladder to the arch, but it is now there.
Yeah, that climber got no help from that drop, and they were a little deep as well, so I think he could have released them a little bit earlier, Paul. Hard to see the lights, so dig times are going to be rough. Perhaps the officials can help us out.
Time
with the
for
cone
East
time.
Farmingdale 11.57, 11:57. Next team on the line, the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers.
If we could get a cone time, that would be great. Pass that on to the teams that
72 to the cones for
Okay.
East Farmingdale right there. He was off a good 20-25 feet before he hit the cone.
Yeah.
North Lindenhurst coming up, sitting here with 8 points. They have 2 contests. Mentioned it earlier. Second place behind the West Hempstead Westerners, who have 9. But more importantly, they're just looking to put up a state shot, something they can carry them through, because I don't believe North Lindenhurst will be attending North Belmore next week. So this would be their last C-ladder attempt before the state drill.
in a drill. You know they're going to be practicing hard.
Oh, yeah. Track's been given to them. Revving it up, ready to go. All right. Straight line. He's off right at the cone. He's in the hard break. Man, he carries them through. Ducky goes down.
Yeah.
Ladder's on top of him. Just, it did not seem like enough hard break.
Exactly what I was going to say, Paul. It just wasn't hard where they could push off of it. And
It's like he hit the brake and then he banged out before it ever grabbed. You know, those wall wheels were still rolling
Time
forward.
for the Piston Knockers. 1:7.49. 17:49.
They finished the contest as here with a 17. But yeah, Ducky went down pretty hard. The ladder ended up on top of him, but the guys never put it in the ground under the arch. 56 to the cone, but I thought he took it further to the cone than normal, Lenny. What did you think?
I agree.
Next team on the line, the combined team of Merrick and Freeport Buckeyes and Nighthawks.
Down here where he releases them, and again, we've all run a little ladders, it looked like the truck almost pulled the guys down the road. And it seems like a weird thing, folks, but sometimes the truck rolls out without that hard brake that we spoke about, and it's almost like you're glued to the truck and you really can't get off.
And I don't know that I didn't like the sound of the truck pulling out of the brake. It sounded like it was breaking up.
Right.
You know, carburetor issue, fluid
I was
issues,
about
that
to
type
ask
of
you,
thing,
do you
know?
think that truck sat down after the cone?
It
It
didn't
didn't
look
seem
like
like
it.
it, right?
Say, it seemed like they were carrying a lot of speed coming through the cones to the arch.
So North Lindy doing well in this drill thus far is not going to add to their total here in ladders. They'll finish ladders with 8.
What's the rule with getting an overtime? How many teams?
There isn't going to be. 20. Here we go. Here comes Merrick. He's keeping it on a straight line. He's off about 10 feet before the cone. He's in the hard break. Lets him go. That ladder was flat off the back of the truck, but they finally get it in the ground, and at the top, he finishes it.
Thrower did not get it up. Looked like he might have stumbled a little bit.
And one of the reasons why he's got to let go of the handle earlier.
Okay, I missed that,
That'd be
but
one thing he could do to correct that.
He definitely was not in the optimum position to do his job on the early stages of that.
Yeah, just a matter of getting
Time for
feel.
American Freeport. 10.94. 10.94.
You know, as soon as that truck slows down,
Next team on the line, the Levittown Rebels.
that's the moment when you want that hand off the handle. It looked like the thrower was holding onto it all the way into the brake, and you know you got to get down underneath and ready to throw that ladder up.
You know,
So-
I probably say it once a year. We're not, saying these things to be critical
Right,
of anybody.
exactly.
We're trying to
If they're
observe
listening,
what happened,
right.
and maybe it can help them if they watch tape or whatever.
and hopefully they go back and listen to the replay of their
Yep.
shot, and they,
Say,
what
hey,
happened-
maybe
you know-
those guys were right, or maybe they don't
right,
know what the hell they're
yeah,
talking
maybe
about.
it's all good.
What you're saying, too, once you get top heavy and the top half of your body starts to lean forward, it's really hard to control what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Whether you're getting off at the hydrant, nozzle, whatever it is.
Yep.
And by holding onto that handle just a little bit too long,
Yeah,
it's just pulling you forward.
yeah.
And we always said the head is the heaviest part of the body. Once the head starts going forward, same thing what you said, Paul, the rest of the body's going to follow it.
Yeah, those two guys definitely didn't have the ladder up. No help to the diggers. Here comes the Levittown Rebels.
Kermit the Frog leading the
Yeah,
way.
he's keeping it straight. He goes over the cone, and he's going to go under the arch.
Kermit wanted to cover both eyes instead of just one on that shot. A
You'd be-
little bit deep.
I don't think anybody out there would be surprised how those statements go together, over the cone and under the arch.
Makes sense. That's why the cones are there, right?
Well, as we all know, that there is a guide, but there aren't too many teams that with a good truck
Time
that
for
can
the
take it over the
Rebels.
cones.
17.96. 17.96.
Again, that can take it over the cones with that much speed
Next
and
team
then
on
still
the
be able
line,
to
the
stop
Port
it.
Washington Roadrunners.
And kudos to the driver. I mean, yeah, maybe a minor mistake taking it over the cones, but not trying to release them and get a run out of it and having Rebels splattered all over
Unless
the
they were
track.
going to climb the backside of the arch, there was no reason to let him go.
No. And that's a good decision he made.
Poor Washington, I mean, there's nothing up on the board. 10.94 is your leading time right now.
There's a chance for them to get back in this drill, guys.
Yep.
Got me?
Yeah, we lost you, Twan. You're right. The chance for them to get back
Yeah.
into it, 2 points in three-man ladder, nothing in B ladder. So they got a chance to hit big here and then jump right back into it.
Yeah, they need this shot here, gentlemen. 682, three-man ladder, 718 B ladder. Couple eights over the past few seasons. getting in the A Club back at the 2013 state drill, or maybe slightly before that. But
We talked about a little drizzle earlier. The sun's shining bright right now. Come on out to Hempstead. Support them and watch a good tournament.
and still 2 minutes before 12 noon, I might add.
Nice.
So we're all right. 58 minutes in.
Here comes Port. He's keeping it on a straight line as well. He's off about 15 feet. He's in the hard break. Lets him go. Kyle's eating it up all the way to the top, and he's there.
Nice run on
They needed that
everybody's
shot.
part.
Good shot, but I thought he could have left him with a little bit more momentum down at the bottom.
I don't know. I thought that truck stopped well. I thought Danny gave him a nice
Time
drop.
for the Roadrunners. 9.06.
You know,
9:06.
I think
It's a
they'll
good
take
shot.
that.
Yep.
That's a good shot with a big
Next
number.
team on the line, the Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen.
And it's a shot that Port Washington needed on many levels.
And it
you
was
know what I mean?
smooth. You know, it was
So,
smooth.
yeah.
There was nothing, crazy about it.
All 5 guys doing their job,
Yep.
including the driver, and it just was fluid.
Not only is that a confidence booster for them, if they needed it, it also gets them back into this drill. With North Lindenhurst missing with 8 points, that's potential 5-point shot there that Port Washington just ran. Obviously, there's many teams that still have to run, but it's going to get them back in the mix here.
So Manhasset Lakeville, is that, Paul? Looks like Manhasset.
Yeah.
That is
taking the line.
Manhasset.
See what the Minutemen have. Jack, you're a little more straight on. Does that truck look towed into the hydrant
It's
a
going
little
to
bit?
head to the
A
hydrant, no,
little bit,
Jack?
Yeah, all right. I wasn't sure. I'm on the side of the arch a little bit.
Coming right to us, Lenny. Let's see if he straightens it out real quick. Yeah, he does. Now he's letting the push down the middle of the course. A little bounce to it.
Yep.
He's off about 10 foot quarter cone in the hard break. Lets him go. They're inside the 3-man ladder line, and the climber has a tough time hitting that second step.
A good effort to finish the run there. Nice
Hey,
to
finish your run right now. You still have an opportunity to be
Yeah.
in the top
Score,
5.
Yep.
Time for the Minutemen. 11:26. 11.26.
That would be currently 3rd.
You know, we, especially I know I talk about a lot watching the climbers' faces and all. It's such a great place to be up here, and Jack's got the best spot right now. The best
Next
seat
team
to
on
see
the
that.
line, Oyster Bay, Teddy's Boys.
I think Fred did a good job. I understand one of the camera angles has the climbers right at the top of the ladder. So hopefully if you're watching at home, you're getting a taste of what we get to see week in and week out.
Twan, you talked about earlier how you had seen on the group meet site the Teddy's Boys running a little sea ladder. They're going to put it out here on the track right now.
Yeah, young guys, and hopefully we'll see what they put it on GroupMe. Hopefully they could do it in the contest right now. Again, no time in B ladder, but good track awareness or good track IQ.
Yeah, I
to
thought,
take
like
a
I
page
said,
out of Gorilla Monsoon's book there, wrestling IQ, ring IQ. Thank you, Chris Murphy. for
Thought
that
the
one.
Diggers did a nice job going straight down, even though they were outside the safety area. They did their job. Let's
Yeah.
see what we can get here.
And the throw and the climber knew not to put the ladder up any further and then climb. So wide open right now, ladies and gentlemen. Beat a 10.94. You're in second place.
Looks like he's doing a little bit of steering. Now he's inside the cone. Gives him inside the safety zone. Does a nice job mounting. A heck of a job climbing.
I'm
Guy's
telling
got
you,
something going on right there, doesn't he?
He's an athlete. The kid looks like he can climb, and there's room for improvement there getting down the track, but that was a good climb.
Time for the Teddy's Boys. 10.36. 10:36.
I think that's got room for points on it right there, 10:36.
Next
But
team on the line, the Carl Place Frogs.
You know, I don't watch his body English all that often. I did on that one watching Darrell driving. Noticed he glanced over his left shoulder to get a bearing, I guess, where he was with the safety line and whatnot. Is that common for him? I don't remember seeing that, and kind of like my driver looking straight.
Who knows
but
what's going on? I mean, they're relatively new running this contest, so maybe it's just a comfort thing.
Yeah, measuring himself where he is in the.
But what were they in the ground, Len?
I haven't been able to get. It's hard to see the
Right,
light.
because I mean, there's a lot of room for improvement getting in that ground, but that climb looked good.
yeah,
The
I
climb
thought.
looked
I
good.
thought. I mean, obviously, with the new group of guys, I thought
Exactly.
Darrell was taking it easy on him.
Yep,
But
yep.
but man,
Yeah.
the climber just has it.
He's
you
got
can see it when
Yeah,
the guy got it.
He's got it, and
And how exciting is that when you have a climber
Yeah.
that knows what he's doing?
That old guy, that's a great place to start from, right, Lenny?
Yeah.
All right, here comes the Carl Place Frogs. We
And-
talked to Sean Brody earlier.
mhm.
See what they can do. 10:36 by Oyster Bay is the second place shot behind Port's 9:06. Oh, something happened now at the start line.
Something mechanical apparently.
No, I don't know if it's Yeah, you're
Carl
right.
Place is on a 20-minute breakdown.
I heard him rev it.
Yeah.
Right? I don't want to just crap out on him maybe.
Just hope nothing's leaking.
Yep.
Yeah, so the
A lot of people running
Yeah.
over
A
there.
lot of teams
they're
running out to
going to
help
push
push
it
it
off the
back.
track.
We'll
Okay.
push it over to the other side. He's
Yeah,
smart
right.
enough to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't put it in the sea hose line, which they are not.
Your
They go to the
attention,
opposite
please. Never mind.
side.
Never mind.
I mean, going back to what you were saying about Darrell, Lenny, I mean, you're going from the Westbury Turtles, Louis rig, right, to Louis truck.
Yeah.
I don't know what Oyster Bay has, and, maybe there's still kinks they're trying to work out with that truck. But definitely a little bit of steering coming down, off the brake early, off the gas early, rather. And, yeah, like you said, looking over his shoulder. So he's not fully comfortable yet.
No,
and, once he's there.
He's got to get back in his flow. I mean,
Yeah,
we talk about that.
exactly.
You hear about that in every sport,
Yeah.
I just think he's really playing it safe.
Could be. I mean,
I'm
new
saying?
guys on the track, it's a smart way to do it, until those guys get a good feel of what that run is like all the way down. But can't say enough about what we see out
Next
of a new
team on the line
climber
will be
there.
the Westbury Turtles.
For those who want to know, I just got an update from our own Fred Benzavanger on the weather. Looks like we're going to be good, guys, till about 3, 4 o'clock. The rain might roll in, so we should definitely be hosed by then. And hey, let's face it, we'll run the rest in the rain, and we got cover over our heads. To heck with everybody else. I heard many people were envious of us at Central Islip with all the rain that we got to be on the arch and stay relatively dry.
You guys had some air to fill, man, after I left. I saw that, Yeah.
Oh, they have the tarps up in the stands, though. So
Yeah, that's right.
It helps.
Is that a Chris Murphy tarp? Is that another innovation by Mr. Murph?
$48 to sit under it.
He didn't turn the bleachers this year, though.
That's special.
That's only state drill, right?
They do a nice job over there in CI. I almost consider this, Hempstead facility the CI of Nassau. The amount of times it gets used, the amount of teams that get to use it.
We're trying to
up well, good drills.
Made some improvements to the track over the past year. The parking lot all the way down at the sea hose line is completely repaved. We got a nice new drainage system here on the in between the hydrant and the target. And now it's just a matter of can we get this track paved, and that's really, it looks like it's going to be a go for the 2017 season. Hosting the state drill here next year, it'll be 10.5.
How great would that be? I mean, then you got a track good for a good 10 years at least, right?
Easy. I mean, this track was last repaved in 1993.
Yeah.
So 20 years easy, and then maybe on to the bleachers after that. So one thing at a time.
All right, Westbury Turtles. They're making their approach to the cone. He's off probably about 10 feet before. He's got some speed, but now he's in the hard break. Lets him go. Ladder goes in crooked. Oh, second step. There it is. He's real caught now. I think he's banging up against that no time. But, it's strange here. We've talked about this in the past, about the arch. A lot of time the ladder hits the inner pole, not the outer yellow pole, but the inner black pole.
Time for the Turtles, 12.74, 12.74.
Definitely an anomaly over here with that
Next
thing.
team on the line, the Copeg Yellowbirds.
Because if that black pole's not there, it's hitting the yellow pole.
Yes,
You're
it
right.
is.
I know.
Yeah. And it's all about the angle that it comes up
Yeah,
crooked,
that's true.
Mm-hmm. It's funny watching Westbury come down with Merck behind the wheel, Oyster Bay with Darrell back. Those two have flip-flopped. Both of those teams, they've both driven the other truck.
Yeah, it's like they don't like each other. I'm going there. Well, I'm going there.
Oh, yeah?
I'm coming back. Well, I'm going there.
The good news is both of those teams are on the track with experienced drivers.
Yellowbird's on the line here with a big shot, gentlemen. 4 points on the day so far,
Yeah.
and a chance to get,
gain some ground on North Lindy, like we talked
exactly.
about.
I think the C truck has been struggling a little bit throughout the year for the Yellowbirds, and I'm curious to see if they got it down yet.
What do you, in terms of steering, in terms of speed?
Yeah,
that
it's
type of
speed
thing?
and stuff. It just isn't doing what they expect, I believe. Track's been given to Copeg.
Looks like about 3 teams left after them, plus the breakdown. So
1-9 on the board. Here they come. All right, he's approaching the cone. Ooh, he takes it over the cone. Now he's in the hard break. Lets him go.
That worked.
And simple, there it is at the top. I tell you, that's just knowing your truck right there.
Yep.
He knew maybe I didn't have the speed as the other guys. I'm going to take it a little deeper. I know it'll stop.
Exactly.
Time for the Yellowbirds, 9.36.
9:36. I mean, I don't know if that's state tournament criteria for a top 5, but he did a nice job knowing his equipment right there, you got to say.
Yeah, the premonition was there. You said, they've been having some problems
Next
with the
team
speed.
on the line, the Hicksville Hicks.
He did bring it over the cones just a little bit. Thought he could have got out a little quicker. They were just over the 3-man ladder line, but he gave him a shot to score some big points there.
64 to the cone right there, so he's definitely struggling with that. Well, he's not struggling. That truck is struggling.
A tenth or two could get, it's
He
a lot of room
did
for
not
improvement.
let up until he was over the cone.
If you're taking it that deep, you know something's going on. But you're right, Lenny. I think if he gets out a little sooner,
Yep.
you're talking a 9-1, 9-0.
Yep, I agree.
Something to work on in the next 2 weeks. All right, Hicksville. When's Hicksville going to make the turn with the new truck right here? Maybe this is the shot, right?
Great question. And, yeah, new truck and 4 points on the day. They need this contest. They have a quality ladder team. Can this truck put them in the ground where they need to be?
9:06.
So they can run that heavy 9.
9:36. Here come the Hicksville Hicks. At the cone, he's off in the right spot. He's into the hard break, but man, they're going through.
Just didn't stop.
Just did not stop. It's like he was trying to get the hard break, but the truck never locked up.
No, and he got off it a little early, rolled over the cones, and it just wouldn't stop for him.
Another truck, I don't know, it didn't seem like it sat down, right? We got out of the gas.
Time for the Hicks, 16.67, 16.67.
So I don't
Next
know.
team on the line, the North Belmore Rinky Dink.
All right, let's use my scenario now for North Belmore. I was going to just say it for Hicksville, but if you're seeing a 9-3 and a 9-0, what game are you playing today? Are you playing the game I'm trying to win the Hempstead Invite, or are you playing the game I'm getting ready for the state tournament? Because it's two different scenarios. When there's only 2 9s on the board, you can give yourself 3 points with just a layup. So North Belmore, what do? They laying it up, or they running the state championship shot?
I just run my shot.
I'm not saying lay it up in terms of we're not even going to go, but just be real conservative.
Well, again, run your shot without going crazy. I mean, 3 points, put them back to 5, and they're in striking distance. You want to keep scoring all day.
What gives you more confidence at the end of the day? Top 3 at the drill, or a good C ladder shot?
Good C ladder shot.
Okay.
Give me my state tournament shot right
Okay.
there. If you want to take some points
All
next
right.
week, you're getting that hunter drill.
So Twan's got a little.
All right.
Go for your
different.
shot. Run your shot.
Run your shot. I agree.
Here we go.
And then you never know. I mean, occasionally your shot is a tenth or two hotter than you thought, and also that can make you slip too. So
9:36, second place. Here comes the North Belmore Rinky Dinks. He's keeping it straight, approaching the cone. He takes it right to the cone. He's in a hard break. They're going off.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, he was doing everything he could.
That was the Twani
Yeah, they went
theory.
for it.
That was Twan's theory.
They
and it
went
didn't
for
work
it.
out for him.
I don't even know if that's going for it. I mean,
Yeah.
does he normally take it to that deep?
Maybe it just didn't stop.
He was just over the cones, though, right?
Yeah, I don't think he normally goes that deep with it, does he?
I don't see them enough to know for sure, but definitely too warm for the rinky dinks.
I don't know if you can do it, but you got to run your shot. But maybe you're saying err on the side of caution as opposed
exactly.
to
That's
don't.
what I'm trying
The
to say.
Rinky Dinks, 14.63, 14.63.
Well said, Jack. I agree.
Next team on the line, the West Hempstead Westerners.
What you want to do is stay away from what they did.
Right.
Just stay away from that.
Right.
Give your guys an opportunity to finish the contest.
Right.
So here's what we got, gentlemen. We got Port with a 9:06 in first. We got the Yellowbirds with a 9:36 in second. Then we go down to a 10:36 by the Teddy's boys, holding third place. 10:94 by the Buckeyes is fourth. And if you want to get in the money, 11:26 Manhasset holding out with 5 for fifth place. West Hempstead on the line. North Merrick, New Hyde Park, Roslyn, Coral Place still yet to run. Big shot for the West Hempstead Westerners. They could put some distance between them and North Lindenhurst.
Yeah.
You can run them some C ladder, this team.
9-8 total points after 2 contests. Westerners up 1.
They
North
can-
Lindy has pretty much a 0 in the bank right here for this contest.
Can stretch the lead a little bit here.
Yeah, so West Hempstead clinching that Sham trophy with that North Lindenhurst miss.
Into the pit. Lets him go. Craig's on. He's making his way, and he's at the top. Nice run right there.
You know, I spoke last week about Kenny being in a funk, maybe. According to what Andrew was saying, that was the best drop we saw all day. That funk is gone.
I was going to say,
Time for West Hempstead, 8.93, 8.93.
Westerners are going to be thrilled with that.
That is a nice line for the day, guys. 6:46, 5:20,
Next team on the line, the
8:93.
North Merrick Stump Jumpers.
West Hempstead more than mid-season form, primed and ready for that state 2 weeks away from today.
Twani is a lifelong Suffolk guy. You don't quite see as much of Nassau.
Correction on that, the next team on the line will be the New Hyde Park Termites.
Years ago, I didn't pay attention to the Westerners that much. They weren't as competitive, let's be honest. But Kenny, as a driver, just, the model of consistency. You said he might have been in a little funk, but, boy, it's not here today.
That was according.
Fun to watch.
That was
him
according
drive.
to his son, by the way. Not
It's
according to me.
fun to watch him drive. He's one of the best, most consistent out there.
Yeah,
no doubt.
West Hempstead had that run early 90s, 90, 91, and then, a little bit of a lull, I guess, after that. But they're back, obviously. Been back for several years now.
Yeah.
And, again, 6:46, 5:20, and an 8:93. That's going to be 14 out of 15 unless the next 3 teams have something to say about that 8:93.
But more importantly, those are numbers they would love to take upstate.
Yep.
Yeah, those are
New Hyde Park. Mike Athena's making his way to the cone. That front right tire looks a little wobble in it, but now he's getting out and lets him go. He's on. He's making his way to the top. This could be in the money for his points.
Little stutter at the top there. I don't know if he was switching hands or what the issue was there. But I agree with you, Paul. You could see that one tire get a little wobbly right before the cones.
Need to be to 1094 to get in.
Just waiting on a time for New Hyde Park.
Time for New Hyde Park, 10.27, 10:27.
Puts him in fourth, right?
Next team on the line, Rosalind Highland.
I think I just heard, I mean, I could be wrong. It sounded like 7 minutes left for car place.
Yeah, it looks like they're almost ready. I don't think they're still working on it back there. They're heading over to the ladder, so I'm assuming they're going to put the ladder in the back of that truck and get the run done. But before them is going to be the Rosalind Highlanders.
And we would like to see car place be able to do that, obviously, to put a run up, but also to keep this tournament moving to beat those raindrops we keep talking about. Nothing showing right now, but the sun has been overtaken by some clouds.
Oyster Bay sitting in the lucky dog spot with 1 point right now, 10:36. A bunch of those guys got their fingers crossed.
It'd be great for them to get a 1 point out of this contest with that shot there, and knowing in their minds that there's a lot of room for improvement on that shot coming down the track. So, Oyster Bay Teddy's boys, chance to get 1 point.
All right, Rosalind's been given the track. Of course, they would like to get the point themselves.
The next two teams can play with that 10:36, of course.
All right, Rosalind's coming. He's got it straight, approaching the cone. Oh, he's off a good 30, 35 feet. Now he gets out, lets him go.
Still
and
a little
you
deep.
can see the thrower just wasn't ready for it.
It didn't look like the diggers were pushing down, Paul.
They were
I know they need help from the back, don't get me wrong. But
no, I would say all four guys just were not ready to get off that truck.
Time for Rosalind, 14.40, 14:40.
like you said, he got off it, well before the cones. That should have been controllable for everybody.
Well, you know what it was? There was no hard break because they had lost so much momentum. He kind of went in and got out without ever having to give a hard break. Maybe that's what the guys in the back were waiting for because they definitely were not in a ready position.
It looks like that might be the contest, guys.
Yeah.
They are pushing Carl Place's truck off the track, so it looks like Oyster Bay is going to get out of here with a point and C ladder with a 10:36.
Yeah, and kudos to Car Place
Congrats.
for not milking that to the end. If they know it's something they can't fix in 5 minutes.
As a host, we
let's keep it
appreciate that
moving,
too. Yeah. But the racing competitor in me says take the 6-7 minutes too. But
it depends on what the issue is.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to know what the ississue is and
see what happens in Z hose. If that eliminates them for that, that'll be unfortunate.
Two interesting things point-wise in ladders: the North Lindy rerun in 3-man, and the Copeg failure to
Move the equipment.
Failure to grasp and hold in B ladder would change the dynamic of this drastically.
Well, West Hempstead is out to a pretty good lead right now. 6 points after the ladder contest up on the Northlanders. Pistonok is 14-8 total. And then you got Copeg lurking in Port Washington, 7-6. After that, Hicksville with 4. That rounds out your top 5 overall after 3 contests. But, yeah, I think that the number one thing about those 3 contests is West Hempstead's times. Their scorecard looks real good right now.
Those are state drill times: 6:46, 5:20, and an 8:93. And they can bring it down lower in B ladder. Same with C ladder. And I would say in all 3.
General
what I mean?
judges, local committee, and the rules committee to the track. Please, for the water test.
I agree. Those are 3 good times.
Yeah.
And it'd be nice to bring that to the state, but it's not going to beg them 14 points in the state. I think you might be high single digits with that, which is fine coming out of ladders in the state. I mean, they can run pretty much every race well, so they would take that.
All right, I got to go play a little host here, gentlemen.
All right, 20.
But,
enjoy that.
Yeah. Congrats to West Hempstead winning the Sham Trophy, dedicated in memory of Tommy Abramski Sr. So, Jack, enjoy the trophy in your trophy case. It's a good one to win, one that we take a lot of pride in when we dedicated that. So, Joey and Tommy, if you're listening, trophy, Pop's going home with West Hempstead again. So.
Yeah, Twan, take this yellow Hornet with you, too.
Yeah, all right.
Swarming around us. I mean, you might as well get rid of all of yous in one swoop here.
All right, we'll be back for C-Hose, everybody.
The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting drill team racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. Rosenbauer Fire Apparatus is proud to be named as the exclusive fire apparatus manufacturer of New York State drill teams. Rosenbauer is the #1 manufacturer of fire trucks on the planet and the industry leader in the next generation of reliable safety evolutions like the Smart Aerial Control System. If your department is considering an apparatus purchase, start the conversation with the local team at Eagle Fire Equipment and ensure top-notch service with their partners at Nassau Fire Apparatus. Call area code 855-222-1075 or like them on Facebook. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting Drill Team Racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com.
All right, everybody, we are back here at the Weir Street track in Hempstead, Long Island, New York. Getting ready for usually what we consider the second half of the day. Ladders are over. Hose is about to begin. Just a little recap. West Hempstead's winning this drill so far after 3 contests, 14 points. North Lindenhurst second place with 8. Third place is Copeg 7. Fourth place, Port Washington 6. And the Hicksville Hicks with 4. Looks like our water time is in the mid-4.6s, which is always exciting here at Hempstead. Going to see a little East Islip Guzzler into the mix here as they're going to run CNB hose. They made the attempt at the CI invite to do that, but B hose being rained out, they didn't get to put their shot down the track. So East Islip as they're gearing up to run in the state drill.
I'll tell you, that is a little bit of a monkey wrench, actually. That throws another team in there
Oh,
that
yeah.
can really run the events.
Absolutely. I mean, it's when you think about it, I mean, you know, their goal obviously is 10 points, and 10 points would put you in a good spot to go down the track. You never know, especially the way things are today. Exactly. They're not even going to run buckets. Talk about hitting yourself in the ass for that. But, no, you're exactly right. I mean, it is going to throw a monkey wrench if they can put up their shots because, as we've seen in the last bunch of years, East Islip and hose is as good as anybody.
Yeah, that could be an extra added thing right now for anybody here in Hempstead that hasn't seen East Islip run hoses and they haven't run the ladder contest, but that's always a show in itself.
Well, we're all set to run, but there just aren't any teams up at the start line.
Yeah, that's all we need is some teams that are ready.
That was one of the quicker transitions from ladders to hose. There wasn't much testing of the water, you know, as it is today. We do it before the drill, and then we just make sure it's correct. But
and let's face it, in Hempstead, you know, there's not a whole lot of fluctuation when they're doing that.
And the guys are still trying to put a little hustle into it, as we can see some Some darkness in the distance.
All right, so I see they wetted at the nozzle line, which is actually starting to dry up a little. Aren't they supposed to do that at the hydrant as well, Paul, or is that not a rule?
No, they are, but
Okay.
you are correct, Lenny. It doesn't look like there's much of a
There's
wet
nothing.
spot whatsoever.
And
Advantage East Farmingdale.
I was going to say, East Farmingdale's not going to say it. Maybe we should keep our big mouths shut.
They should hurry up and get to the start line.
Yeah.
I was going to say that they're going to have to bleed the hydrant again in a second. If
Yeah,
they
right.
Get up there pretty soon.
I know some of the officials listen in, so we've probably already said too much, but the rules are the rules, right? I mean,
Yeah, you would
supposed to be
think.
the same for everybody. It's like not wetting the ladder before buckets. I mean, it's
Right.
It's a disadvantage to every other team,
Right.
and an advantage to the first team, and that's why the rule is in there, folks. Get it wet. It's going to be wet for most other teams, or for all other teams. Get it wet now.
And there's the East Farmingdale Hares as they make the turn at the top of the track, and they're going to take their position. Always a strange start up here at the top of the track. I don't know about you, Lenny.
Yep.
Just
know
the way
where you're
that
going.
curb runs, you know?
Right, folks, and what Paul's referring to is at the very beginning of this track for C-Hose, from the C-Hose start, it's straight when you get on the line, but just before that there's a curve. Sometimes, I mean, our truck didn't have power steering, the C-Truck, so we had to sometimes jockey it a little bit back and forth to get the line you want it to be on because you're turning right at the last minute as you're pulling up to the line. So lining up can be tough.
And with that curve, with this hydrant off the track the way it is, and then you got the cone, which is sitting in the track. You know, not that it's a difficult proposition for you to undertake, but it does have its little things.
Well, my gut instinct is say
Record for this event is 11:93, held by East Islip. The first team on the line will be the East Farmingdale Hares.
So my gut instinct would say, well, gee, can't you put the cone on the curb or on the grass? But it looks like the cone is protecting the timing equipment
that's
as well.
exactly what it
timing
is.
equipment is set on the outside edge of the track.
Exactly what it is, Lenny.
So
we could take a gander at this as the contest rolls on. How many guys are going to cross that cone light and then make a fade into the hydrant? Thing is here, if you fade too much, there's a little gully. And you get that gully, and then you get that kick out of the back of the C-Truck.
What are you saying?
I was just going to bring that up, Paul. The hydrant is set in, but you can't drive too far in, or the truck comes in with you. You know.
Yeah, it'll fishtail, and you'll get that ass end coming around in towards the hydrant, which, if you're in a good position, is okay, because I used to love getting thrown into the hydrant if the ass comes around just a little bit.
So you guys are saying about 50 feet out where the brake marks are. Basically, It starts to drop down a little bit.
Yep.
Where the truck can get sucked in there a little bit.
You can see right where that crack is in the street, which they have a little, I guess, filler on it, but it definitely has a little gully right there.
There's a crown as it is, and then there's a little gully from about 50 feet in towards the hydrant.
Now, what do you think formed that gully? All the trucks over all these years hitting the brakes there and
No,
banging down and
just the way the track was paved. I bet you when they put in the hydrant, it's just the way they did it.
Or you could see it past the hydrant too. What is it?
Oh,
the 50-foot line.
And it
or
hits that
whatnot.
drain. You can
Yeah.
see. Then the whole track looks like it then pops back up.
Yeah. But see, I always thought that's what. And '89 in Watertown. Now I'm dating myself. When there were issues with the track, I wanted to keep going. Because every track is different. Some teams will complain, well, this isn't right and this isn't right. And I agreed with no guardrails for the fans. I mean, to me, that was a safety issue. But every track is different. Yeah, it was a slick track. You
It
had
was
to deal with it.
dusty, man.
I get it,
It
but
was dusty.
every track is different.
And you know what? And you couldn't stop it because all of us in the infield, we were carrying the dust on the trucks back out there.
I agree.
It was even when we power washed it, right? And we did everything we could, but you still had from the infield on that baseball stadium, you were carrying all that dirt just out on the track again.
And the word was street sweepers ran it the day before and dragged more of that dust back.
All right, here we go. East Farmingdale's got the track. Let's see what they bring. Right now, he's got a line where he's heading to the hydrant. Here he goes. But now he fades a little bit to the middle, and he's squirrely coming in there. He's in the middle of the tracks that have been set down before. Tough right-hand turn. He can't make it. Now he goes back to put it on. Throws the stick up at the top. He's got a straight lane at the target.
And for those wondering, they did dampen the hydrant area a little bit right in front of the hydrant.
Man, they did a lot of driving coming down there.
Farmingdale 15.90, 1590.
I had 10:34.
Next team on the line, the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers.
You look at East Farmingdale's shot. When he gets to the hydrant, he actually straddles the brake marks that are there. You have your brake mark, that's near the hydrant, and the brake mark that's furthest away. He was in the middle of those, so his right side tire, his passenger side was actually, or his driver's side, or how are we driving down this?
Make up my mind.
But his right side tire was in the middle of the normal brake path that's there. And that's a tough way to stop a truck.
You know, now that you're saying that, I'm looking right at it. You could probably see it too, right, Jack? You can see the outside portion of the tire as it came right through the middle. Good observation, Paul.
Also, I mean, you're deep like that. Your hydrant man has to make a direct right turn. You know, if you're running out a little bit, maybe you have a little more room to cut over. But you don't want to be that far out.
He was probably dropped a foot past the hydrant.
Right. Yeah. Well,
he had no shot. All right, here comes North Lyndhurst trying to get back on it with the C truck here. Disappointing shot in C ladder.
They got their 8 points, so they're definitely in the thick of things.
They've been given the track.
As most of our listeners and observers know, solid host team right here. So they're looking to add to their total and start making some headway to get back to the Westerners.
I think he's got that truck lined up as good as you possibly can with the turn at the top of the track right here. Let's see where he brings it when he gets in deep. He's got it straight. He's running a straight line. He's going to be real happy about it if he gets him in the right spot. Nice drop off. Right in there. Water in the hose. As good as he gets right there up at the top. This is all going to be about a target hit. Oh, he doubles the nozzle. He just has it on. Man, I'll tell you what, he doesn't have that nozzle on too much. Take us through that nozzle at the top there, Len.
Well,
time for the piston knockers. 12.69. 12.69.
I thought, hang on.
There's nobody.
There's nobody on the line.
All right, move the equipment.
All right, so you say take us through it. I was actually watching Vinny, the breaker, on that one. Thought he set up a little bit outside. He reached in to break the coupling. He got it off clean. But for you brakemen out there, you want to get over there. You don't want to be reaching way to your left to get there. You want to get your body in front of your nozzle man, make sure that thing is off clean and you're not tugging him. That being said, I thought he got it off clean, and then the nozzle man, first swipe missed. It didn't panic. Especially in C-hose, you have the time. Hit it again, which he did, and not the greatest hit, but he saved the run.
Well, I thought he did have a little bit of panic going on.
Okay.
When he finally got it on and the water came out, he definitely wasn't looking for the target at that point. He was happy that he got it on, the water came out. It wasn't very fluid looking up at that target, and it cost them. I mean, they ran a 12.69. That had 12.39 written all over it if he blasts away at that target.
He also, I don't know if you saw, it seemed like he picked that coupling up in the air a little bit when he was trying to put the nozzle on. I don't know. I know you used to lift the nozzle and shot at the target.
Yeah, I was in
on.
textbook with. I was probably taught the right way, and I got into some sloppy habits, which happened to work for me. And again, when you're doing something long enough, Paul, your hydrant style wasn't the most textbook either. After years, I'm sure you were taught a standard way, but you develop your own style. But I don't know if that's what they like to do. Ideally, you don't want to pick it up too high. I agree, Jack, because now you put the nozzle on, and the water's pointing higher than the flap. So
I thought as the water on
the line will be the Levittown Rebels.
I thought as he thought the water was approaching, it got higher and higher. Because I got to get this on.
Seemed like a little bit of panic.
Yeah, I thought it was too.
I probably mentioned it. We're doing this how many years now, Paul, announcing, and Jack's been joining us for a couple of years now, but. Mickey Mustapitch, for those of you old timers that remember, Mickey Mustapitch Sr. used to say, "Don't be afraid of it.
How's your head?
Don't be afraid of the hose monster. Nothing's gonna bite you. Just continue. You miss once, okay. Put the nozzle. Don't listen to the air coming out or think, oh my God, I missed once. The water's coming. It's the hose monster. Don't worry about it. It's not gonna hurt you. Put the nozzle on. And in C especially, you guys know you have more than one shot usually. B, maybe not so much.
Easier said than done.
Oh yeah, you're dealing with emotion. You miss once, and it's that, am I going to get this?
Especially, he knew he gave him a good drop at the hydrant, so you got water. You
coming.
Got a good run. Now, all of a sudden, the focus is on you. You got to get it done. And after you go across that face first and you don't have that click of the nozzle, there's a lot that runs through your mind.
Then you tend, instead of the standard click turn, now you're jamming it back. You just, oh my God, you're panicking, you're rushing, and that usually doesn't work to your advantage.
Give him credit, he got it on, 12.69.
No, I said he kind of saved it.
And got it on, so.
But he cost himself a couple of tenths.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if Merrick is going to run this contest, but Levittown's up on the line.
By the way, I had 696 on the hookup. Again, the light is a little tough to see, but that's a hell of a hookup.
No, that's Yeah, they were a little squirrely here for Kermit. He's coming in. They're all on the hard break at the hydrant. He goes past. He's going to have to back it up. Now he's got water. Oh, the braking man held on to that bar way too long.
And the anchor man, for whatever. You know what? I don't think that's the anchor man's fault. I think some hose dumped at the hydrant. It's past the anchor man.
The braking man,
though. The Rebels, 15.03. 15.03.
Doesn't let go of that bar, and he gets pulled over up at the top right here. Has to really scramble to get back and get it broken.
He's up on his feet, and he's okay, for all you Rebel fans that are home listening. So he's all right. He's rolling up his hose, and no issues there. But, we talked about it earlier, your head being the heaviest part of your body and following it. It looked like that with the Hydrant Man. Looked like he was maybe leaning a little too far forward, and he had to stumble down the track a little bit and then drag it back.
I always
Next team on the line, the Port Washington Roadrunners.
I always told guys you got to commit to getting off the truck, man. You can't be hands on, feet off. Hands got to go, and then you're always better off like that. Even if you do take a tumble, it's not going to be that bad. But when you start holding on to bars, or as Twan was saying, the thrower still holding on to the strap, that's when you get yourself into trouble.
When you hold on too long, nothing good happens. Nothing. You think, oh my God, it's too hot, or we're not in the right spot, or we're a little bit sideways. But if you hang on that split second too long, you're in way bigger trouble than if you would have bailed when you were supposed to.
All right, Paul Washington coming off 4 points with a 9.06 in C ladder. They would like to continue the work with the C truck right here. 12:69 by the Knockers is the time to beat currently. Looks like the track's clear and ready to go. Doc's put the adapter on.
Oh, look at it. He's staring them down.
Yeah.
He's feeling it. Look at Doc.
Tells
He's
him, you
feeling
better put this on or I'm coming after you.
Showtime, you guys. Let's go. I did my job. So really, this is a contest where you talk about the 5 guys on the vehicle, or on the truck rather, with the driver and the 4 guys, but the adapter man plays a key role in this race as well. So it's really a 6-man race.
Well, if he plays a key role in this, I think you got to.
Well, he shouldn't. Again, it's like an offensive lineman.
Everybody back to the tent. We got a problem.
But Doc putting on that adapter with authority.
All right, Paul Washington, he's lined up in a real nice spot right there. He's going to hug it tight. See where he brings it when they get down here.
Truck sounds real good, folks.
And they're off. He jumps a little bit left, but now he straightens it out. Starts to fade in towards the hydrant. He's over the cone. He's at the hydrant. Smallwood's off. He's got water in the hose. Up at the top, this is going to be a target hit, whether they beat North Lindy or not. Nozzle on and target.
Woo! Awesome drive by Danny right there. Everything you could want out of the ride. And
Time
the guys
for the
came
Roadrunners,
through.
12:55. 12:55.
12:55.
Next team on the line, the Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen.
You look at that shot. I mean, I don't know where they lost it. It looked like the hose water had a lot of time. Didn't it seem like they waited forever at the top? It could have been the fact that he dropped them really good up at the hydrant and the top.
He dropped them good, and I don't know, and not just to critique a little thing. Donald looked a touch late with his stick.
His stick hand was coming out of his back pocket.
A touch late with the stick.
I agree 100%. He got there, and he really swung around that arm. He waved about 15 people at the crowd, and then he put the stick down.
But overall, it looked smoother than the first place run to the naked eye.
Yeah, but I'm telling
However,
you,
they lost some tenths here and there.
North Lindy hits the target. North Lindy beats that by 2 tenths.
Yeah.
But again, I didn't pick up the stick issue, but
if
that's why there's 3 of us.
Yeah, if you watch Chris, I mean, that's the way I would teach people, is really compact, no wasted movement, no windmilling, right tight, right to the stick.
Yep.
And folks, what we're saying, instead of that Hydra Man having, he's hooking up, but instead of having that stick hand right there, as soon as you know that thing clicked, you got to be reaching for that stick. Paul, you could probably speak best of it, but if you're coming around, same thing with a ladder climber. If you're reaching way around to the top rung, you're losing tenths. You want to go straight at it.
All right, Manhasset Lakeville. 2 12s up on the board of the first 4 shots here.
So Seho's looking good thus far.
Let's see where he brings them.
Here at the 68th annual Hempstead Invite.
68.
I don't even think Fred was at the first one.
Fades a little bit to the center. Now he's got it back in line. He's over the cone. It's a hard break at the hydrant. He's off at the hydrant, and looks like he double clutched it a little bit, but he's got water in the hose. Up at the top. Oh, he drops the nozzle. Can't find the mark. After he dropped it, he didn't pick it up and have the mark in the right spot.
That's tough when that happens, Paul. I mean, you go to click and turn, and it falls out of your hand. That's rough.
There's panic then.
Oh, yeah, now you're panicking. That's
Time
not
for
just
the
a miss.
Minutemen, 19.88. 1988.
That's a miss, and you don't have your tool in your hand, and I mean that in the nicest way, but you don't have your necessary equipment. That's another bad word. Rizzo, what am I doing? I can't win here.
Give it one more shot.
You know the old man. You know the old man sitting listening to this, laughing his you know what off.
Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Let me look on the group B.
Yeah, Rizzo.
Maybe he came up already.
He's on there. What's the right
On the
word?
line, the Oyster Bay Teddy's boy.
You can't even say you don't even have your nozzle in your hand. Even that could be misconstrued.
It seems as though you were describing your night last night as opposed to today's drill.
Anyway, dropping the nozzle is never pleasant for the nozzle man, and panic.
See, your wife's out of town. All right, we're going to head over to now Oyster Bay. Oyster Bay coming off a point, right?
Yep.
They got a point.
Point and sea ladder.
Sea ladder. See what they can do with the sea truck here and sea hose. Got to say, one of the things that I'm really, impressed with today is the ladder climbing ability from that guy from Oyster Bay. Just looks like he's got it.
That guy. Maybe somebody on the group
That
we can
guy.
pass on that guy's name. We used to get the rosters, which was kind of nice. Something Chris doesn't really push anymore, but it was helpful at times. This would be one of those times.
All right, Oyster Bay's got the track. Daryl's got it lined up correct. Here we go. See if he gives them a little bit more here with the sea truck. Usually the hose contest, you can push it a little bit further with new guys. And here they come. Keeps it on a line. He's approaching the cone. Out at the cone at the hydrant. Hard break. Guy gets off nice. Oh, he sticks it. He's got water in the hose. Tell you what, he stuck his arm out correctly and he caught it. Nozzleman
Breaking it.
Showboy style. Somebody's been up there teaching him what to do. But Nozzleman breaks it himself and puts it on.
And he does, but the breaker, or the guy that rode in the breaker position, didn't get down on the hose behind him. He was standing up, holding it, and the nozzle got away from the
Time for
nozzle
the
man.
Teddy's boys, 1.4.32. 14:32.
I'm sorry. If the guy that rode in the breaker position is on the hose, and that's his whole job. I mean, he's there for ballast to a point on the truck, but he got there, he got
Your
behind
attention,
him.
please. He asks you nicely, people that are standing against the fence, please find a seat. There are people in the stands that can't see. Again, we're asking you nicely, if you're standing against the fence, team members or not, please find a seat. There are plenty of seats in the stands.
I guess Carl Place had a bigger problem than we thought. They're not going to run. Westbury's going to be up next, but keep going, Lenny. What do you say?
Yeah, but I mean, Jack, you see it. The guy was standing up, holding the, like he was more concerned about watching the target and if this guy was going to hit it than helping him hit it.
And
his job is to hold the
that's-
hose down.
if
You didn't
that's
even
what-
have to break the coupling.
Sometimes when the water's right on you, you don't get a chance. But if that's your only job,
And he was in position. He could have. All he had to do was get off his feet.
And of all places where you need that guy to support you behind, Hempstead's one of them.
But let's talk about the rest of the run, the positives. I thought Darryl brought him in nice. Thought the Hydra Man did a nice job.
He just, you know what?
He
stuck
charged
it.
off, right? He almost looked like Gary Harris from years
Yeah.
ago. He charged off the back before
He
the driver was
did.
still in the
And he
break.
stuck
Next team
his
on the
arm
line,
out.
The Westbury Turtles.
It's a great job.
Sticks his arm out, catches it, but doesn't get the stick. Has to actually go back and throw the stick, so that cost him a little bit of time as they run a 14-3. But up at the top, a la Joe Boy style,
Yeah.
breaks it himself,
Yep.
nozzle on. A little bit of trouble hitting the target, but
Well, the thing got away from him. We all know here in Hempstead, and Jack, you can attest to this, the pressure is there. I mean, you got to be set.
the theme we've been saying is they got a lot to play with there in Oyster Bay.
Yeah.
I think even that hydrant break, they could work on getting that truck out of there a little early because he could
Yeah, he
definitely
was ready.
handle. He kind of jumped around the truck actually while he was still in the break, so they might want to work on that.
Yeah, once again, that's like 2 out of 3 for driver error. Maybe they get a driver over there in Oyster Bay. They'll be all right.
I didn't think there was any driver error.
All right, here comes Westbury. Oh, he's really squirrely. Now he kind of settles it down at the cone, at the hydrant. They're off. Water in the hose.
Kenny G.
See what we can get done up top. Oh, they have a tough time breaking it. Nozzle on. Oh, high left and then target.
Yeah, it didn't look fluid at the top end there. I'm not sure exactly what it was. It just didn't flow.
Time for Westbury, 13.26. 13:26.
That's going to be third place, 13-26 currently. 55 Port, 69
Next team on
Knockers.
the line, the Copake Yellowbirds.
Westbury 13-26, and I don't think it's the Yellowbirds. It's going to be the East Islip Guzzlers. East Islip's going to be taking their second shot of the year.
Yeah, corrected. Next team on the line will be the East Islip Guzzlers. My apologies.
All right, so we talked about it earlier.
Couple guys only making their second trip down the track right here. Mike
What, Lori?
Otten. Mike Otten's going to be dragging here for Chris Treglier at the hydrant, and Mike Barnes going to be braking for Eric Flynn up at the top. So 2 new guys with 2 vets, and a vet behind the wheel and a vet putting the adapter on. East Islip counting on these 2 races. But yeah, throw 'em out there.
So Paul laying it out there for you folks. East Islip back on the track. Started up last week again, and always good to see the Guzzlers out here. But yeah, a mix of new and old. And we all know they know how to run hoses. Let's face it, they hold the record.
Yeah, and the record actually at this track is West Sable at 11:99. So, but the 11:93 from the East Islip Guzzlers is the state record. Looks like they're almost ready.
Yeah, everything's all set.
Track's been given to him. A little high-fiving going on back there.
Jay Skidmore watching anxiously by the hydrant. See what his boys can do.
Little deep last week in Seahills for their initial shot of the year. I'm sure they made the adjustments this week of practice, practicing over at West Sable Thursday night. All right, guys are on the back of the truck. Looks like we're ready to go. Chuck throws the leg out. Tom revs it up. And they're off. He's got it on a beeline. He's out just over the cone. He's at the hydrant. Chris is going to have to make a big right-hand turn. It's just too much. Just too much. Now he throws a little bit of water on his lap. Up at the top, Eric's ready. Tell you what, Barnes better throw that coupling a little further out of the way there. He's leaving it in front of Eric a little bit. But good speed at the hydrant, but this hydrant being off the track.
Time for East Islip, 16.71. 1671.
Truck was just too far out in the middle.
On the line, the Hicksville Hicks.
You know, we took those little pitter-patter baby steps trying to stop in a short amount of time, Paul, and it just, I mean, he made every effort, but it just wasn't enough.
You know, when they're what you want to call a professional hose team, you know, so when you're running that hot and that quick and you're trying to score with those times, little room for error, and if that truck's a little bit out in that track, boy, it's going to be hard to make that right-hand turn because it's more than usual with that hydrant being off the track.
Hey, you keep saying it's off the track, Paul, and I get it a little bit, but what are you talking? 3 feet?
Well,
I mean, some tracks are a little more, a little less.
No, when you put that hydrant is off the track. Normally, that hydrant would be on the line of the track, so you're talking 2 feet. So
right, because of the curve, I guess. Because of the curve, right? The curve all the way down, folks.
Yeah, that truck's got to sit outside. Yeah. So you got to give your guy a little running room. You can't have that right-hand turn here and make it work so often.
The curve doesn't break in to open up for the hydrant area until about what are we talking? 30 feet maybe?
Yeah, and that's you can't pull a truck right in there.
No, you can't.
You got to be going that way at that point.
Yeah, you can't ride the curb line. That's just too dangerous.
All right, Hicksville Hicks, and I guess Kopeg not running here.
Wow.
Okay. Hicksville 4 points, opportunity to climb up the scoreboard right here. 2 12s on the board, a 55 and a 69.
Those are solid 12s too.
Yeah,
I mean,
we talked about
12,
earlier.
8, 12, 9.
We talked about earlier. You know, Hicksville breaking out with the C truck. Maybe this will be the opportunity for him. It's wide open right here. 4 points on the day. Love to put a couple more up there. Here they come. Makes his approach. He's out before the cone at the hydrant. He pulls it in real nice. Oh, they're deep also. That truck maybe just isn't stopping the way they wanted to. Remember, they were deep in ladders as well. He was deep at the hydrant right there, and he was out before the cone.
A little deep, and that caused the hydrant man to stumble a little bit. That's going to cost him a chance at a real good run there.
Time for Hicksville. 15.31. 15:31.
North Belmore's going to be up next. I'll give you a rundown as soon as he calls them of the top 5.
Next team.
Maybe not.
Next team on the line will be
North Belmore.
Wow.
I don't know
Tandem working going on over there.
Yeah, I don't know if did that come through on the radio. North Belmore
Group work. All right, so we're looking at the top 5. 12:55 by Port Washington. North Lindenhurst 12:69. Then Westbury's 13:26 is third. From there, we jump to a 14:32 by those Teddy's boys is fourth. And I think Levittown's 15:03 is currently on the bubble, with North Belmore about to take the track. Hardest working man in racing, that Joe Anarella. It's all over the place.
Does nice work. He likes to listen into us. I think that's why you're sucking up to him.
No, we spoke about the curb earlier. A lot of teams have come out and almost made a little bit of a left turn coming off that starting line.
Yeah, well, if you look at North Belmont, they're as tight as anybody, right? Is that what you're saying?
Wow.
They're tight, but they almost look angled.
They're pointing out.
Yeah,
They're pointing
yeah.
out away from the hydrant.
I would imagine this is where Bayshore, we used to line it up this tight as well.
Right, and again, that cone and the lights, you can only go so tight. You need to
Heyday.
clear that by a foot and a half. So, the North Belmont definitely pointing out.
You got the hydrant offset in. You got the cone on the street.
Yeah. Truck facing north. All right, and he goes north. Now he straightens it out. He's actually in a good spot if he can leave him before the hydrant and not deep. He does. Right-hand turn. Oh, boy. Water in the house.
Oh.
Man, if he can hit this target, they're going to be really thrilled. He's got nozzle on. He hits it.
Oh, good shot.
The truck got a little squirrely at the nozzle end. That can hurt
Good shot for North Belmore, I think.
That can hurt the nozzle man. Sometimes it throws him away from the coupling, but good awareness.
For North Belmore, 12.99. 12.99.
Nozzle man
Sounds a lot
realized
better than a 13 flat.
and he was able to get back to the coupling. Good job on the top end by both the nozzle man and the breaker, and a good run overall.
12.99 is going to put him in third place right there. That knocks Levittown's 15.03 off the board. It's going to put Oyster Bay's 14.30
Next
something as the bubble.
Hempstead Westerners.
With the Westerners coming to the line. So far, the slash line for the Westerners is impressive. Take it on any day of the year, including next or in 2 weeks. See if they can keep that mo going. Up by 6 points in the drill overall, but North Lyndhurst currently sitting in second place in this contest.
All right, Oyster Bay with their 14.32 hanging in fifth. I'm sure they're giving them the whammy a little bit here, along with a bunch of other teams in this tournament looking to make up some ground on the Westerners.
Oh, Pat Cloudman is running hydrant, so he's gotten a crash course the last week. So let's see what he can do. By the way, North Belmore, if you see that truck tailing, the driver did a good job getting out of the break, because I think if he stayed any longer, it
keeps
was
coming
gonna
around.
Keep coming around.
Yep.
I thought it was one of the better drops at the hydrant all day. He left him with enough room to be able to get across and get to the hydrant.
And just quick, we talked about him being pointed out a little bit, but lined up on the curb. It actually worked to his advantage, being towed out just that little bit. So here come the Westerners.
All right, Westerners. Now Kenny would have to keep a straight line, and he would end up exactly where North Belmore was when the time came at the hydrant. So let's see what happens here. Westerners are coming. All right, he's got it on a rope. Off at the cone. Let's see if he gives him room to get over. Got to make the right hand turn. Oh, like he's never missed a beat, like he's done it a million times. Target hit was a little bit to the right, but they're going to like this time.
It's going to be in the money, that's for
I think
sure.
Andrew Brome would throw that coupling out of the way a little bit more.
12.59. 12.59.
12.59.
He's kind of new at that spot, right?
Little enthusiasm on that call.
Yeah. 59 is going to be second place behind Port Washington's 55, but yeah, despite the lack of enthusiasm, if he hits that target, we're talking 12.4s right there.
I was waiting for 13.20 to.
Yeah. All right, so all of a sudden we got 4 12s in the contest. Yeah, you got to give him credit, man. Pat did a nice job. He had to make a really quick right-hand turn. He didn't have as far to go as some other people because the way Kenny brought him in, but he made a real nice, and I have to say, his stick was
Next
bang,
team on
bang.
the line, the New Hyde Park Termites.
Before we give Pat too much credit, I'm going to give Kenny the credit there.
Yeah.
No, Pat did a good job.
Pat did a
Kenny,
great job.
That's a perfect drop, though. I mean, just perfect.
I'm telling you, the fact that his hookup and the stick are so in time with each other, that's either comes natural to a lot of guys or it doesn't. It's not something you can really improve on a lot. You can improve to a degree, but some guys just have it, and that makes a big difference in the water on.
So we talk about trying to help teams up here when we do our analysis, I'll say. Paul, leaning on you, you were on the rules committee for many, many years. What is the rule about unbuckling your helmet?
After the target's tripped.
No matter what position you're in.
Yep.
Okay, well, West Hempstead better go back and watch that tape because they may have some issues, and I'll leave it at that. I know they have issues. So it's something that you better learn from.
Can you
now.
throw it out there a little bit more, Lenny?
All right, the anchor man unbuckled his helmet before the target was tripped. I saw it. He was walking down the track and he unbuckled it. So
I think we have a protest from somebody bringing out a
I don't
videotape.
think anybody's going to do that.
Videotape.
Let's not be silly, but it's
the Golf Network.
Again, it's to improve for the future, and don't get nailed in the state on something stupid like that.
Yeah, tape it so he can't get it off.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly right.
All right, New Hyde Park. 4 12s up on the board. Mike Athenas has run plenty of 12s in his time. Here they are at the hydrant. Lets him go. Under control. Oh, he handcuffed himself, but now the coupling's out.
A little bit of alligator arm. Now the stick's only halfway, and he doesn't even know it's halfway. Look, there, now he gets it.
Now he gets on it. It was going south early. That coupling ended up in his waist, in his lap.
Time for New Hyde Park, 17.85, 1785.
Roslyn will be up next. Yeah. Currently 13:26 by Westbury's your number. Yeah. Looks like Merrick had a breakdown of something because they appear like they're going to take a spot behind Roslyn. So maybe 2 more teams to go. Not a bad C-Hose contest.
Next team on the line, Roslyn Highlands.
Perk up the call a little bit. 12:59. That was a little lackadaisical, right? Need a little
You think on the home track with the home crowd, beef it up a little bit. Rizzo's saying the announcer's a little new. I've heard him announce before. Well, Paul was calling him out on it in ladders, but Paul's got so many skill sets. He's done announcing at the tournaments, and let's face it, he's loud on the radio. We all know that.
Show up in 2 weeks. see where I'll be.
Uh-oh.
I'm just saying, I don't know.
That's all right. Jafar's wants your headset anyway, so.
That's all right.
Shout out to the Pope. I'm sure he's listening in down in Florida.
All right, Roslyn has the track here. Westbury's 13:26.
That's fifth?
5th place.
Okay. That's a respectable 5th place time.
All right, here comes Roslyn. He's got it going a little squirrely as he approaches. Now he's in the right spot. See if he can let him off before the hygiene, and he doesn't. It's been a problem for a lot of people today. They're just too deep at that hygiene. You got to give that hygiene man an opportunity to get his arm out and approach.
Yeah, without knowing that much about Roslyn, I don't know how much experience he has, but he didn't seem to be able to make an effort to get back to it if he could, Paul. Maybe he could have.
Time for Roslyn, 16.91, 1691.
If you were a little deep, would you try and bail a little early to save the run?
Yeah, especially a state tournament.
Well, we're not that here, but
No.
it didn't seem like a much
You still
of an
got to
effort.
be to 13:26.
Oh, he looked like he actually dropped a coupling, too.
When he got off, he did. He didn't look like he was ready. But we said that in C ladder, remember? We said the 4 guys didn't look ready to get off the back of the truck.
So that may be an experience factor or a reps factor affecting all that.
All right, we're going to have Merrick take their spot, number 5 on your program. The Buckeyes coming into the
Next
contest.
team on the line running out of turn will be Merrick, Buckeye, Freeport Nighthawk combined.
Without permission.
Mouthful.
I didn't hear permission granted, so this could be the first.
Come on, Paul. Us Suffolk guys know we're in Nassau. Anything goes.
Anything goes.
Oh, boy.
Young Rizzo giving us some garbage up here now. Him telling us now to go back east. Then it's you and Jackie. Is that really what you want?
Now look, we're getting it from all sides. Now Annarella's giving us stuff.
I thought you guys were the only 2 people from Suffolk that were here.
We're just about us Northland. Well, that's not true. Northland, East
No, there's a
Farmingdale.
couple. Actually, there's a couple
East Iceland.
teams. 4 or 5 teams actually. So.
Yeah, so that's good. This equates to like racing in Ridge in the middle of the summer. Not many Nassau teams.
And how about
come,
Rocky Point last night? I want to give a little credit to Rocky Point for their 3rd place, I believe, finished at the
3rd overall.
Old Fashioned State.
Yep.
They're only a team that's been around for a few years, and I give them a lot of credit for they show up to a lot of fundraising events and stuff like that. They got a nice group of guys.
I heard
And a
some
well-deserved top 5.
I heard some rumors they were looking at maybe getting a B truck over the last year or
I
so.
tell you, another B truck just went upstate. I mean, Brentwood's went to Carthage, so Carthage has 2 of them. Maybe Carthage can get one over to Rocky Point.
Yeah, you get started.
Or by other places.
It's much shorter trailering job.
Here comes Merrick. Making his way in towards the hydrant right here. He's going to give him a shot at it. Let's see. Oh, he stumbles when he gets off. Looked like he got off not balanced, and he really stumbled on his approach and went right past the hydrant. Now he's having trouble with the nozzle.
Wow.
And, boy, he solders it on at the end.
Good term. Well, what happened, Paul, was the breaker went a little bit by, and the nozzleman started to break it himself.
Time for American Freeport, 16.32, 1632.
The breaker brought himself back into play, so the nozzleman let him grab it, and then they struggled a little, And I don't know if the nozzle man twisted his hand or anything, and then he struggled getting the nozzle on, but at the last second, he did and was able to hit the target.
All right, Port Washington's going to win that contest with a 55. Second place is going to be West Hempstead with a 59, so they're going to still stretch out their lead right here. Third place will be North Lindenhurst with a 69. Fourth place is going to be North Belmore with a 99. And fifth place is going to be that shot by Westbury, 1326. So I'll give you the totals as we are officially halfway through. 18 points for the West Hempstead Westerners. They're going to be 7 up on the two teams that are in second place. We have North Lindenhurst 11 and Port Washington 11. And then we're going to go down to Copeg with 7. And North Belmore and Hicksville with 4.
Move the equipment.
The top 5 still wide open, but it looks like 3 teams are really leaping out there. Port, North Lindenhurst, and West Hempstead. Just wait for the official tally here.
Copeg taking a step back, not running that contest. Would have been nice to see that C-Truck out there. They probably could have stole a couple of points there and stayed in the mix.
Next up, B-Hose. We haven't run that in a couple of weeks, right? Didn't get to run it really last week. See, I had a nice shot, but then we had to put it away because of the rain. As soon as we get a score here, Fred, we'll take a break, I believe. Unless you want to take it now. He is?
The results of the C-Hose contest. First place, 5 points, Port Washington Roadrunners. Second place, 4 points, West Hempstead Westerners. Third place, 3 points, North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers. Fourth place, 2 points, North Belmore Rinky Dinks. And fifth place, 1 point, Westbury Turtles. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a few announcements. If you give me your ears for a minute.
Uh-oh.
There's food and iced coffee on the north side of the track. There's a 50-50 going around. All proceeds will go to the Jonathan Perot Fund from West Hempstead. Also, there's T-shirts left for the John Perot Fund. There's a 50-50 going around. I think I said that already. Just a reminder, because I'm stupid.
Whoa.
And there's been an iPhone found. If you can identify this missing iPhone, please see Chief Scott Clark, describe it, and you'll get it back.
Give me your ears, he said, and we listened.
All right, Fred, I think we're going to do a little business here, no? We'll be back for the second half of the drill.
The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting drill team racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip.
We are back for B-Hose. First team on the line, about ready to go, be the East Farmingdale Hares. Currently no points on the day. State record in this event, 7:55, held by the West Hempstead Westoneers.
Westoneers, I heard that earlier.
It's not the first time I've heard that, so I'm starting to think maybe it is.
Yeah, maybe us Suffolk guys don't know what we're talking about, Paul.
Track record and the all-time B-Hose record, 7:38. Patchogue 40 Thieves, set in 1993. Here comes East Farm at the hydrant. Chuck Fishtails, he knocks him into. He's got water in the hose. Man, put the nozzle on! They're going to be so happy! Oh, he doesn't get back in time.
You know, Paul, you made a great observation. Fishtailed a little bit at the hydrant, which you said you like, because it did it through the hydrant, man, just a little bit at the hydrant, but it did the same at the nozzle, a little more exaggerated, but the nozzle man's got to feel that, maybe bail a little earlier, and really get himself back.
Lenny, I think he's got to break that back.
Farmingdale.
Let him run in.
0.29, 2029.
I'm just taking it from the aspect.
Hell of a bucket
Next
shot.
team on the line in North, Lindenhurst Piston Knockers.
I'm just going from the nozzle man. Once you feel it sliding like that, you got to go.
I just thought they were so deep. I don't know if they were going to have an opportunity to get back or not, because he really threw the handle down. I mean, he had the water in the hose ready to go. Yeah. That's a hell of a shot for East Farmingdale if they can get it on up there and hit the target.
Again, the breaker man gets thrown toward the coupling a little, so he don't care.
Yeah.
But the nozzle man, I mean, he was dancing on the new drainage, I think.
He's in a drain over there.
Yep. But he's got to recognize that and just bail a little bit earlier.
I think the driver's got to recognize it and let him run in.
I agree. He's got to drop him out a little bit and let him come in.
Yeah, why put it on the edge, you know? I mean, I know it's the water here at Hempstead, but, man, got to know your personnel.
Well, that's definitely a contributing factor is the excellent water time here. What was announced? I didn't hear it earlier.
It's in the mid-60s, I believe.
66, I think.
66?
North Lindenhurst currently second place with 11 points, so big shot for them if you're thinking about the overall totals for the day. Looks like we're almost ready. Track's cleared up here at the top.
So if you are here at the Hempstead Invite, get to the edge of your seat. One of the better B-Hose teams in the state on the line right now. Really one of the most consistent overall drill teams for 40-something years now, Paul? I mean,
no doubt.
North Lindy year in and year out. I mean, there's other ones, you know, CI's done their thing, Westsaval and all, but North Lindy since the late 70s, early 80s, just always bringing it.
Bringing it right down, B-Hose. They take off. at the hydrant. He's off, hand out, water in the hose. Now that's how you run in up at the top. He drops him in a good spot. Nozzle on. Oh, he blasts the target.
Nice.
They are going to be thrilled with the number they hear right now. Let's see if he's thrilling telling it.
Time
for North Lindenhurst. 7.82. 782.
Like a walk in the park.
Yeah, they look like there wasn't much effort to it. I know there is.
Maybe he thinks it's a Sunday. Maybe it's a Sunday.
A lot of practice time goes into that, but they made it look easy right there, folks.
That was the Sunday 782 call.
The nozzle man set up. He had all day
All
there
day.
to tell you.
Really?
You really don't have that
team
much
of
time.
Merrick and Freeport.
That's a great point.
Excellent observation, Jack. You're right. He was waiting.
782. So if North Lindy's coming here and they're trying to get themselves going, outside of that C ladder shot, they're having a decent day. Probably all set up by that rerun, right? And three-man ladder. Had a inauspicious start to the day, but came right back when they got the rerun and put some numbers up on the board to get some points.
So again, we have a handful of seconds here. Just a reminder, the Roadrunner raffle is going on as well. And again, anybody else that wants to get their fundraisers out there, let us know about it. But yes, raffle tickets are on sale for the Roadrunners.
Is that the best B-Ho shot of the year? What is? Somebody look that up.
The best B-Ho shot of the year? Really?
Is it?
You know, with all of your critiques of our announcer who is donating his time, the word is out there, Paul. They're calling for you to take over the mic.
What?
I don't know if that means they want you off the radio or they want you to be announcing the tournament, or maybe
Who
a little
said
bit
that?
of both. That is from Bill Henry.
Oh, yes. Here comes Merrick. Makes the approach at the hydrant. He's off, hand out. Oh, he caught it. Now he throws down the stick with the same hand that he caught it with, but up at the top. Drops him deep. These guys need to get out a video of North Lindenhurst's drop and slow it down and see where they're taking that step off the truck at the top. That's where you got to be dropped.
You could see that hydrant man push off the bar pole and do everything he could to get back, and he just catches the hydrant. And
I don't know about you guys, Lenny, but man, back in the day.
17.35. 1735. Next team on the line, the Levittown Rebels.
Back in the day when we were trying to become a really good team, late 80s, early 90s, we had to go out and buy a 4-head VCR so we can get it in super slow-mo. We only had a 2-head VCR at the time. We spent the money one night after practice over at PC Richards, and we get one. But we were so critical of where people were taking their first step off the trucks on the drops that we wanted our guys dropped there. We were looking at the best ladder teams. We were looking at the best hose teams and all the placement. Where are these guys getting off the truck that they're able to run in and do their job?
Yep.
And, I mean, there's a certain scenario right there with Merrick. Once again, just like East Farm, it was just too deep.
yeah, definitely too deep at the top end. I don't know if the nozzle man pulled a hammy. I'm going to see when he walks away if he's limping a little. But it looked like he tried to plant. He could. There was no way he was stopping in time. I don't care who you are, but he might have popped a hammy there. Walking gingerly, but it seems to be all right.
If you want to get better though, you gotta, if you're not there yet, you gotta watch the good teams.
Absolutely.
You gotta look at I mean, everybody does things a little different, but generally speaking, there are certain similarities that you need to be doing. And,
It's an interesting point you bring up, Paul, about videotaping and all that. Really revolutionized the sport, I think.
I mean,
being able to tape it and go back
Right.
and critique it, and a guy can't BS. Paul at the hydrant can't say, "Oh, you dropped me deep,"
Right.
if it didn't really happen. The tape don't lie.
And we were time guys nozzle on. We were trying to put the nozzle on in 6.2 or whatever it was in B-hose, and you had to have the right drop to be able to do that. Now, if you're watching a North Lindy tape, you can see what they're doing. Levittown at the hydrant. He's off, right-hand turn. He double-crossed it. Now he's got water in the hose. He drops them real slow, so they're on top of it. Oh, my God, he thought he had the nozzle on. Now he's got water on the track.
A lot of snake in the hose all the way down, so it came up a little bit short at the top end.
Now he's on the target. Thought he had it on. Popped off with the water.
Time for the Rebels, 15.36. 1536. Next team on the line, the Port Washington Roadrunners.
Port Washington currently tied with 11 points. North Lindy. North Lindy has that 782 up here. Let's see how Port Washington will respond.
These teams can run hard all day unless West Hempstead struggles a little bit and has a little hiccup. They're not going to be able to catch them.
it's again, it's one of the tournaments where West Hempstead really just they have to point out. You know,
Yeah.
there's not that many teams that can come in between and knock things down. But if they blow an event, that's where one of these guys can get right back in the tournament.
Yeah, we say it often now in these 15-team tournaments. That's it. First, number one, get out to a lead. Because if you can get out to a lead, boy, it's tough to overcome because you can point out the rest of the day.
Did you guys go through the Western Tournament 3-man ladder? Did you
Not
get that
yet,
info?
but give it to us. It's the
Okay.
1 o'clock start, so I guess they
Yep.
got it going.
Point Pleasant, first place in 3-man ladder, 679. Henrietta right on their tail with a 681 in second. And then Main Transit with a 686 in third. So those three teams real tight. Spencerport in fourth.
All three would have placed in this drill.
Yep. Spencerport with a fourth with a 771. And North Greece Lil Squirts with a 781 in fifth. So, Jessica, we appreciate the info. Pass it on. And we'll do the same.
679 was first place, Lenny. That would have been fourth place here,
Yep.
so 2 points.
79, 81, 86. Yeah, 79, 81, 86. So pretty tight.
All right, looks like the track's ready for the Port Washington Roadrunners. 782 in their wheelhouse. They need everything to go right, from water on to target up.
I don't care what team you are. You want to run a 7, it all better go right.
Yeah, it's your story.
Two-story, Michael?
Let's see. We're going to go back to that stick hand. Let's see if Donald can make a little bit correction on it. He's coming in, dropped here. Oh, truck goes out to the middle of the street. Much better on the stick hand there, though not as good as he could have been. Up at the top's going to be able to target it. Nozzle on. Oh, he's a little bit right. Little bit right. Man, that truck, every truck slides down the hill here into the hydrant. That one went out into the street.
Roadrunners 8.09. 809.
And I thought Donald made a nice adjustment to, still
Next
get a
team
nice
on the
hookup.
line, I'm at Hassett, Lakeville, Minutemen.
It's not easy as a hydrant man. When that truck goes the opposite direction of the hydrant, he had to give a little extra leap. His stick hand was much better on that one. What'd you think, Jack? Definitely better?
I definitely think it was better. And, the truck sliding away from the hydrant, and then you got to go back towards it. He made a really nice adjustment. It looked like the dragger, I don't know if he dropped the hose, but he almost ran out of hose there, too.
Yeah, well, they went probably another step or two further than they thought they were going to based on where the truck went. Up at the top, a little low right on the target hit. It definitely wasn't in the caliber of North Lindy's shot with terms of target hit. But even if he blasts that target, I don't know if they beat North Lindy's time. It would be very close. I believe it could be a high 7-8. I don't think it was low 7-8.
So
and that probably goes back to the water on. Did you get any water ons here, Len?
Yeah, I was off on the overall time. I'm trying to go by the line because I can't see the light, but I was way off on the overall, so I'm not even going to give you a number.
All right, so second place so far for Port, 809.
So, yeah, for everything we just talked about, an 809 still a very respectable run.
Yeah, and it's, that's going to be
right now.
It's going to be pretty good points here overall. I mean, we do have East Islip in the mix here.
Yeah, you see them
You got West
warming
Hempstead.
up in the back.
But, there's only a handful of teams that can run an 809.
Oh, yeah.
That's odd. I'm actually curious how that ended up going that way. You don't see that too often.
I've never seen it. At Hempstead, especially when you always slide down the hill. That was really crazy. They leaped to the middle of the track in the break. I'm in Hassett. Now there, I'm telling you, he has to really be particular where he drops him because this truck is out in the track. He's got to give him room to run into that hydrant. Here they come. And he does. And he's, nope. Double clutched it at the...
Thought his form looked pretty good coming in.
Yeah.
Paul. I don't know if he jammed the coupling or what happened.
Has a tendency to roll his wrist a lot, and he rolls it right under the coupling.
Time for the Minutemen, 12.16. 12-16. Next team on the line are Oyster Bay Teddy's Boys.
All right, Oyster Bay. We talked about him a lot today. Daryl's going to be excited when he goes back and listens to this.
They like me. They really like me.
Outside of his performance driving, though, it's been pretty good. Where's Minnie when you need him?
Thought I saw him floating around.
Yeah, I
there,
saw him
actually.
as well.
Hard to miss that hair.
Yeah.
And the new tattoo,
Yeah, he's all tatted up. I think we have a plane landing behind the start line, do we? A jumbo jet. Looks like we might even get a peak of sun. I hope we don't, because this cloud cover is actually feeling pretty good. It would be a hot day without it.
Keeping it bearable. We got a nice breeze up here in the arch. A little more humid when you go down trackside.
How about that drain system doing its job, right? How many years, Lenny, do you have to come here and you have to pull the hose this way and pull the hose that way before you can roll it up, right?
Yep.
Well, that takes time. Now they're just laying it in the drain.
Yeah. So what Paul's referring to is they have a drain, folks, that they put in, a trench drain that starts about 10 feet past the hydrant and goes till about 5 feet of the nozzle line, where it doesn't matter where your coupling is, it's going to catch it. And then there's 2 more drains down at the nozzle end and 3 more drains on each end at the hydrant and the nozzle. So again, Hempstead, Twan told us, making some improvements here each year. Nice to see them chipping away each year, improving on something. And like he said, they got the state coming up here. What was it, 2017?
If they get this thing paved, man, it's going to be
it's already
back
a
in its
real
heyday.
good facility, but
back to its heyday.
still some issues with the north side bleachers, I guess, which is something they want to address, and I'm sure they will before the state next year. Gives them a year and 2 weeks, but who's counting?
All right, Oyster Bay has the track. 1 point on the day. With the C truck, first time out.
Here come the boys.
That went out to the middle a little as well.
Yep.
Gives him real good room with the hydrant. Oh, he misses the stick. Now he's got the water down. Up at the top, breaks it himself. Now this time he had a little bit of trouble.
Water in the dummy length. Water out of the dummy length.
Yeah, we have a sprinkler system
That's
going on
not
down here.
good.
Now he leaves the coupling. Oh, he gave him the high sign, but he doesn't have the nozzle on.
I don't mean to laugh. Sorry.
He says I got it,
Yeah.
but he didn't have it. Now he's got water all over the. Now he gives him the high sign
Now he's
again.
gonna
Remember,
hit
there's
the-
no overtime. This is going to now misses it.
Now he shuts off the water.
This is
Puts on
going to
his-
be a
Hey.
hefty sea hose.
Wash some of the paint off the lines here.
Not making fun, just describing what's going on. That was a
Time for the Teddy's boys.
series of errors.
29.65. 29.65.
As excited as the 782 right there.
So it seems like a
Next
while
team on the
ago.
line, the call plays Frogs.
Seems like a little while ago, but the start of that race at the hydrant again, the truck seemed to jump out to the middle a little bit, Paul.
It
I'm
did.
wondering, are these drivers cognizant of that little drop-off like you talk about, or that slide in there?
Doesn't look
maybe
like they're-
steering out a little?
I don't know.
Well, that might make it worse, though, if you're pulling the wheel a little left.
It's weird that it's happening in the brake, actually.
Yeah.
I don't think that they're steering out.
Me neither.
I don't know.
20 years from now, someone's going to pull out this scorecard and say 29.65. I think I made an error.
Super. That's not even a good bucket run.
That must be a
29.65.
965.
9.65. I call place. Call place a little downer because the C truck went down before C ladder. They haven't run in the last 2 contests.
So they're well rested, anxious, I'm sure.
I bet you they were anxious for that C truck today with Sean Brody jumping in it. The first tournament as he's driving that C truck. I'm sure they were looking for good things to happen, and then it goes down. It's got to be awfully disappointing for the Frogs. A little cleanup going on here at the top of the track where we just had the mishap with Oyster Bay.
I think you're underestimating that. I think it's a lot of cleanup more than a little.
Actually, you know what? That whole north side of the track, past the crack in the road right there, you shouldn't even worry about because if they're over there, they got bigger problems.
Yeah, but the nozzle line, from the nozzle line back 20 feet, is soaking wet, and then obviously past the nozzle line, not just in front of the target, but in the middle of the track. So might have to keep a watch on these last couple of B trucks, see if they have the butt end of the truck coming around a little more than they normally do.
Good drivers and being observant is a big help in a situation like this.
Yeah. Going back to what you said before, you got to drop them back a little bit, let them run in.
Exactly.
With
Don't wanna
speed.
be in
With
that
speed.
water.
With speed, yeah.
Yep.
Right.
And that's, again, what the better teams, we're going to see them do it, I'm quite sure. And what we're talking about, folks, that nozzle man's going to have to get off a little bit hotter and attack that coupling and then get under control just in time that you're not slip sliding away, your feet are sliding out from underneath you.
Track's been given to the Frogs. He's lined up tight. I like where he's lined up. Let's see if they can keep him back so he gets a run in on it. Jumps a little bit to the center. He's still out there. Oh, he's off hot. Oh, he got the stick down. Let's see at the top. He clicked it, then he went back, got the stick. He's got to get that nice. Oh, all right. I tell you what, it's not a bad shot overall for the Frogs.
Frogs wearing Islip Wolves shirts.
Yeah.
Time for call place 8.56. 8.56.
I thought that Breaker Man was going to be in trouble. He looked like he was stumbling a little bit,
Next
but
team
he
on the line, the Westbury Turtles.
did a fine job. Got in and got out, reached in a little more.
I
than,
think he's
than
got
I
to
would
throw
like,
that
but
coupling, though, man. He left it there a
Yep.
little close. Nice job at the hydrant. He stuck his arm out even though they went towards the middle of the track. He gets it, then has to go back and get the stick. So, I mean, 8.5, they can improve on that.
I've been noticing that C hose and B hose, a lot of breakers just leaving the coupling almost
All
right
day.
in front of the
A
nozzle.
lot.
And it's just a real basic fundamental thing. Is if you're just cognizant of it, it shouldn't happen.
And again, I was never the breaker. I think you broke a little bit, didn't you, Jack?
Broke a lot of hearts.
But I mean,
A lot of bones, a lot of
you
hearts.
got 3 jobs.
Oh, 950 again.
But you
Lenny.
have- yeah.
Oh, missed the tongue.
3 jobs. Get the coupling off, get it out of the way, and then get behind the nozzle man in that order. And, nobody's going to bitch if you do the first 2 right and you don't quite make it there for the third. I mean, ideally, you want it to get there,
You were
but,
bitching earlier about it.
well, that guy didn't even break the coupling.
So he only had 2 jobs.
He had 1 job. Get off the truck and get behind him.
Westbury 2.782, 809, 856 by Carl Place third.
So the familiar Westbury Turtles B truck with the American flag blazoned across the hood.
Making the approach. Burke drops Kenny with a lot of room. Whoa, he's got water on. Going to be about the target hit down here. That's Danny Cornell. Oh!
But the breaker man was a split second late getting it off.
Danny
He was there.
Cornell making an appearance. Now he's on the flap. He tried to turn it on, and he rolled it right to the ground.
Yeah, I thought the breaker man froze just a little bit getting it off.
Time for the Turtles, 16.10, 16-10.
Also, I think if you watch video of that run, you'll see that Kenny might have been dropped a little bit back at the hydrant, and he lunged forward. He knew it. He knew he had to attack. And that's what we talk about, maybe making up for not the perfect drop every time.
Yeah, good experience right there. He also had a really good, that might have been the quickest stick hand of the day in terms of a bang-bang right there.
He's fun to watch right the hydrant. He's one of the good ones.
I see him on the line, the East Islip Guzzlers.
All right, East Islip. First time they're going to put B-Hose down the track this year at a tournament.
They're tight.
Where did Danny Cornell come out of? Did he jump on the truck halfway down? He didn't run C. He's looking spry, though. Look at him, cat-like,
Yeah, I'm
getting
sure
over that guardrail.
looking to take advantage of his experience and quick hands.
Yeah.
Didn't quite pay off for them right there, but
All right, East Islip, and yeah, he's playing it real type. This is the
Yeah.
Bayshore style.
I mean, he's got to be lined up, 6 inches
Wait,
or
I'll
less
tell
than
you,
a foot from the clock?
I'm gonna give you the one thing they could worry about right here is sometimes if Tommy keeps this a real dead straight line, he's not gonna have any rubber, and the truck is gonna slide and fishtail at the hydrant.
Where he's lined up now, I
yeah,
agree.
yeah. He's gonna come right past that timing light, but if he doesn't hop out a hair, get a little bit into that rubber. I know this from experience. It happened to me. I lined us up too tight, and we slid right through, and didn't work out.
We keep using that E word, experience, and we know Dry was got it, so see what Tommy can do here for the Guzzlers. But yeah, he can't be more than a foot off the lights, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
He's tight.
Chuck's if he can just drive this right and give Chuck a chance, Chuck's going to be dead on that.
Oh, this is going to be
Just
a
what you
lightning.
need.
Yep. Less real estate between the guy getting off the truck and the hydrant.
First time this breaker man and slack man have got off in a tournament situation at B-Ho, so I'm sure they're a little anxious as well. East Islip. See where they end up. Yep, he's just going to nip it. He is just out there. It's hot. It's hot. Oh, he hit it, but he missed the stick. He connected, but just didn't get the stick. He had so many hard stopping steps and was so low, he actually went under the stick and then had to go back and get it. But you know what?
Time for East Islip, 8.69, 8.69.
I think I know where you're going, Paul. There was 2 swipes on the nozzle there.
Next team on the line, the
But it's
Copay
close.
Yellowbirds.
I don't know if he would have had the nozzle on if
They're
if the
close
stick
to
was
running
down.
a heavy B-Hose number, boys. That was a hot drop. That was a hot drop. And you can see the truck. It just got out where I said it needed to be, you know. He's created, looks like new tracks right there on the inner side, but he is within that rubber. But, boy, did you see those stopping steps by Chuck? His feet were going a mile a minute.
Still, to me, the most exaggerated one maybe was, and I can't remember his name, the guy from New Hyde Park that ran a couple of years ago with those pitter-patter steps.
Yeah.
But it worked. And now you're not doing that hard one plant that if you are in water, your feet aren't going out from under you.
Right.
But it is relatively dry there at the hydrant, actually.
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
All right, we're going to go to Copig. That 8.6, I believe, is 4th right now, 5th? Little rundown: 782 North Lindy, 809 Port Washington, 856 Car Place. Yeah, 4th place, 869. Lucky Dog. Anybody want a gander? 12:16.
Wow. That's another half of a
12:16.
run, right? You should do it in 8 flat. That's another half a run, another 4 seconds.
Run and a half.
Seahawks time sitting in 5th place.
Kopeg. Driving it in. That truck goes a little bit to the middle. He's off. He's got water across the track. Put the couple in. He hit metal to metal, but it just didn't click.
Yeah, it's water curb to curb now at the hydrant, and only a handful of teams left.
Time for Kopeg. 11.80. 1180.
That's your 5th place shot.
I saw one of our fine officials, Sully, out there. He was
Next team on the line, the Hicksville Hicks.
looking to shut that water flow off, try and save a little bit of water on the track. You used to get mad at the officials when they would do that to you, Paul, when you were washing the track. They would come running out and try and help you.
Never noticed. Too much other crap going on by that point.
Learning new curse words.
Yeah.
Screaming at Harry.
No.
Yeah, ironically, I don't think that water affects the hydrant man as much as it's going to affect the driver trying to get away
I
from there
agree.
and get down the course.
Well, it depends. You run a 45, that water comes back a lot more than if you run a 33 or a straight. Then you're aiming that water down the track. You run a 45 and it hits your lap, then you're in the way of the next guy that runs hydrant. But if you miss and it's going down the track with your adapter, you're right. It's going to affect the driver.
We have a little bit of extra cleanup. I want to promote one more time the Survivor Racing Pool. We just mentioned Harry Penny. It's the proceeds, half of it is going to the winner, half is going to Harry. It's the Wildcat Survivor Racing Pool. Either come see me on the Arch today, or anybody from Bayshore will have sheets. And a lot of people have done it over the years. We've raised some money for some good causes. Some of the winners were Tim Nazowitz, Daryl Ronaldo, Richie Cotty, Dr. Jennifer Harrison Tanzi, and Corey from Kopeg. So this is our 6th year. And again, the money's going to the winner and to a good cause. So come on out, play often, and good luck.
All right, looks like Hicksville's about ready. 4 points. Hicksville could use a good shot right here. Somebody needs to get themselves in the mix for the top 5. There's a whole bunch of teams coagulating down there. So
Coagulating.
who's it going to be? Maybe it's going to be the Hicksville Hicks. Quiet has come over the crowd. Where's the Orange Crush? They used to have a group, right? There's a small group of Crush.
The only bright orange is Chappie Shoes, I think.
Nice. Here comes Hicksville. He's going to have to leave him back a little bit, especially if they jump center. Brings it into the hydrant. They go in. Oh, he stumbles in the way. He
Almost
got
recovered.
off top heavy. And just, you're right. He almost got it before he got to the hydrant.
But he was still gaining his balance, and then
Yep.
his hand wasn't lined up hole, and he just didn't hit it square or round or whatever you want to call it, but bounced off the
Time for Hicksville. 9.35. 9:35.
Point so far. That'd be your 5th place shot now.
Next
With-
team on the line, the North Belmore Rinky Dinks.
Maybe North Belmore will take a little jump forward into the top 5.
Yeah,
Somebody, anybody.
I thought we'd see a little more from the Rinky Dinks today. It's a great opportunity
They
to.
ran a 12.99. Lenny, what do you want them for? 5.65, 12.99. You're hammering them.
I understand they got 4 points.
Jesus.
Thought you'd see a little bit more. They're 14 behind first place. I'm not hammering them. Oh my God, so sensitive now. One washed the track comment at the hydrant, and now all of a sudden you're getting all pissy on me.
Look at Doherty work that roller, huh? This guy does it all. He's on the radio. He's on the roller.
With precision.
He's
And
a freaking digger. This guy's insane.
Is he listening? Looks like he's listening.
He officially made the transition from old-fashioned racing man to motorized
Yeah,
racing.
yeah. Well, don't tell him.
No, I won't. Not for a
Okay.
couple weeks at least.
You wouldn't see the old Doherty sprinting back to the hydrant, would you?
You know, I was going to make a comment earlier.
Be a
I mean,
meander.
anyone that's been around racing knows John took off quite a bit of weight in the off season. I wonder if that's made him more athletic in some of those other races. He was always fast. he could always get down the track.
He was the fastest man at his weight.
Credit to the big guys right there.
Well, it probably
it's gotta
does
help
him digging. Actually.
It's got to help him. So hats off to him. These other Westerners up here, though, they don't seem all that impressed.
Westerneers.
I'm not so sure that he voluntarily took off the weight.
Oh, okay.
Here comes Philip Belmore. They're going on. Now he straightens it out. Let's see. Off, hand out, water in. Man, it's going to be about a target hit up here. They do a nice job creeping in. He's off. Oh, he struggles with the nozzle, and he doesn't get it on.
I'd have to watch again. He still has it sideways, Paul. Look, you see half.
Do you think he's a little bit too far back and not over? It looked like he was leaning back a little bit when he got there.
It's possible. I don't think it came up.
I'm
assuming he wants green up, red is down, upside down. And of
Time
course,
for North Baltimore, 15.75. 1575.
Had a good run written all over it.
Well, again, what we're talking
Next team
about
on the line, the West Hempstead Westerners.
is when the starting thread is up. Almost all teams have one side of the hose painted one color, the other side another color. And that tells the nozzle man, yes, the starting thread is up, and that's usually the green side. Red, it's upside down. You have to take it and either twist the nozzle in your hand, or what I would do is grab the coupling and twist it a half a turn. And it looked like he had a little issue with that, and he didn't quite get it around enough.
Yeah, I think he also, the old adage in football, you took your eyes off the ball before you caught it. It looked to me like he started to look at the target before the nozzle was on, and he swiped through it.
I thought he was a little laissez-faire. Like he wasn't attacking it as much as, you know what I'm saying? Like it just seemed like he thought it was gone. Like you were just saying, he had it. It was in the bag.
Right.
Paul, you spoke French.
Oui.
Yes, when you do it right, it might look like it, but it's not really a finesse sport. You got to attack everything. You gotta be aggressive
I agree.
with everything.
I agree. All right, West Hempstead, 18 points. Can they keep the streak of 5-4? 5-4. Will it be 5? 782 is the number.
It's a solid shot.
As the sun makes an appearance here for West Hempstead.
Talking about Rizzo or the one up in the sky?
Shining on Pat Cloud.
The sun.
Well, let's see.
We'll see.
Yeah, I'll tell you in about 9 seconds.
Here we go. Makes the approach. He could bring it in a little bit. He's off. Right-hand turn. Oh, quick right across the top. I don't know if he had enough slack right there. I'm not going to blame it on the slack man, but he definitely short-armed it when he got to the hydrant. Now he leaves. He's got coupling. Left it right there. I don't think Brome's strong enough to throw that. That's a heavy coupling.
Well, Craig struggled getting the nozzle on.
For the Westerners, 10.80. 1080.
Sometimes that hydrant man can make you look good when you're not so good. And as I don't think Craig would have had that nozzle on. Patrick got the handle on, or the coupling on and the handle down.
By the time he got to the hydrant, he short-armed it and he just clanked off the front. Andrew's looking for a little advice. Throw the coupling.
Next team on the line, the North Merrick Stump Jumpers.
So the sun did not shine on Patrick at the. Maybe it shined on the coupling and was a glare. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe you got to go to shades in this contest.
What's going on with these breaking men? You're right. That was ridiculous.
You're leaving it right in front of the nozzle. Lenny, what did you do to your breaking man when he did that?
He was able to do it once, but after that it was caught a rash of stuff.
Next.
And you make them aware of it once, but again, if it's happening continuously, and then again, when when we were deep in the pack, we'd come up and watch the first handful of teams. How slick is it? How's the pressure? Is there a blast? Whatever, and you point that out to each other. You say to your breaker man, you're down. Hey, just watch. Don't forget. Little thing, right? Just a reminder, friendly reminder. But we're seeing it all day here, and we've seen it all year, really.
I think it's stuff guys get in a habit of doing it, but really, realistically, you should never let someone get into that habit in the first place. That's
That's a good point, Jack. And for my whole career, and I ran it 29 years. I practiced every practice. I practiced what I call dry breaks or whatever. I break it myself, and I break it with my breaker man. And even on those, I had him tossing it. Right. Not just holding it in his hand. So it's you do what you practice, and if they're not doing it at practice, then they're not going to do it in the tournament.
North Merrick, Hicksville set at 9:35, 5th place. Stump jumpers, they're out in the track. Hope he's back. He's got his hand out. Oh, he double clutched it. Now he's got water in the lap.
Thought a little long on the brake. He wasn't sure if he had it on, Paul.
You
and
see,
when he did pull the handle, he was right. He didn't have it on.
Normally you don't if you're not sure, and that hand stops because that hand is automatic normally.
Yep,
it's very hard to stop the hand, but you could tell he cross-threaded.
North Merrick, 12.09. 12:09.
In the amount of a second, he said.
Next team on the line, the New Hyde Park Termites.
He was going for the stick. Do I have it on? I'm not sure. Oh, well, I'm hitting it. And unfortunately, it held for a split second, but that was it.
I had it hold once when it cross-threaded once.
Yeah.
Not a good percentage.
Sometimes it holds for a split second like that.
Well, one time at Merrick, I was barely on, and when the water came out of the nozzle, the back pressure blew it off the hydrant, but already hit the target. So it was like a 769 or something like that.
You didn't give him much.
No, he had to hit it with the first drop.
Fans love that, though. And again, what Paul's talking about, the back pressure hits that nozzle, and you get one blast out of it, and you said your brother already smacks the target.
Yep.
The fans love it. I mean, you light up the target, the hydrant blows off,
Lenny, I
first
loved
place.
I loved it.
You go up and give him a big brotherly hug?
No, I was laying on the ground, seeing all this water pour all over. I look up, I see the red light was on. I'm like, what the hell happened? I see the target up. I'm like, he hit that?
I don't have a complete rundown, but it sounds like 531 might be first and B ladder.
Point
out
or
west.
Henrietta?
Again, I didn't get the full rundown. That was somebody just sent me that little bit of information. So Jessica Champion had sent the copy of the scorecard from 3-man. If she could continue to do that, or someone else up there in Western, we'll let everyone know what's going on up there.
New Hyde Park. I mean, there's a 9 up there that's getting points. New Hyde Park's got to say, hey, let's put an 8. Let's make it an 8. Let's get it done.
Get her done. So, folks, with 2 teams to go and the sun shining, we're going to get through this today.
145 here on the East Coast. Moving this tournament along. Here come those termites. Makes the approach and the break off. Whoa, he had a long way to go. That was an example of not running over there. He just stretched his arm out. You got to get your whole body going in that direction.
He was reaching hard, Paul. I think his arm stretched an extra inch than it ever had, but it still wasn't quite enough.
You got to move your whole body.
12.86. 1286.
We were always conscious here. If we ended up
on the line of Roslyn Highland.
If we ended up towards the middle of the track, you'd actually have to get off the truck and run that way. Go sideways. Maybe jump off the side of the truck a little bit.
Yeah, throw yourself on a little bit of an angle from the start instead of dropping off the back. Angle yourself right from the start.
That depending on how close you run. I mean, your first 2 steps are everything. Because if you can get the control on the first 2, then you can make the hard right if you have to. But if you're going forward, you can't turn and try and reach. You got to get your whole body going in that direction.
Think for how many years, both B and C hose before Patchogue put the hydrant man on the outside. Hydrant man would be the second man in. In other words, the nozzle man was on the outside, then the hydrant man, and you would drop off the back. Mm-hmm. And then Patchogue did it.
North Lincoln ran a 750 like that.
And then right,
up the middle.
Patchogue changed the way people think and started not only going from getting them that much closer, but Gary used to charge off the side of the truck. I remember seeing him go past the back tire. Charging and diving when he wanted to, and again, that just brought stick times down tremendously. So, here we are, how many years after those dynasties, and we still talk about some of the changes Patchogue made to the sport.
Yeah.
Mostly
innovative.
Good. Yeah,
innovative.
Yeah. Mostly good. There were some negatives, which,
no,
we're not going to get
would
into.
Say
but
mostly good is right. I mean, they are as much a part of making the sport what it is today as anybody.
Sure.
Yeah,
and it's just out of the box thinking and trying it. I mean, the first time
they were light years ahead of a lot of stuff.
When they did that, it probably wasn't until the next year that we said, hey, it makes sense, let's try it. And I remember my first time as the nozzleman with that hose going behind me and the hydrant man on the outside. I'm like, you better get off, because you get that hose right around your back.
I never ran off the middle, ever, and I started running late 80s.
Okay, well, we were still doing it when I started it in the early 80s.
All right, Roslyn, last team to run here in B-Hose, 9:35. Can they do it? Making the approach. He drives into the hydrant. Fishtail at the hydrant. Puts him in a good spot. Oh, and he takes it on, takes it off. Takes it on, puts it on, takes it off. Puts it on. Off.
Who said
off?
Who said Paul likes the sound of his own voice?
On.
Not yet.
Off. Twist.
Now he's on. He's on. Water in the hose.
What was the stick?
23-7.
Overtime.
Target. That's going to give that 29 by Oyster Bay a run for that money.
2-4.
Oh!
2-2. 24-22.
So, again, Paul, you made a comment that the truck, slid into the hydrant a little bit. I think it actually threw the hydrant man one step inside the hydrant. He had to come back out a little bit.
He did, but I'd rather have that than going the other way.
Oh, no, I hear you. But and he did make the adjustment to get his body in the right spot, but it didn't really go well.
Something's obviously wrong with that coupling.
Yeah. Didn't go well after that.
All right, so 5 points is going to go to those North Lyndhurst Pistknockers, run a 782, which we believe could be the time of the year so far. It's going to move them to 16 overall points. Second place, Port Washington, 809. They're going to have 15 points overall. Third place is going to be the Carl Place Frogs. Gets them on the board for 3. Fourth place, the East Islip Guzzlers on their maiden voyage, B-Hose this year, 2 points. And a 1 point with a 935 actually helps them, puts them now to 5 overall points, the Hicksville Hicks. Points for the day with 3 to go. 18. Now all of a sudden we're a little closer, everybody.
Tightened up a little bit.
And you said, you blow one of those contests, and then all of a sudden everybody's back in the mix. 18 West Hempstead, 16 North Lindy, 15 Port Washington. Then we make a little bit of a jump down to 7 for Copeg. That is going to be your 4th place, and then 5 for Hicksville, just outside North Belmore with 4. So there's still some competition to go down the track at the end of the day with 5 points and 7 points being teams that are going down currently with 3 to go.
So the top 3 teams within 3 points of each other with 3 races to go. We're going to have a big finish here, folks.
I'm going to wait for him, Fred. Start this tournament at 9. It'd be over right now. Everybody would be heading to Fire Island. Looks like they're working it out over there. Yep. They're almost going to do it. Just about to do it.
Teams taking the track for the efficiency contest. Bevy of racers.
It's going to be an important contest for who's landing where at the end of the day here. This is Motor Pump because Motor Pump at Hempstead.
That's a crapshoot.
Wide open.
I think it brings more teams into the mix.
All right, guys, we're going to go to a commercial. We'll be back for the final 3.
Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. Rosenbauer Fire Apparatus is proud to be named as the exclusive fire apparatus manufacturer of New York State drill teams. Rosenbauer is the #1 manufacturer of fire trucks on the planet and the industry leader in the next generation of reliable safety evolutions like the Smart Aerial Control System. If your department is considering an apparatus purchase, start the conversation with the local team at Eagle Fire Equipment and ensure top-notch service with their partners at Nassau Fire Apparatus. Call area code 855-222-1075 or like them on Facebook. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State Drill Team Racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State Drill Teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information.
All right, once again, we are back.
In 2011. The first team on the line will be East Farmingdale's Hares.
Yeah, Paul, just a little update in B ladder. Henrietta taking it with a 5:31. Second place, Main Transit.
Got one more reminder before we get too far into this. Food and iced coffee is available on the north side of the track. The benefit T-shirts for the Jonathan Perot Fund from West Hempstead. The shirts are available still. There's a 50-50 going around, which will benefit that fund for Jonathan Perot from West Hempstead. Scott, how do we make out with the phone? And we still have an iPhone found. Anybody missing an iPhone, and we can exclude Rizzo. He doesn't have one.
So again, an update from Spencerport, B ladder. Henrietta first place, 5:31. Second place was Main Transit, 7:22. Third place, North Greece with a 7:53.
Henrietta 5:31. Sorry, Lenny.
Correct.
Henrietta. All right.
And that was it. Only 3 times. We had a no time.
5:31 be third here today.
No time by point. And then I'm going to squeeze in C ladder just quick. 5 points for Point Pleasant with a 10:35. Second, Henrietta with a 12:10. Third, Main Transit. And fourth, North Greece.
All right, with that, the East Farmingdale Hares is going to take their spot on the line here at Weir Street for the 68th time. They're going to run efficiency down this track. Not them, but overall in a drill. And he's put water into the lap of the Hydra Man. Now he's put it into the lap of the Hydra Man a second time. And now, as the nozzle man has found himself about 4 feet over the nozzle line, he realizes that maybe we're not attached to the hydrant.
Might have to pull back
and they better get themselves ready because they have water coming, and the backup man is really going to cause havoc here. Now they put a hole in the hose. They're the first team to run, everybody. They got a lot of teams behind them that are going to need this track.
Plenty to describe there, Paul. Maybe a little too much.
Yeah, you really want in, out, done next, right?
Be done. But you bring up a good point that
time for East Farmingdale. 22.22. 22-22.
Seems to
As he happily says that.
Likes to talk about
nothing exciting with his 782 and B hose.
Piston knockers.
Well, he got to talk about a 2-2, so that was nice. 2 of them. But again, back to that run, Paul. We both noticed the backup man behind the nozzle was, 3, 4, 5 feet further back than he should be.
Dangerously too far away.
Here in Hempstead, it's critically important that
I have to
backup.
apologize. I have some advertising I have to do. The trophies for the C hose, first through third place, were donated by the Rockville Center Woodlands Drill Team. Fourth and fifth place by Protection Hose Company number 3. The B hose event, the trophies were sponsored by the Volunteer and Exempt Firemen's Benevolent Association.
Okay, so thank you to those organizations.
That's from Hempstead.
But again, here, if you've ever run any hose events, but especially efficiency here in Hempstead, that backup man is critical.
Yeah.
He's got to be set to give the nozzle man a chance to control it.
All right, North Lindenhurst, big run here with 3 to go. They are in second place, 2 points out of first. So
yeah, they've moved right back into it.
It's an important run. Looks like they're ready. Dudley about to call off. Good start. Chris Connell out first, making his approach. Brian Gaston puts water in the hose. Here we go. First lane's down. Second lane's down. Up at the top. Ducky. And he's on it. He's going to be happy with it. Good shot there by North Lindenhurst.
I was going to
Time
say
for North Lindenhurst, 8.91. 891.
There's some excitement right there.
8's not
Let's see
unheard
on the
of.
line, the combination team of the Merrick Buckeyes and the Freeport Nighthawks.
Time!
Eight's,
North Lindenhurst.
8's not unheard of here in Hempstead. Again, we
8.9.
the aforementioned water.
1. I'm just watching Chappie yellow people. 8:40 is the state record, and it is also the fastest time ever run here. But I believe somewhere down the road there was an 8.3 run here.
Is that a charity drill maybe?
No, Hunter
Hunter
drill, I
okay.
believe.
8:38 maybe?
37 or 38, something
I bet
like
I
that.
can guess the team.
Levittown Rebels.
Yeah.
All right, so out of the gate, North Lindenhurst throws an 8 up there. It's not the best 8 you're going to ever see at Hempstead, but you know what? With 15 teams, it's going to be fine and dandy. It's going to work for them. Unless West Hempstead can put up a shot heavier than that, that is a working shot for the North Lindenhurst Pistonokers.
Watching that run, I thought Ducky gave up a step or two early with with the full speed getting it out, but he had a nice head on the target.
Yep.
So, it's good to be under control.
With that, the Merrick Buckeyes. How many of these guys ran last night for the Nighthawks? All of them?
Oh, I think the middle dragon might have broken the
Yeah,
light
he's
right
definitely far out there. They do have water in the hose, but you're right. That is going to hurt their overall time if the Hydra Man isn't getting out first. And he hits the target as well. But you know what? That's going to end up, if he's really breaking the light, that's going to hurt them.
Sticks his thumb in the nozzle out of
Can't get it
respect
out.
The
to
Buckeyes Nighthawk combination team 9.22. 922.
respecting the racers coming after
Next
him.
team on the line, the Levittown Rebels.
9:22, and like you said, Jack, I think he was out
Start
first.
clock, where are you?
10th or 2. I don't know if it was going to beat an 8-9, but
I don't know if it's going to beat an 8-9, but the 10th or 2 is a big, could be a big difference in it.
So what Jack and Paul are talking about, for you folks at home maybe not seeing it, is one of the draggers with the running start crossed the timing light and actually started the clocks prior to. I think typically you want the Hydra Man to break the light here in efficiency.
yeah.
So that might have cost them a few tenths. It's kind of like the first or second man and 3 man breaking the light. Usually you want the third guy to do it or everybody together, depending on your team speed.
Levittown Rebels going to make their approach.
John.
So we await the Rebels as they prepare to Van Halen's Atomic Eruption.
Whoa. Is that part of your repertoire last night, Len?
Yes.
You had an atomic eruption.
Yeah, there you go.
Levittown, and that could have been the second team in a row that had the middle guy.
That
broken.
it
loop
looked
guy
like it.
broke it, yep.
And they're fighting who puts the water on.
Did the hop over at the
His and her
hydrant.
fight. Up at the top, the backup man is facing the stands. Now he hits it.
Nozzle man really leaning way back from that nozzle.
I don't know if that's...
I don't think his body
I
weight
don't know
was
what that is.
dispersed correctly
it's
to
about a
hang on
40.
to.
Time for the Rebels. 10.90. 1090.
You'd like to see the nozzle man leaning
Next
into
team
it a
on the
little
line,
more
the
than
Port
leaning back.
Washington Roadrunners.
It almost like they were opposing each other. The way one guy was leaning one way and the
Yeah.
other was leaning in a different direction.
Again, you want to be pulling the hose out and sort of leaning into the hose and the target to keep it as stretched as you can and get your leverage in the right
Look
spot.
at where that water is, too. How far away he was where he shot at the target.
Yeah. All right, now we're going to go to Port Washington. Port sitting with 15 points, 3 points out of first, 1 point out of second. But North Lindy's already placed an 891 on the board. So what can Port do with that?
Is it me, guys, or is there a residue on the track down here by the target?
Something, right?
We know in the past Levittown's had some pretty good hose.
What are you trying to say, Lenny?
Trying to say they get good water out.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Whoa. Rizzo making major accusations back
Allegedly.
here.
Allegedly.
All right, Port Washington's going to go through the call-off.
All right, no more observations because Rizzo's crying back there. The coupling is on. They hit the target. How's that work?
Well, they're going to need that if you're Port Washington. 891. Let's see, they're off. Dan Salerno making the approach, and he's got water in the hose.
Bang, bang.
And that hose is all the way out. Boy, if he can hit this target on the fly, they're going to be real happy. He does! I think this is going to play with the 891.
going to be in the vicinity. I don't think it's quite as good, but I'm going by...
Time for the Port Washington Roadrunners.
That's excitement.
8.79.
Woohoo!
879.
879.
Almost some inflection in the announcer's voice on that one.
Almost. He's tough to read.
Next team on the line, I'm at Hassett, Lakeville Minutemen.
879 right there. That's a nice shot.
That's a heavy shot. That's a real 8.
I mean, when you think about that, that's probably an 8 on most tracks. And 879 here, you take into consideration the fact that we're at Hempstead, but 879 is probably an 8 everywhere.
The things we described, Paul, or you especially during the run, I mean, he hooked it up good. I had him 3.2s. Again, it's hard to see on the start, but that's about the only place you could possibly increase if you have a quicker hydrant.
Yeah.
You might not get the hose out.
But
the hose was out great. A good hit on a real good hit on the target.
I'm not saying this is going to work for them at a place like Main Transit, but at a place like Hempstead, the fact that you put it on in 3.3, 3.4, and the hose gets to lay flat,
might be to your advantage.
It helps. And he hit the target. It all comes down if you can hit that target. He hits the target.
And again, sometimes too quick of a hydrant, the guys can't get the hose out. You get kinks, and you don't get the water through the hose like you like.
So Port Washington is going to place themselves in a position maybe right here with 2 to go to be victorious. They all of a sudden have to run a motor pump shot.
Yeah, lean back. Still 2 to go after this.
Oh,
another middle
And Hassett,
jagger.
yeah, he's way out.
There.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Water's still catching him at the top here. Runs through it. Little miss and then hits it.
I'll tell you, the hydrant dragger there cut the coupling guy off if you saw it.
It was
Attention, please. The Minutemen will get a rerun due to a digital error.
Uh-oh. You know,
Yikes.
I've seen young guys on their team, but I don't think too many of them are on this efficiency team. There's a lot of experience out there, it seems.
So we said this about North Lindy early. North Lindy wanted to use this day as a springboard. Well, I think Port Washington's using it as a springboard as well.
Anytime you can get your confidence up by running solid shots, it's a good thing.
Yeah, Port had been in a little bit of a funk the last 2 tournaments also, but this is a strong showing.
So we continue to see a little residue on the track. I guess that's just the water coming out of the pump house then, because it seems to be
for everybody,
consistent for everybody. How's that for backpedaling?
Very
always
good.
Thinking the worst.
Sounded like
thinking the worst.
Sounded like a 10-speed.
All right, here comes those Oyster Bay Teddy's boys.
Jack, just watch that score sheet. Looks like it's going to blow away there.
Is that Ronaldo running out a long, far length right there?
Wow. In the white shirt there?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, boy.
Is he going to make it? Is there CPR available
I
here?
was just going to say, EMS, be on alert.
Jesus, Lenny.
You started it.
I'm just making an observation. I think he broke the light. He broke the light.
Hey, Darryl, you can't wear red shoes and try and go in the
Yeah, and that's exactly it. He broke the light with the red shoes. Up at the top, the backup man has let go.
Wow, valiant effort by the
He does a
nozzle
nice
man.
job by himself.
Oxygen to the middle of the nozzle length.
Dude, that run just kicked Darrell's ass. First of all, he broke the light.
He
Second
lost
of all,
his glasses.
he lost his glasses. And then he tried to make the attempt like he was going to go back up the nozzle, man.
961.
So we got.
And he landed on his knees hard.
That had to hurt.
Not the first time he's been on his knees, but. Carl plays frogs.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't even realize he was on his knees.
And that goes right over Rizzo's head. I make a few jokes. Rizzo didn't get any of that.
Jax was better.
So we got so caught up in watching Darryl and having some fun. What happened to the backup man?
I didn't say that.
Carl plays
Anyone
frogs.
see what else happened?
Something happened to the backup man, folks, that the last, 50 feet.
Darryl tripped
The
him.
last 50 feet, the backup man wasn't even holding the hose, and the nozzle man did a great job hanging on and getting some kind of hit there.
All right, Carl plays frogs. Carl plays an outside shot here with 3 to go to be a participant in the parade down the track, Parade of Champions. 3 points on the day. You know they can run a little motor pump. They've been running better buckets. Can they put up an efficiency shot right here?
Okay.
Team's battling down there. Go ahead, Len.
I'm getting an update from Robbie Miller. We were talking about the best shot here, and you were guessing, Paul. It was an 8:37, the Joe Hunter drill in 2011.
There you go.
By, of course, the Hobos.
That is the same year I think they ran the 840 for legit, right? They broke the
Yeah,
record.
and I think actually the Hunter drill Westbury ran an 840 something also that the same day.
Imagine
right?
that. Yeah. Imagine that second place with an 8.4. Go home.
Looks like Carl Place ready to go. Frog's been called off. Let's see if they can get a clean start. And they're off. Looks like the hydrant man did leave first.
that looked
Approaches
good.
the hydrant. Water in the hose.
Ooh, nice hookup.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be up top. Just low and right.
Yep.
Had the chance for a low 9 or a high 8 right there.
Yeah.
Time for call place 9.79. 979.
I agree, Paul. The potential
Next
there
team on the line, the Westbury Turtles.
for an 8, I think, and you gotta finish the run.
That 979 currently 5th place with Westbury coming to the line.
There's Fuzzball down there, making the rounds, running for mayor.
Turned out to be a pleasant day.
Yeah, the threat of rain has appeared to disappear. Actually see some blue skies and sun's out. People that are here to enjoy themselves never had to break out an umbrella, as you said earlier, Paul. I think it was the end of B ladder. We got just a few misty raindrops, but nothing to speak of, and it didn't delay anything. So,
Sun's out, guns out.
Boom. Wrong thing to say in Hempstead. Shoot 'em up, bang, bang.
I talk about a few soap suds, and then you guys are going all gangsta.
The thing is, Lenny, they know we're joking.
Oh, okay. Well, I calls them like I sees them. Yeah, is it really? I thought I heard fireworks before, and it's pretty sunny out.
All right, looks like Westbury's about ready to go.
Daryl's still trying to catch his breath, walking down the
Told you that
sideline.
race kicked his ass.
Looks like they let him carry the nozzle to make him feel important.
Westbury's got water in the hose. He's holding that on, and now he loses it. You could see it.
What a
The
call.
water was spurting out.
What a call, Paul.
Yep.
He got maybe one length of hose filled.
Yep.
And
He tried his best.
Yeah,
Especially doesn't work in the fish seat because you get that big pull on the hose.
yeah.
Now he hits the target.
And at that point, it didn't seem like it was crossed, but maybe
No.
he only got a 16th of a turn or something on it. So
Time for Westbury 18.32. 1832.
depending on how good your threads are and how much you pay attention to that, it'll hold at an eighth, or a quarter most of the time. But like you said, in efficiency, it gets a little tug or a little twist. Forget it. That's some of the little things that, it's actually something we don't talk about often, is how important it is. Pay attention to those threads, whether it's the hydroman or the nozzle man or even the coupling men. After a while, folks have beaten these threads together constantly. They do start to round, is the term we used to use, right? They round off rather than have that sharp point where they grab real good. And once they start getting rounded, they go together easier, but
Yeah.
they don't stay together as long.
Right.
In efficiency, I used to, my turn-on man, actually, I would hit the hydrant and then hold the hose off, and he, after the handle was down, put the
turn
extra
it.
crank on it just to make sure,
Next team on the line, the Copake Yellowbirds.
All right, Kopek currently 7 points. They could use a shot right here to help them out to get down the track at the end of the day.
The birds.
Looks like they're ready to go. Call off happening. And they're off.
Good start.
Kopek makes the approach. He's got water across the track.
Did he have a chance, Paul? Or does it stick
yeah,
man a
no,
little?
no. I thought he had a
Yeah.
chance. He just missed.
This nozzle man stops at the wrong line.
Yeah.
Which any nozzle man should know. Every nozzle line is a double white, not a solid white, and he stopped at a solid white.
So that's going to hurt Kopek's chances, even though they're still hanging around the top 5. It's going to bring us to
Time for the
Hicksville.
Yellowbirds 18.64. 1864.
End of the Civil War. 979, Carl Place Frogs. Currently 5th place.
I don't like to correct a school teacher, but it was 1865.
Was it
Paul.
65?
He's 65. That was the year Fred was born.
Nice.
He teaches your kids, right? Yeah.
Well, I hope the kids from my class don't go on Jeopardy.
Don't worry, they're not going to qualify.
What is 1864? Fred,
Team on the
what's
line,
your answer?
Hicksville Hicks.
1865, year is born. Winner!
What is 1864? Copeg's efficiency run?
It's not funny, like. Once again.
Fact. I
Making
deal with
fun.
facts.
All right, Hicksville. It's been a while for Hicksville.
You know,
They
it's
got
that-
a point there with that 9 in B-Hose, but first 2 contests they came out with 4 points. Another team trying to get themselves down the track. So what are they going to do here? You got them, North Belmore, West Hempstead. We've got some runs coming up. 979, currently 5th.
Yeah, they got to get back on track. We were expecting more from them today. I'm sure they were expecting it of themselves as well. Team that we've been talking about for 5 years, guys, that, you know, we kept saying they're turning the corner, they're improving, and
The approach for the Hicks. They got some big boys, don't they?
yeah, we always
Water
say
in the
that too.
hose. Goes through. Up at the top. It's going to be about the hit. Oh!
Very good.
Finds it.
Yep.
I don't know if it's going to be a Pro Washington, but it's going to be pretty good.
I don't even know if
Time
that's
for
an 8.
Hicksville, 11.79.
1-1.
11.79.
Somebody broke the light.
Didn't look that bad.
That can't
Next
be
team
right.
on the line, the North Belmore Rinky
And
Dinks.
you look at the Hicksville Hicks, they're standing around
Yeah,
in
they're
astonishment
dumbfounded as well.
You
Let's-
know, I thought a low 9. You were talking maybe 8. I didn't
You
think
know,
so. But
somebody could have dangled a piece of hose
Yep.
in front of
That's
that light, and
Yep.
then
So
that's
I
what
was
happens. But
that was definitely
It wasn't
a
an
low
11,
9.
that's for
No.
sure.
did you get a number on that, Lenny? Are
I
you
didn't.
timing over
Nah,
there?
I can't with the light, with the sunlight. So
That's
that's perplexing right there.
not even. What would you protest?
You see Robert
I
Lang.
don't know. Like you said, Paul, it might have been someone either standing or hosing the light when they turned it on,
Yep.
maybe.
See Robert Lang, their driver and head coach, I would imagine. He's up there talking to the officials saying, guys, come on. You know, what's going on here? So now they're backing off North Belmore a little bit, and I think he wants to see them maybe set the light and make sure it doesn't go. I'm not sure what Rob's asking
Something
for.
had to trip the light. It's not,
Yeah.
it's not going to trip on its own. Did it?
You can see it in a video.
How do you back this up?
So Paul's checking out a small video of the
How
run.
We'll go to
do you
the,
rewind it?
Make the rule proposal for instant replay next year in racing.
It's a matter of time, I think. I don't think I'd want to see it, but
All right, North Belmore. No, it's never going to happen.
did you see anything in that video?
I didn't
Paul,
get to
or
it yet.
no? Okay.
North Belmore with the opportunity. They're sitting with 4 points.
And again, folks, what we're talking about, this electronic eye. You know, if you swing your coupling out in front, or a loop man swings a loop of hose after the clocks are set, which is why you set them yourself. You can
Making
start
the
that clock
approach
early.
at the hydrant. You know, there's a little delay between the clicking the water on, but
Yep.
it could end up helping him here at Hempstead if he can really hit target. He gets jerked around a little bit. I think it's going to be in money, but it's not going to be first place
Yeah, a
money.
little slow on the stick. That might be by design.
Time for North Belmore, 9.28. 9.28.
That 928 is going to move them into fourth place.
Next team on the line, the West Hempstead Westerners.
So you still see Hicksville gathered as a team trying to figure out what the heck went on. I don't know what you can do to change anything.
right? Look like it. I mean, we're seeing a little video clip of Hicksville. It looks like when the hydrant man throws out his arm a little bit, that hose jumps up. I don't know if it broke the light, but there's definitely movement in that hose right before they took off.
You know, it's weird because I thought I saw him with it up around his shoulder, so I don't know if maybe when he went to pick
like
it
when
up.
he flew it up like
yeah,
this. That's what
maybe
it,
it swung out and broke the light.
What does he just kind of flex out and stretch
Yep.
out a little bit
Yeah,
right
like he's
before they
getting
take
ready
off?
to go, yeah. Sun's out.
You know, Mr. Rizzo, I'm starting to understand where you're coming from about this son of yours.
West Hempstead now to stay ahead. They're going to need a pretty good shot. We got an 8-7, an 8-9, a 9-2, a 9-2, and West Hempstead on the line. They're off, approaching the hydrant. Good speed at the hydrant. It's got water. Oh, looked like he turned his head a little bit.
Miss at the hydrant, folks.
Turned
And
his
they're
head a
no
little bit.
hurry to get back to it, are they? So they are going to
It's
be out of it
disappointing.
here. That's going to put Port Washington in a sweet spot with
Yep.
2 to go.
With North Lindy.
Yes, with them.
Time for West Hempstead, 1-5.32. 15-32.
What is that going to tie them up, Paul?
Next team on their line for their rerun will be the Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen.
Well, with some teams to go here, I mean, it's going to be, looks like 2020.
Yeah.
2020-18 with 2 to go.
So you got Manhasset, actually 3 to go, I think. Manhasset, New Hyde Park, and the Stump Jumpers. Right?
All right, just about ready for Manhasset. Doing a little extra cleaning at the hydrant right here.
So again, after watching the Westerners struggle there with that efficiency shot, what was starting to look like a runaway earlier in the tournament is far from it.
Yeah. And it's not just 2 teams. We got a little 3-team battle going on right here. Looks like we're about ready to go. Call-off happening for the second run for the Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen. See if it turns out better than the first. First was a little shaky, wasn't it, if we remember?
Yeah.
They're off. This time Stan does break the light.
Oh, the dragger's out.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys caught up in the hose.
Miss
They're
at the hydrant.
really laboring.
Miss at the hydrant.
Ooh.
Now they got the water on. Stanley really ticked off at
Understandably.
himself, and I'm sure the whole team today. He just takes
Time for Manhasset, 1-5.81. 15-81.
Stan just takes the coupling off, throws it to
Next
the
team
ground.
on the line, the North Merrick Stump Jumpers.
Don't usually see that much emotion
Yeah.
from Stan, but probably more mad at himself than anything.
All right, 3 teams to go. 5th place in this contest is going to be a 961 by the Teddy's Boys. Teddy Boys hanging around for the top 5 all day long in a lot of the contests. 6th place here, 6th place there, 5th place. North Merrick trying to have something to say about that.
So what you're saying is the Teddy's Boys hanging in there despite having Darryl as one of their fastest guys pulling out that loop? It's pretty impressive.
Just rude, Lenny.
Did he come out of the ambulance and get off the oxygen tank yet? I mean,
Looks like North Merrick's ready.
Let's face it, Darryl's one of the biggest wise butts around.
I think so.
Oh. Thank God we don't give him a microphone.
I'd enjoy it.
He's pretty witty. He's a lot of fun. Anybody that knows him.
Here come the Stump Jumpers. They're off. Approaching the hydrant. Water in the hose. Red, white, and blue. Here they come with the blue at the top.
Good.
Just low to the right. It's going to cost them some points.
I like his setup and his positioning, though, Paul.
Time for North Merrick, 10.12. 10-12.
Been saying it for a couple weeks. They do a lot of stuff right.
Yeah.
Next team on the line, the New Hyde Park Termites.
Good body English, I guess you could say, with the way the run looked. It just needs a little more spit and polish, and they'll be fine. Again, and we're not accusing anybody, but look at all that whiteness in the road. That's a lot. Maybe it's this something on the road. Maybe from them washing the road or something.
Yeah.
Street sweepers. Or
2 teams to go here in efficiency. First one will be the New Hyde Park Termites. 2 points on the day for the Termites.
Termites really struggling this year overall. Teams rebuild and whatnot. We've seen them do kind of half rebuilds and hang in there and still be, very competitive, if not right at the top. And this year I heard that they had some issues maybe with manpower and whatnot, but really trying to get back on track here.
I got a lot of young guys now. I mean, with the help, I guess it's Garden City Park.
They got us last year.
Pretty good array.
I don't know if they're still combined.
I believe they are.
Okay.
And Termite's about ready to go. Kind of strange. You see Mike Athenas, he's calling them off on the opposite side of the track. He actually had to tell a couple guys to get going, and then they put water into the middle of the track. But did you see Mike calling him off?
Yes.
He actually said he's in the middle of the call. He starts waving his hand like, all right, you guys got to start running.
think I see the hydrant man yelling at the hydrant loop guy for some reason. I don't know if he cut him off during a run. Like he was giving him some.
Well, he was one of the guys that took off when Mike was waving his hand. So I don't know.
Time for the Termites 1746. 1746. Next team on the line, Roslyn Highlands.
Roslyn will be your last team to compete here in the First Street contest. 9-6. Currently 5th place for those Oyster Bay Teddy's boys. Good shade over here on the south side of the track. Everybody's pretty much situated in those areas as the sun is coming down. Yep.
It's going to be 6 events in 3.5 hours.
Like it.
It's not too shabby.
Like it. Even this event, which is usually a dead stop sometimes.
Yeah.
It's been moving along. Roslyn. Just about ready to go. Call off underway, and they're off. I think the middle guy might have broke the light here
right
as well. Got water in the hose. Making his way at the top. Backup man's got to get there. He's a little bar behind him. Now he knocks into. Oh, he hits target going across.
There's too much hose in between.
Yeah,
them.
but boy.
Maybe
when he knocked into him, he hit it.
Maybe that's by design because he's not quick enough to
Time
keep
for
up with
Roslyn,
him.
9.38.
It's going to score.
38.
That shot's going to score, Len. I think that's going to be your 5th place shot, Roslyn.
So does the backup man take credit for hitting that one?
I think so.
Hard to believe, but we would do that if there was someone that couldn't keep up with my blazing speed at the time. But you give you an extra loop or whatever, and sometimes they can slide up at the end. And
First place is going to go to the Port Washington Roadrunners. That's going to put them at 20 with 2 to go. Second place, North Lindenhurst, 4 points. That's going to put them at 20 with 2 to go. Third place is going to be 922. Merrick Buckeyes get on the score sheet. Fourth place is going to be North Belmore, 928. Gives them 6. And fifth place, that shot by Roslyn, 938. So with 2 to go, 20-20. North Lindenhurst and Port Washington, 18 for West Hempstead. Then we're going to go down to 7 Copeg, 6 North Belmore, 5 Hicksville. Fred, do a commercial? All right, we'll be back for the final 2.
The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting Drill Team Racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. Rosenbauer Fire Apparatus is proud to be named as the exclusive fire apparatus manufacturer of New York State drill teams. Rosenbauer is the #1 manufacturer of fire trucks on the planet and the industry leader in the next generation of reliable safety evolutions like the Smart Aerial Control System. If your department is considering an apparatus purchase, start the conversation with the local team at Eagle Fire Equipment and ensure top-notch service with their partners at Nassau Fire Apparatus. Call area code 855-222-1075 or like them on Facebook. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better in 2017.
The state record for this event is 5.47, held by West Islip and Central Islip. The first team on the line will be the East Farmingdale Hares.
All right, so we are back here, top of the arch, the 68th annual Hempstead Invite, waiting for Motor Pump to get started. It's Lenny Gombert, joined by Jack Cloudman and Paul Suskind, ready to mic it up again. Of course, the show wouldn't be possible without the wonderful Fred Benzavenga. We've got a little bit of a barn burner here, fellas. two teams tied at 20. That's North Lindenhurst and Port Washington. And then right behind them is the West Hempstead Westerners with 18. So should have a nice finish.
And now we're into the great unknown, Motor Pump.
Yeah.
Motor Pump at Hempstead, the great unknown.
Again, I think it really evens the playing field in Motor Pump here at Hempstead, more so than any other track.
You just don't know what to expect.
Well, you can expect a low 7 to take major points.
Yeah, right. There you go. Think we're going to finish this before the sun peeks around and bakes us on the arch?
It's
going to be close. It's going to be close.
Getting there. The legs are getting a little tan now. It's coming around.
East Farmingdale. Looks like we're just about ready. Something's going on back behind the truck. I don't know if they're waiting for one of the guys to be ready or what, but seems to be a discussion.
Uh-oh.
Here comes East Farm.
Uh-oh, guys. It looks like we got help up here, Paul.
I know. A professional. Certified.
We've been talking about him all day. Now he's going to have a chance to fire back at us. Talk about that in a little bit.
Good approach here. A little speed here for East Farm. See if he can put it on. He does. A little late on the stick. Straight to the target. Let's see. He's already a little bit left. Now he brings it back. He's low. There is going to be overtime in Motor Pump. Mandatory safety reason.
He was a little left, then went a little right, but you're right, Paul. Never really picked it up.
If you look where he's lined up on the track, though, I mean, look, that seam, if you see the paving box, that seam's going to cut that flap. He was way off to the north side of it. So he never really got a handle on it. So what's going on, Mr. John Doherty of old-fashioned media
Next
fame?
on the line will be the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers.
Afternoon, Lenny, Paulie, Jack.
You got a lot of fans out there.
Oh yeah.
What was? Give us your perspective on last night's win by the Dead End Kids.
It was stellar. I mean, they came down. They hit in every single event.
Wow.
They put numbers up and they dominated. They put up numbers and told them, "Come and get me." That's exactly what happened. You know, teams tried. Belmore sat in a rough spot, sitting in number one, having to put up a shot, saying, "Chase me down." It worked for him in a couple of events, but went forward in running hose, and I think they from there it was a little wishy-washy for him.
The Dead End Kids had a good second half of the year. I mean, they won the last two drills, including last night's. So I mean, come on. I mean, I don't know if they were thinking about running motorized before the year started, or do you know anything like that, or what was going on, or were they dead set on doing old-fashioned this year?
I don't know. I'm not 100% sure about that. I'm sure they want to go to motorized. I don't know if they're getting help the backing from the village per se, but they're out there. They got two teams running old-fashioned, the Nighthawks, which are also running motorized, split with North Merrick there, or is it Merrick?
Yeah, Merrick Buckeyes.
Merrick, sorry. So they're doing their thing. But it was a good drill. It really was. Towards the end of the drill, team started lighting it up, and it was good. Congratulations to them and the rest of the top five.
Absolutely. All right, North Lindy sitting on top of this drill, sitting here 20 points, 2 to go, tied with Port Washington. North Lindy usually runs a good motor pump here on the toughest track to run it. There's the approach, good speed at the hydrants, got water in. Down the track, he puts it right on that line. Let's see if it delivers for him. It does! It does!
To watch a team master this track in motor pump.
Time for North Lindenhurst, 6.27. 6:27.
6:27 is no joke. Motor pump at this track.
Big shot for Hempstead.
I think.
And they did all the criticals.
Accommodation team of Merrick Buckeyes and the Freeport Nighthawks.
That's what I wanted to say too, Paul. They came in with the good hydrant time, or good stick time, which is important. Waited that little bit of a pause to pump, and then they got Vinny out a little extra far and down the track, and then he lit up the target.
It is what you have to do here at Hempstead. Attack the hydrant, pause before you pump, put that nozzle on the line, and let it do its work hitting the target. They did everything you needed to do correctly.
And again, a couple of extra steps for the nozzle man because he has the time.
The Knockers are no stranger to practicing on this track. They know how it is. They know how pump needs to be run on this track.
But they've gone through a couple different pump scenarios here since the years of practicing.
Absolutely.
This was a heavy pump track back in the day when they started practicing here, and it's evolved into what it is today on new pumps and stuff. But it was just if you're gonna look at a Hempstead motor pump shot, and you're gonna draw it up, they played it perfect.
Textbook.
Again, I think they're the best team overall with their B truck in all the races. B-Ladder, B-Hose Pump, they master the B truck like no team I've ever seen.
Yeah, B-Ladder was a great shot for them today. I mean, the announcement really didn't,
Bunch of those today.
Yeah. But I mean, a 5'10", that's a awesome B ladder shot.
Heavy
shot.
All right, Merrick. We're going to try to follow up that 6:27. So at the time when it's most critical, North Lyndhurst throws one up, says, come and get me.
That's what you got to do in a drill like this, too. Yep. Top heavy a little bit. You know, you got to put up that number and say, come and get me, sitting in those first two spots.
100%, 15 teams.
They did it, and 3 teams until Port Washington, and they're, I'm sure, thinking about it, saying, we got to get points here. Might not be first, but we got to get points.
Buckeyes making the approach. Really far away from the high jump, but he sticks it out there. He puts it on the line. It looks like he's shooting a little right. Now he's on it. He's on it.
Only 2 men on that nozzle. I guess that pump's not all that strong.
So
State's solid.
7.74. 774.
So critical to line up that nozzle correctly here.
On the line, the Levittown Rebels.
Yeah, I went down to practice a couple of weeks ago. They were running motor pump down in Merrick, and they set those discs on the front of their nozzle, and he happened to have a large diameter disc on the front of that nozzle, and right away they pumped the truck, and he was completely over the nozzle. Now, if you're going to run with those discs, now if you start over the target, to get it back down to the target's going to be
impossible until he shuts it down.
I think the word is impossible. Yeah.
Yep.
So right after that one run, he took the disc and threw it into the grass at Merrick.
So they're interchangeable is what you're saying, John?
Yeah, he's got different size discs to go onto the nozzle.
I'm seeing some white towels already. What was the controversy last week with the white towels?
Yeah, I was gone by that one. Tell us about it, Paul. Take us through it, Paul.
Well, one team, I guess they had spilled a little bit of oil, and then somebody wanted towels, and then the next team came up and they wanted the towels, and I wouldn't give them the towels, and I don't know. Kind of progressed from there.
Oh, it was a progression, all right. Towels got broken out in the old-fashioned last night,
Did
too.
it really?
Yeah, I think a little axle grease on
Yeah,
the
I was about to say.
It was, they broke out.
Now I've heard it all.
You sure that wasn't from someone's hose?
Wow. I didn't want to say that.
Maybe Cornell's not wrong.
Levittown Rebels.
Little change of pace from CI, huh, Paulie?
A little bit.
They look like they're towed into the hydrant maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
He brings it back out a little. Under control.
Yep, methodical. Water on. Now.
Not pumping at all.
Well, they got a lot of hose under that nozzle, man. Good, he pulls it back. Let's see.
We talk about waiting a little bit to pump, but that nozzle man was down and set.
Yeah, I don't think he had the water on. I don't know. Something was going on at the hydrant. It looked like he hadn't thrown that stick down. They were talking or something.
Yeah, it looked like the...
Time for Levittown, 9.09. 9.09.
Like the hydrant man had a little tough time putting that snap coupling on there, and the turn-on man was waiting for him, and then
Next
finally
team on
threw
the line, the Port Washington Roadrunners.
All right, we talked about North Lindy shot. Now there's a shot for Port Washington.
These guys have been running really, really good pump this year.
I don't know if 627. I mean, that's a tough shot for anybody to run at Hempstead.
Absolutely.
It's a tough shot.
But if Port
good shot in general, yeah.
If Port can keep it close, that's what they're looking for going to buckets. Because if you had to ask me, I think maybe Port's got an advantage over North Lindy in buckets.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that would make it real interesting if they're within a point of each other. And again, West Hempstead, maybe out of those 3 teams, maybe the best in these last 2 races.
Right.
So it should be interesting.
I just think that 6-2 is a heavy pump shot. I don't see anybody else doing it.
Very heavy.
Like you said, Port being tied with them, I don't know if they're going to run 6-2, but they got to stay close. They got to stay within.
I'm saying if they can do a 6-6, 6-7, I think they're going to be okay.
All right, so you've heard Paul's synopsis, and it remains to be seen what Port Washington will do right here. But
if I banged on the hood of my B truck like that, though, I might get strangled.
Yeah, you would.
Kenny's unbuckling the seatbelt and he's coming out after you.
Oh, boy, would he.
There's not a person in the park that's going to go after Doc to strangle him, just so you know. Doc's going to do whatever he wants.
Well, you might go after him, but it ain't gonna end up the way you planned it.
Well, I think a couple of weeks ago he had a fight with a soccer net, supposedly. split his dome a little bit, but...
Doc, you want to bang on that harder?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you,
right,
sir. May I have another, please?
You want to punch Smalls in the face? Well, we can punch him in the face.
All right. This has a lot to do with the tournament here.
All right, they're coming in. Doesn't look like the speed of North Lindy, but they got to put water in. They do. Put it on the line. Here we go. It's all right. It's all right. He's shooting left, though.
Oh. Paul, that came up short on him. It twisted his body around. I'm not sure why it came up short.
Well, if you look at the hose.
7.64. 764.
Hempstead should not be a place where it's coming up short.
And it looks
The
like
next team on the line, I'm at Hassett Lakeville Minute Man.
out of the discharge, it looks like it goes backwards a little bit instead of straight out sideways, and that might be the difference.
That's
You're
exactly
talking-
what I'm saying. That hose has to get down the track.
Absolutely.
You got to take those guys off the side. They have to run next to the truck, and that's going to get the hose down. The more they fade out, the less hose you're going to have at the other end.
And you have the time in Hempstead to get to that line.
All
a couple
the
of
time.
steps over.
All
You
the
have
time.
that time. I mean, they were 3-4 feet behind the
Before
line.
that, I was going to ask you, Paul, I know you go to their practices sometimes. Do they usually make the line?
No, that's been something they've been working on, but it's all about the hose lay.
Right.
If that hose lay can be straight, do the question mark, but then come straight off that front bumper to the nozzle, they'll make the line easily.
Looks like they didn't consciously make a change or an adjustment come in here, which most teams try to in motor pump. Or if they did, somebody forgot their assignment possibly. And
Well, I mean, you asked if they normally make it to the line. There was no way he didn't have the hose to
No,
even
he
make
tried.
it to the line.
He tried to
He
get
tried.
there.
He had the legs. He was going for over the line.
which,
but
again, as a nozzleman, I ran it for many, many years. They always tell you, go, 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 go. The hose ain't there. I mean, you could try and go,
Nope.
and then you got to get in position to hit the thing, too.
Yep.
I mean,
But
it's got to be there.
When the hose is going too far out the outside, you're not going to have any to get to the line.
yeah, you're running more to the guardrail up on the grass. You want to come up the track a little bit and give that nozzle man that hose to get over that line and get set.
Those two guys behind the nozzle man, they have to get to their spots. One spot is halfway between the truck and the nozzle line. The other spot is on that front bumper. If those guys get there, the nozzle man gets to his spot.
Now, Jack,
Period.
Jack,
Period.
all your years running here, did you guys have to tweak after, in other words, you practice one way, and most other tracks are a little bit different with the water pressure and all. Did you have to run different at other tracks than you did here?
Yeah, we had to run. Well, I'll explain after Manhasset.
Hey, here comes Manhasset.
Off the hydrant, Stan's got water in it.
Ooh.
They get to a nice spot, but he's not on the line. If you see him, he's a little bit left of where that flap should be, and that's where he shot.
One of his backup guys went about 5 feet
Time
past
for
the nozzle.
Manhasset Lakeville, 7.72. 772.
No excuse for that. You got to know where
Next
the
team on
nozzle
the
man.
line, Oyster Bay Teddy's Boys.
As one of those backup guys, you got to know where the nozzle man is getting to within a couple of feet, and make sure you're in control to pounce on that hose behind him. And that guy was several
way
feet
out in
past
front.
him. Yep.
Teddy's boys today got 1 point and I think 2/6. So they're making their way. We talked about them all day long. See what they can do here in motor pump.
Now, Jack, back to what we were saying. Did you have to make any adjustments going to different tracks with the volume over a pressure track?
Yeah, I mean, here we used to really, when we practiced, we would push to go further and further and further up the track, actually. Not within reason, but I mean, we were getting to 7, 8, almost 10 feet
Over the
past.
line.
But if you go to Central Islip or, a course like that, you know that you're not getting there. There's no way you're getting there.
Same thing, John. You guys practice here, right?
Yeah, I mean that's the whole goal.
That's
is
a
to keep
challenge.
keep pushing them forward, keep pushing them up the track. I mean,
But
right
that's
there-
here. Does that affect you going to other tracks? It's got to.
It does. You know you're going to a volume track. You know you're gonna. Your goal is to make it to the line on a track like I guess if you're in Riverhead or Central Islip, those big pump tracks. Your goal is to make it at least to that line, just so you have that time to get set up because water's coming right up behind you there.
Yep.
Over here though, you want to push up the track. So Teddy's boys going through their call off, giving their rev. Daryl on the running nozzle today?
Is he?
I think so. He
Oh,
ran
boy.
the other week.
He got beat up pretty good in efficiency, so let's see. They make the approach.
Daryl is out there.
There he is. Oh, yeah, you can tell by the shoes.
Oh, I thought he was going to try a stand-up hit there.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. What the hell came out of that?
He's trying to wet us.
What was that dark blob that came out the
I
nozzle?
thought it was red like his shoes, but
Might have been his shoe.
Time for the
He's
Teddy's
almost
Boys,
standing up.
9.22. 9.22.
might have been a blast.
Almost like
of,
he was wearing a tutu. He
Team on
didn't
the
want to
line,
get wet.
Tall plays Frog.
might have been a blast of rust. We've seen that, but sometimes out of some
Oh,
of these
yeah, the
trucks that
St.
don't get
James's
used.
truck.
Whoa.
No, we never had rust.
Oh, it's rust again.
Wasn't rust.
That was rust,
It was a
rust again,
rainbow.
guys.
It was rusty-colored pebbles that would hit the target for us. That's what it was.
No, I didn't get a chance. I mean, I was in the back of the track, but their C ladder run today looked pretty.
The climber's legit. You
yeah,
know? He's
it's-
really good. He's just a natural. He's got the good stride, good body type for it.
Yeah.
But they look all right, despite Daryl.
He's going to listen back to this and have a field day with us at some point.
I actually was cruising through the camps over here, and
He looks like, what's his name? What's the guy's name from the Jetsons, the little guy with that
Elroy?
helmet on?
Elroy.
No! What's the or from the Flintstones? What's his name? Yeah.
Kazoo.
Kazoo.
I know way too much about cartoons.
He looks like Kazoo with the helmet on, doesn't he?
Yeah, a little bit.
I think Kazoo had a
Yeah, he
visor as well,
did.
too.
Of course he did. It's Kazoo.
Oh, you dum-dum.
That should be his name. That's it. That should be his name on the group.
I said I was cruising through the camp, and I passed by the Turtle Sea Rig, and actually, if you get a chance, it's pretty funny. If you look inside the Sea Rig, it says, "In loving memory of Daryl," inside the Sea Rig.
I like it.
Well, I made the comment today, John, that, watching Merck drive the Westbury rig and him drive that, and they've, flip-flopped.
Oh, they flip-flopped. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Merck was over there, too, as well.
High-five each other when they're going town to town? Hey, what's up?
Hey, as they're going to Kohl's or whatever,
Yeah. How's my seat? Oh, you left it warm.
Carl plays Frogs. Carl plays with an outside chance to go down the track, top 5. 3 points right now. Decent pump shots in the last few years. Let's see what they could do.
The Great Kazoo. Can't make this stuff up, folks.
Here come the Frogs. The approach, they're off. Oh, he just put the water on a little too soon.
Truck drifted out a little, but it shouldn't have affected anything.
Yeah, I just think he threw the stick way too early for him.
Got him. We talked a little bit about track awareness
Time
and where
for
everybody
ball
is.
9.77. 977.
Got to know where your guy is.
The Westbury Turtles.
Yeah, you just can't run up there and hammer the stick down without even knowing. I mean,
there's a few teams that are really good at it because they're just confident and they're good at it. But when you're still in the learning phase, you got to know what's going on.
I'll defend the stick guy a little bit there because that guy really
took his time. I agree with you. He almost got off and went backwards. Like he got off, he pulled up, then he tried to meander in.
So for anybody that doesn't know, John is with the Westerners. John, you guys started out so strong today. Now you find yourselves scraping from behind a little bit. Anything happen in particular? Or?
No, we're just, with hose. I mean, Pat ran a great C hose.
We know you had some injury issues, yeah.
And B hose, he just tucked his arm in. I was talking to him, just tucked his arm and he went for the handle a little too early. But he's still, we've only, I think that's his maybe 6 shot, 7 shot, 8 at the most shots off the B rig and C rig to practice that. So we're going through it. We did start off strong and, we're just going through it. Efficiency, unfortunately, we missed at the hydrant and, we find ourselves in this position. We've been here before, so it's not,
No, you guys run these last 2 very well. And, it just looked, early like, is this going to be even competitive? And again, I know you have some injury issues, but.
Westbury Turtles. Turtles sitting on the day with 2 points. Making the approach. A little methodical. Now they're in. Water in. Up at the top. Straight. Lays on it. He looks like he's lined up pretty good. Shoots left, then right. And he's on it.
I never liked the lay down method. I think you can't see a whole lot once that water's at the target in pump, but if you're
time for Westbury 7.96. 796.
If you're up on the one knee, you can see a little bit more for a little bit longer.
Well, I ran it when Craig
Next
got
team on the line, the Copake Yellowbirds.
I don't know if it was last year or 2 years ago, but I know when I ran it the one time, we practiced it one time in practice, and then I ran it. Craig got hurt, and they told me, listen, you can't be stretched. When you're stretched out like that, it's very, very tough to correct. You got to be, if you're right on top of it, Pat Cloudman was like, when you're right on top of it, it's very easy to move it up and down. But when you're stretched out like that, it's very, very hard to control that nozzle.
Agreed. Best shots I ever had in that position was when the nozzle was actually tucked in between my legs.
Yeah.
And you can really control it. Most of the time, it doesn't go anywhere, so you hit the target if you're lined up properly. But you can make that little adjustment.
And, I mean, you look at the good nozzle, man, that Vinny Bogart, same thing. He's right on top of that nozzle. Jay Newhoff for the Central Islip Hobos. I mean, he was sitting on that nozzle.
Yep.
And again, I think that comes down to the guys behind you being in position where your body is holding it down to a point, but just that last foot or two of hose maybe on the nozzle, and you're supposed to be lifting it and hitting it, where these guys are keeping it stationary, the guys behind
Absolutely.
you.
All right, Kopech, 7 points on the day. Currently 4th place in the drill. A big shot here would put them probably securely in the top 5.
I can remember when I was younger watching some of these teams, guys would pile on top of the nozzle, man.
The
That's the last thing you want, right, Paul? I mean, who wants a guy in their back? I got
this race probably has evolved more than any other. I mean, think about the times even into the 70s and 80s where the trucks were turning in sideways to the hydrant.
They would curve in, yep.
All right, here comes Kopech at the hydrant. They look like they had a struggle getting off the side of the truck, no?
Yeah.
Now they got water in it.
Hydro Man did not look comfortable. He may be new. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think they're missing a couple guys.
Yeah.
I mean, he hopped off the side and pretty much rode the truck with his left hand there.
Didn't have any balance.
Yeah.
Oh, no, 10, 11. Okay, with 2 in the cab. But, yeah, he came in a little tentative at the hydrant. So we're talking about, Paul, that's interesting. You're talking about the teams we used to, and St. James used to do
Time
it
for
too.
the Yellowbirds, 8.40. 8.40.
Where you would turn and the truck would turn in and curve in a little bit. I guess that was to try and get the nozzle man down the road a little bit.
Next on the line, the Hicksville Hicks.
You almost want to do it the other way and get the hose out.
Yeah, and you had that straight, it was like a straight run.
And, you know, we entertained for a short amount of time changing the pumping and going out the back just to get that big loop out so you didn't have as much hose. And some of the upstate teams.
Spencerport, nobody does it better than that. I mean, Spencerport, he can actually shoot with the nozzle almost from the back tire. Yeah. And that thing blasts the freaking tire. They ran a 5 like that.
I saw one of the upstate teams. They actually have their discharge coming out of, I think it's the back right side.
That's what we're talking about.
That's the
well,
truck.
Not the back, back left, facing.
It's coming out of the back of the truck almost.
Yeah,
now, what's the disadvantage to that? Is that the plumbing because it's taking a right turn? I guess as it comes in the truck, it's got to go to the back of the truck. Is that what you're losing? Or
well, actually, you lose it on the I mean, it all depends on how your pump set up. But I mean, I know we have a bend going in and then a straight going out.
It sure as hell doesn't look conducive to getting a good time, but they ran a 5 with it.
It works.
I just don't know how you gain anything pumping backwards to go forward.
I'm with you.
Well, it's a matter of getting the hose out too. You know, I think that was the theory behind it.
All right, Hicksville Hicks, 5 points on the day. They can make a little jump right here to get themselves down the track. Currently on the outside looking in, 1 point back from the North Belmore Rinky-Dinks.
Yeah, I was talking to them. They're missing one of their key guys over here. He had to go to a wedding today.
North Belmore?
Hicksville? Hicksville, yeah. They're Hydra Man, so.
No summer weddings.
Who does that?
Yeah. I got in trouble for going to a funeral once.
Man, here we go. Hicksville at the hydrant. He sticks it. Discharge!
And there goes the
timing equipment.
The timing equipment. He got out pretty quick.
I mean, that water is lined up directly to the timing equipment. You're going to have to take a look at that.
Talk about hitting the target, Paul.
Yeah.
I mean, this is right on the timing equipment. Unfortunately. That official moved really quick, though.
You never know the discharge guy until he misses.
Ricky Dinks.
I've heard you say there's a couple of spots, and I brought it up last night on the radio broadcast, that there's a couple of spots that are unforgivable when you do something. You know, couplings and efficiency, discharge on pump, a turn on in efficiency or a turn on in pump.
Missing the stick.
Yeah, it's...
All right, Jack, we got to ask the school teacher. Is unforgivable a word?
No.
Sorry.
An English teacher or a history teacher?
I didn't say unforgivable.
I'm asking you for clarification.
No, it's
We're
not.
deflecting.
No.
Well, all right,
so what?
John, have you been? John, have you been listening?
It's a word. It's a word for John Doherty.
I made it up.
That's right.
It's a word in old-fashioned racing.
Oh, is that what it is? All right, John, I don't know if you were listening all day. What year did the Civil War end?
Have no idea.
Okay, that's an honest answer. I mean, it's unforgivable for a school teacher not to know that, right?
18, am I even close?
There were discussions in 64 to end it, my friend. It was ended.
Is it over?
It was ended.
Is it over? Is it over? It's done.
Ended.
Is that done?
Last night at the Olympics, they called it.
Is that when they were building the A-bomb, when they were talking about it in 1864?
By A-Rod.
It started when it started.
When did it start?
It's
Yes.
like asking what month the 2006 state tournament ended.
All right, we're looking at North Belmore now. North Belmore barely hanging on to a top 5 spot. Single digit, 6 points. So this race wide open. You got the heavy North Lindenhurst shot of a 6:27. And then it goes all the way down to a 7:72 Manhasset, 7:74 for Merrick, and then I think a 7:96 Westbury.
Yep, you got it.
All right, so
now, Jack, the way they're lined up, they look like they're ready to pull around the target already.
Yeah,
right? They're
little
way
P-Ho
out.
style.
Timing equipment was all checked. I saw Pete run out there with the board, make sure everything was level. Looked good.
I watched the flow of water hit it, and it, again, from however many feet we are away up here in the arch, but it didn't seem to wiggle or anything, and it's probably based against the curb, so that's fortunate.
I think it shot
That's
just
solid,
past it.
solid Nassau timing
I don't know. It looks
equipment.
pretty wet.
Must be that.
Looks wet on both sides.
All right, so North Belmore, wide open spot right here. Huge gap for them to jump into. Put themselves down the track at the end of the day here at the 68th Annual Hempstead Invite. And the water is on, in. Oh, two discharges in a row. 2 discharges in a row.
And I think that's going to leave him with an overtime here.
Hold it up. Hold it up.
He said, no, I'm going to finish
Overtime.
this. Just for the point of it. Nobody wants that trip down the track here at the bottom of the pack.
Oh.
All right, West Hempstead now with an opportunity to vault themselves back into contention with a good bucket
Next team on the
shot.
line, the West Hempstead Westerners.
2 points out of first. Heavy Northland Hurst 627 here, motor pump to Hempstead. Already on the score sheet.
Again, 627 is a tough number, but they also have to just stay within reach here.
Absolutely.
At the very least.
Well, geez, they got about a second and a half to play with right
Yeah.
now.
It
It'd
definitely
be hard
is wide
not
open.
to.
Got to grab some points here, regardless of what the situation is.
I mean, if you can just do everything right, don't rush it. You're guaranteed 3,
Yes.
maybe 4.
What's your practice shot on this track, John? What do you average?
We run them 6'4", 6'5", I
Okay.
mean, that's hand time, who knows
I'm
what
running
it
a
is.
7 flat right here. I'm taking my 4 points. I'm going to buckets.
All right.
I thought you were more competitive than that, Paul. You would never say that if you were on the truck right
But
now.
you didn't let me finish my statement.
Oh, okay.
You're not running your state tournament run here.
I understand
So
that,
just
but
get the 4 points.
7 flat.
Yeah, you're going to be real meticulous.
Wow. Well, that's right. You guys didn't have much of a pump team back in the day, so.
You got the termites behind you, too, who can, they can put up a pump shot, too. You don't want to let them steal points, from you, too, as you're coming down this,
Asking John what his, average team run is here, that's what I would go for. Go for my 6'4", 6'5", and that's it.
Practice run.
You're used to doing it here.
I'm just saying, take that little bit of extra care.
I gotcha. Yeah, instead of running your 1.5 stick, maybe you
little extra care.
Yeah,
Make sure he's on.
all right. I agree.
I would say
It's not your state tournament run.
the only guy that should possibly think about changing his practice run on his practice track is the turn-on man. I'll give you that. Make sure he's
That's
on.
what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
Well, there's 10 other guys on the truck.
Well, Westerners are off. We'll see.
I think they'll be running their regular run.
Here it comes. Make the approach. Looks meticulous to me. Off. And
He's
sticking
in
it.
water.
Here we go. Up. Oh, and there's a side. This is what I'm talking about, folks.
Man.
That stick man did not
Hold it up.
hold up at
That's
all.
what I'm talking about. If he
went
does.
in. Yeah,
But
if
if he
the
does.
discharge is on.
It does. Why not?
How do you know? He probably banged
How
off.
do you know it wouldn't?
You think the stick time affected the
Wow.
discharge guy putting it on? You really believe that?
I mean, that just North Lindy wins the tournament.
Yeah,
It's over.
over.
North Lindy's
But we still
gonna
got some
join-
teams to run pump here.
North Lyndhurst is going to join
Don't
the
go home
group
yet.
of winners this year.
Guess no one
Going
wants
into
to.
the state drill.
Don't
Last-
go home yet to support our sponsors. We got
Three
more
t-
commercials coming. Don't go away.
3 teams in a row missed a discharge and received overtimes.
Yep.
Next team on the line, the North Merrick Stump Jumpers.
And each one of those teams has a shot at doing something here today. It's just not necessary. I mean, that's not the mistake you're going to make if it's on the line.
So, John, how consistent normally is that side of the truck? I mean most teams
no,
it's
that's
like
that's
95,
normally
98%.
that's normally money. I mean, I
Yep.
don't think I've seen a miss since I've been on the team.
Okay.
And they didn't hold anything up at the hydrant there
No,
either. By the
no.
way, I mean I didn't get a stick time on it, but
No.
I'm sure it was right in that 1.5, 1.6 range right there.
There was no holding back. We spoke about it, but there was no holding back.
I think there's
there.
only a couple of teams on the track that run better than a 1.5 stick, and it's they don't hold nothing back.
I don't
either.
know if
That's how
those teams are here today.
No, they're not. But that was all of a 1.5, 1.6 stick right there, and they were going for it. And Craig was set up on the floor. And
Absolutely.
But it's a race.
Yeah.
Where all the guys have to do their job, and again, that's
Absolutely.
why I love it so in a short amount of time.
Yep.
In the
North
span of
Merrick.
6 or 7 seconds, everybody's got to do their job flawlessly for it to go
Dump
right.
Chumpers with a great opportunity to get on the scoreboard.
Yeah. It'd be nice.
7-7, currently second place. Comes North Merrick.
see if they can add some points to today here.
On the approach, they're off the truck at the hydrant. He got it out front. Now he puts the water on. Let's see if he lays it in the street night. He does. Facing that target. Just low to the right and low.
Hold it up.
Tickling it.
Overtime.
Had the opportunity.
You see the flat moving just a little bit, guys, but not enough to trip the.
We were on a string of overtimes here,
Trip
ladies
the
and gentlemen.
target.
Yes, we are.
Now, is that what the ball breakers were talking about
Next
last
team
night?
on the line, the New
tension
Hyde
on the
Park
target wasn't
Termites.
correct, possibly.
I think it was grasping at trying to get a rerun in efficiency because they knew going into there. I mean, they were pretty much toast after that. But I think it was pretty much the only thing they possibly could protest at that time.
I'm joking, John. Well, thanks for the explanation.
No problem, Lenny.
But yeah, the flap was moving just a little bit, folks, but Not enough to trip it.
Now, New Hyde Park, if they can beat a 7-7 and get 4 points out of this, they're going to put themselves in position to go down the track at the end of the day because they'll be tied for 5th overall.
You've been saying that about just about every team.
I'm telling you, nobody wants to get it done.
Yep.
7-7. Second place.
So we are 2 teams to go here at Motor Pump at the Hempstead Invite, and we're looking for some more updates from Spencerport. Anybody up there kind enough to send it to us, we'll put it out there to our listening audience.
Everything, did you get any news from Seabreeze? Everyone, was it Seabreeze? Had the,
Well, they're at Spencerport today.
Now, hold on for a second. I'm mistaken. What's Port Washington's time? 7:64?
we have Port at a 7:64.
So that's actually second place right now, no?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what's shown on the
So
screen.
all of a sudden, wait a second, we still have a game.
We still have a game, yeah.
And then a 72.
Who would have thought? That just totally skipped my mind.
Over, yeah.
I overlooked Port's time there. So we have a game going to buckets.
Yeah. Unless, I mean, even if
they do something in between here.
Exactly. The worst they'll finish is 4th.
I didn't see their regular nozzleman for New Hyde Park, but
if they're attacking it. Hoses out, slides. He's lined up.
He's
a little bit to the left.
he got it.
I don't know if it's going to be good enough.
He got further than anyone else today, folks. He's got to be 12, 15 feet out
Line
past
for
the
New Hyde
line.
Park, 7.42.
There's second
That's
place.
the tweener.
42.
That's what
Next team on the line, Roslyn Highlanders.
that's what North Lindy was looking for to get that tweener. But right there, Termites with a nice looking run. I mean, again, mechanically and stuff, everybody in the right spot. The slide looking real good right there. You don't see that performed very often anymore. With,
and let's not overlook Fred Bensavanga, huh?
Yeah.
Freddie.
Oh, that's right.
Throwing it in the pump.
I'm stuck up here keeping score for him right now.
We haven't been on the radio for about 16 minutes, but
Yeah, right. We're probably down, no video.
Yeah, he came and set up the equipment yesterday, and then I guess his daughter's in town, so he left for a little night out on the town, I guess. I was actually surprised to see him leave all his video equipment to somebody else, but he did it.
He was dancing and prancing as he gets the escort to the bottom of the arch from the Termites. He will be back up here to join us. I don't know, maybe.
So that's also going to that's a good. Now, New Hyde Park puts themselves in for top 5 for the day. If they can stick with that 4 points right there, that's going to be 5th overall.
We'll have to hit Fred up for an interview, and he's going to have to take us through it.
All right. I mean, but he was out there. He was 10, 15 feet over the line out there. And he goes down hard.
They can attack the hydrant, too.
Yeah.
When executed correctly, that slide could be very effective. We've seen that over the years with, again, the Hornets and New Hyde Park. And everything was laid out just right there.
All right, Roslyn
waved it. I thought he waved the nozzle a little bit at it, Paul, but he found it.
It took a while for that water to come out.
Last run of a motor vehicle here today. Roslyn making the approach.
Let's have some big boys on that hydrant side. That truck's really tilted.
Yeah, sure is. They're at the hydrant. He's now got.
Oh, Nozzleman's down.
I looked like he twisted an ankle or something, right?
Oh.
That leg went right under, and you could hear the nozzle hit the concrete.
He's hurt.
He's hurt.
Yep. It looked like I thought it was an ankle. It could be a knee. But boy.
So they're calling EMS.
You could hear the thing hit the concrete, that nozzle.
Perhaps our announcer could call for rescue.
Rescue to the track.
Or maybe not.
He's hurting.
Yo, he's definitely hurting.
Now, I don't know if I give credit for bravery or trying to finish the run. One of the backup guys picked up the nozzle, which to me is a no-no in motor pump. If that nozzle man goes down and loses the nozzle, you run the other way.
I don't know if his foot was twisted in that hose length, but he went down hard.
I agree, Jack. Good job by the driver. It was hard not to see or hear, but driver, in the past, and I'm not naming any names, I can't even think of one, but some drivers will just hammer it and get on it, not looking at everything they need to look at.
Yep.
Just
and
hope
it could
he's
get
okay.
worse. It could make the situation worse.
All right, we're waiting. I'm just going to give you a little rundown on points. So in that contest, North Lyndhurst by far and away wins at 627. Heavy at Hempstead. 5 points. 4 points is going to be the New Hyde Park Termites. 3 points, and they're going to have 6 on the day. 3 points goes to Port Washington. They stick in there even though they didn't have the run they wanted. 2 points to Manhasset Lakeville and 1 point to the Merrick Buckeyes. So let me give you the overall top 5 on the day, or the points for the day. Going into buckets, 25 points for North Lindenhurst, Second place, 23 points for Port Washington. Third place, 18 points West Hempstead. And then we have a group. 7 points for Copeg is in fourth. We have 2 6s. New Hyde Park has 6 and North Belmore has 6. Both right now tied for 5th in the drill. Hicksville has 5. Carl Place 3. Merrick Buckeyes 4. So we still have a little bit of a battle for top 5 overall, both for the number 1 spot and for the end of the pack coming down the track.
So I'm sure when Port Washington ran their shot, or lack thereof, they said that's it, it's over. But the reality is they still have a shot to win the drill. We'll see where it goes from there. Again, we're dealing with hopefully not too serious of an injury.
Move the equipment.
All right, so still going to have a tight finish here.
Were you able to see, Jack, exactly what happened there, or?
Like I said, it just looked like he twisted either a knee or an ankle.
Yeah, it looked like he rolled or something like that.
So he didn't step on a hose, or you really couldn't tell?
I'm not 100% sure. It looked to me actually if either knee or ankle like rolled over and he kind of hopped almost, and then you heard the nozzle hit the ground.
Yeah, it happened pretty quick, folks. Just past the front of the truck, and then he tumbled to where he is now, probably, I don't know, 20 feet ahead of the truck or so, 25 feet. But he went down pretty hard. I don't know if you could hear it in the background. The nozzle hit the ground. And, I mean, he's moving around and stuff and coherent and whatnot, but it looked like a knee or an ankle. He's sitting up right now. They're going to lift him onto the stretcher.
Too bad. I mean, the day's almost over. You're going to go to buckets. Last team to run, right? It's almost unfair.
The Lakeview Fire Rescue Ambulance backing its way up the track. If you can hear that beeping.
How rare these days. You just don't ever see the ambulance be called out, right? I mean, it's going to be, I'm not going to say a serious injury, but it's a bad injury. Especially if you're him. Sucks. It's your summer.
If you're him, it might be a serious.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just like
stating the obvious.
He's not seriously health impaired. He's just going to be. It's going to be sucky.
And I'm going to guess with 2 weeks to the state drill, that's not going to be
pissing you off. That's what that's
something.
doing.
Yeah, it's not going to be something he's going to be participating in.
You,
judging by this.
And I'm going to tell you, the guy's in every race. He's running each contest. He's running an important spot, just about. So doesn't not too helpful for the group.
No, and it can shoot
like
down your morale.
All right, little hand from the crowd as they move him over to the ambulance.
I mean, these guys are taking care of him. They had an umbrella over him to keep him out of the sun. They had a cooling towel over his head. I mean,
I could use a cooling towel right now.
That's what us firefighters and EMS people do. We look out for others. So.
You included yourself in that group, did you?
Some of us make a call once in a while, Paul.
All right. Big bucks here for the 50-50.
They didn't sell up here. Is it too late? I guess so. They're picking into the Victoria's Secrets bag. What do you?
4 hours and 10 minutes into this one, so not a bad drill in terms of getting it done.
Flying.
Talk about a record.
But our nemesis, the bucket trough.
Yeah.
This year, anyway. Yeah.
Are we moving anything? Ooh, sorry, get that. We got to make a move? I don't think we do we?
Results of the motor pump contest. First place, 5 points, North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers. Second place, 4 points, New Hyde Park Termites. Third place, 3 points, the Port Washington Roadrunners. Fourth place, 2 points, Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen. And fifth place, 1 point, the combination team of Merrick and Freeport. We're getting ready to call off the 50-50, so get your tickets out. $525 going to the winner. The other half going to the Jonathan Perot Fund.
Yeah, I'm juggling here.
You know, North Lindy with an opportunity
trophies
here.
were donated by Victory Engine Company number 4 in memory of Darrell Bronco Pearsall, who died in the line of duty on September 11th, and Chief Brian Fahey, who died in the line of duty on June 17th, 2001.
So
North Lindy with an opportunity to win their 12th Hempstead Invite, 12 out of 68. So we're talking about, what's that, a 1/5, 20% of the time they've won, and they've only been racing, Lord knows, not the 68
All right, everybody
years.
got their 50-50 ticket out.
I'll give you that.
The yellow ticket. Everybody's got another ticket there from last night. The ticket number is 951736. The last three numbers are 736. Got over $500 coming to you.
All right, so a nice 50-50. Sending somebody home real happy. Hopefully
Everybody
they'll
can come to the bottom of the arch.
do the right thing and perhaps make a donation.
Last three numbers are 7, 3, and 6.
Buy a shirt from the Westerners for JP or something along those lines. Or maybe even get entered in the Survivor Racing Pool put on by the Wildcats.
There you go.
Again, for those listening, it's the St. James Wildcat Association presenting the Survivor Racing Pool. It's our 6th year doing so. Last couple of years.
50 is just informing you have 5 minutes to claim your prize.
Unfortunately, the Wildcats don't.
Pick another ticket, and after that, it's going to the whole fund.
Wildcats really don't need any money these days, so we donate half the money to the winner and half this year to.
You don't have 736?
The
736, the last three numbers.
Donating the
Think
money.
we got a winner.
You have a
down
winner?
there. Yeah, we do. Fred, we got to do a commercial. What do you want to do?
I'm doing one.
Oh,
All
sorry.
right, we have a man waving.
All right, let me.
We got a little prep here for buckets.
Again, with the money this year is going to the Penny family. Come on out and play. If you've played it in the past, you know it's a lot of fun at the state drill. Any Wildcat that you see, or ex-Wildcat, or Bayshore Redskin next week, and at state drill, we'll have these sheets. Get them in before the tournament starts upstate, and we're raising money for a good cause. All right, Fred, all yours.
I will be back for buckets.
2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting Drill Team Racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com.
Held by Central Islip at this arch in 2014. The first team on the line will be
North Lindenhurst. All right, right out of the box.
Piston Knockers.
Right out of the box, we're going to know what's going on. Your leader, North Lindy, 25 points on the day, is going to lead off the contest as well.
You know, the beginning of the day, Paul, you mentioned they've got the most victories here on the Hempstead track as we enjoy the 68th version of the Hempstead Invite.
Yeah, this has a possibility at, what, number 12?
They are in position to do it again.
It's actually a tough. I don't want to take anything away from Paul Washington, but a little bit of a tough break for North Lindy. A 764 comes in second place behind them. You're figuring you could put a little distance there.
Exactly.
However,
and deservedly so, based on their heavy run.
Did they not get a rerun early today?
Yeah,
that netted them 3 points.
And apparently those 3 points are pretty big. Right?
Yeah, they are.
You predicted it. You predicted it. Looming large.
But you know what? Also, that's going to all what you're saying is also going to carry through the buckets because North Lindy, even if they don't run the greatest time, could get a top 5 very easily.
Very true. Very true.
I mean, this is just complete the contest for a team like North Lindy.
Yeah, there's.
What is that? One point difference?
2. So it's 25-23. So it's really just a complete the contest shot here for them.
I should be able to give you the first bucket, and we'll whisper a little bit, Paul.
Yes, we
right?
will.
So we don't disturb or.
Joe Boy going to run on the ladder right now. What they don't want is a catastrophe. That's the only thing they don't want.
You can't have a slip on the ladder, that's for sure.
Climb is good. Climb is good. Climb is good.
Ooh,
set is good. First
sights.
bucket's making its way. Here it is. First bucket is down.
9:43.
Little hesitation on the third. Right now, this is going just the way North Lindy wants it to go. It's a nice pass. They're good.
Hold it up.
That's going to be what North Lindy wants. It was a clean shot.
Well, we said no slip. I don't know if you noticed. Ducky slipped just before he got off on the arch, but he
but that
covered
didn't
well.
affect.
Nope.
Time for North Lindenhurst. 24.14. 24-14.
Now that's going to be one of those
Team on the line,
shots.
a combination team of Merrick Buckeyes
That should be enough.
and the Freeport Nighthawks.
You just don't know because
There's I mean, you got a North Belmore who can run a number like that. Debatably.
well,
There's
it's not going to matter unless Port doesn't
The
put up their shot.
Westerners.
But
West
you
Hempstead.
got West Hempstead,
And then, obviously, Port would have to beat all of them.
Copeg.
All right.
Yeah, I mean but barring a catastrophe, it was probably going to be okay for North Lindy.
It should be okay,
But that's why we run the race.
every time we say that, something turns up.
Just when we think we know what we're talking about.
You got a dump on that, Len?
Yeah, I announced it 9:43. Again, a slight slip, and at the end, I saw Joe Boy, who was running top man on the ladder, asked the dumper, or the dumper said, Ducky said, gee, did I mess you up? He said, no, you got out of the way in time. So a nice recovery by Ducky to.
All right, Merrick. Now Merrick has an outside chance at top 5. 4 points, 2 points out of 5th place overall in the drill. Making their approach. Dumper's on.
Dumper's
first
off
man.
and gone.
Oh, man, top man on the ladder, then slips, so now we got a backup. First bucket is now making its way to the top, and it's in.
12:24.
A little sloppy in the middle of the ladder right here. They're spilling a little water.
This top guy on the ladder looking up on every bucket. Paul.
Yeah, I don't.
And he's got a sweatpants on with a pocket full of water.
Yeah. Carried that with them in case they needed it.
Hold it up.
All right, so Merrick.
Time for Merrick and Freeport. 29.64. 29.64. Next team on the line is the Levittown Rebels.
You know, I mentioned that guy looking up on every bucket, and it took us in St. James a long time to become a decent bucket team. And at some point, you just have to just do your job and release it. And it's the next guy's responsibility to be there. You can't look there to visually hand it to him every time. You should be looking for your next handle, which is obviously down, not up.
Those things take such a long time and to develop that trust and just to know where everybody is. I mean, you think about the great bucket teams, and you guys have been running together as a group for a long time. And then
Yes.
think of the New Hyde Parks, how long they were together, and the confidence and the fact that they just knew they'd be there. You know, it doesn't happen overnight. And
But you can't. It's not like if he's not there, you can sit there and hold
No,
it for
no,
him. That's
right.
screwing the whole. You're better off dropping
Yeah,
one,
right.
and staying back on pace. But
Yep.
just one of the little things.
Hey,
to
keeping
look at,
guys together for 5 years is more than half the battle these days.
especially in this race.
Levittown Rebels. First man's up. Top of the ladder, middle. Bottom man now getting on. About to pick the bucket. It's picked.
It's pretty empty.
Making its way to the top. And
Extremely
it's in.
That was a half a bucket.
1450.
They are being, I mean, when I say methodical, every step of the way, every bucket that is passed. Now we got a little spillage on that one. I don't know what he's doing with throwing the buckets there, Jack. Do you?
No.
He's like just leaning him over the top rail of the ladder, wasn't he? Onto his top,
I wouldn't
onto his
call-
top
I
man.
wouldn't call it throwing, really.
No.
Hold it.
Usually you see a stack of buckets behind the barrel. He's got a stack between the ladder and the bucket and the barrel. It's a weird way to do it. All right, that's Levittown Ports next.
Time
This
for
is gonna-
Levittown. 39.82.
All right, guys.
39.82.
This is going to determine the winner of the drill. Well, not yet,
Next on the
because
line, the Port Washington Roadrunners.
Port could run a great run, and they would still need a tweener to at least get a tie for first. So Port's got an opportunity here. You know what? Before the state tournament, it's a great chance to have a little pressure on you, see what you can do. Couldn't ask for more.
Wow. But again, Port is the only team that can catch the leaders, North Lindenhurst. So we see a bunch of guys from North Lindy behind the arch,
Watch it.
perched anxiously to see what their fate will be. This run
Get a
right
number
here
on
with
this
the-
bucket there, Len?
Sure.
Saw a decent chance of a co-winner here today, to tell you the truth. If Port Washington is able to run a good shot here,
Then the Westerners sneak in there.
someone comes
Yep.
in between.
I mean, it's not a crazy good time. 24-0 was it 24-0, 24-1?
Yeah, 14, I believe.
Nice run, but
Buckets has been crazy this year. Oof. Close to not having the dumper break the light right there, but he does. Climb's going on. Climbs up. Bucket is picked. First one's coming up. And it's down a little bit out the back.
9:31. Nice pace.
I know, but he's throwing him out
Yeah,
the
he's
back a
missing
little
it.
bit. They're still going to be all right.
Little delay on 12.
Hold it up.
Yeah.
Looked like it might have taken 13 to
Yeah,
fill it.
well, there was a spillage out the back, and then there was a little delay. I think it beats the 24, no?
No.
Time for Port Washington. 2-4.56.
Oh, okay.
24.56.
There
but
it
it's not
is.
enough.
Next team on the line, Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen.
Yeah, I'd say the majority of the buckets he was dumping, there was a coffee cup full going
At
out
least.
the back, which catches up to you on
At
10 or
least.
11 buckets, and then
with-
the delay
Yeah.
at 12. So Port giving it a real effort there, but
And North Lindy's going to be your winner here at the 68th annual Hempstead Invite.
now we just looked
12th
over.
time.
We just looked over the back of the arch, and there had to be 8 or 10 of them sitting there. They're all gone now.
They just.
Yeah, yeah. And that's not squishy shoes
No, it's
Paul's
not.
describing there. The cooler is open.
I don't think it's open yet because you never know.
Well,
State tournament, it would
we
be
have
open.
a protest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ice slip. The gate.
The key.
All right, Manhasset.
You know, you could. This is gonna sound silly. Did they say the handle went toward the tub?
All right, here comes the Minutemen.
Danny's looking in the book.
Right out the checkbook.
We didn't know which way the handle went.
Mike Ward going to run the middle of the ladder right here. Haven't seen him in a while.
Where's Wardo?
I saw him in street clothes about 20 minutes ago. Somebody convinced him to get out
Well,
here.
you know he's still packing his bag. Wow, this dumper's consistent where he's throwing these buckets to these guys. I'm not saying I like the spot, but
No.
he's consistent.
Just
Should
drop
be more
one.
in front of the ladder. He's throwing it off to the side.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of buckets that have been put in that barrel already. They're either some light buckets or
Hold it
something's
up.
going on. Mike Ward working overtime.
And coaching all along.
Time for the Minutemen. 3-8.28. 38-28.
Mike telling the guy
Next
above
team on the
him.
line, Oyster Bay Teddy's boys.
Oyster Bay going to finish out their day running all 8 contests.
You talk about Mike Ward being in the middle of the ladder at the end, Paul. He was telling the guy above him you were too low. Now, a lot of old-timers wouldn't say nothing, right? Makes his job easier.
He'd be breathing heavy.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah. Minnie going to give a little call off right here. Ronaldo's going to carry the first bucket, it looks like. Took off the red shoes. Maybe that was the problem. Wonder if those are the same glasses or if they're scratched.
Oh, they got to be scratched after that efficiency shot. He's got the tape on the shoes, though, so he doesn't slip. You see
Is
that?
this Dumper the climber? He's tall, man.
I would hope so.
Yeah. Yeah, it
Oh,
looks
he's-
like it. He's
yeah.
got a little stutter in the middle.
It might have been when somebody else mounted. It might have shaken.
Now
a
that
little bit.
first one's coming up.
No tape on the handles.
I was
No.
just going to say it, Jack. I was
Crazy.
saving it for the end. No tape on the handles.
They
folks.
have the
one
little
center stripe.
Right. But boy, that's got to be tough. Wet metal.
And those are, I think, aluminum handles,
Hold
right?
it up.
Yeah.
Aluminum handles on all these buckets
Wet
nowadays, folks.
aluminum, and boy, somebody's got to give them a roll of tape.
They can't get any smoother.
Time for Oyster Bay, 3-1.16. 31-16.
That plus being wet.
Next team on the line,
a
a
little
call
surprising.
plays frog.
I think I got a thing of grip tape in my car.
It doesn't even have to be grip tape. Any
I'm
kind
going
of
to donate it to the Teddy's boys.
Yeah.
It'll be enough to get like 12 buckets done.
Now we got a real reason to pick on Darryl. Say, Darryl, what are you doing to these guys?
All right, here's another team with an outside opportunity. Call plays frogs. 224s lead the pack here. They have 3 points on the day. 6 points is your top 5 currently.
In defense of the Teddy's boys, I guess we have to say they didn't drop any. So.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a team go without tape.
That's crazy. Maybe they know something we don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe, maybe not.
Here come the frogs.
It's a new trend with these bottom guys with the swimming goggles
See
lately.
that,
I've
yeah.
seen a couple guys with them.
All right, first one's up and down.
Yeah, I don't think they're swimming goggles. They look like goggles you got in biology.
Carl Place has to just keep doing what they're doing right here. It's a nice little pass. Just concentrate on the next bucket. Oh, the bottom man misses the bucket out of the pusher. It's going to cost a little bit of time, but not too much spillage on the ladder. I don't know how full the buckets are, but that little hesitation is going to hurt.
Time for call plays 2-6.79. 26-79. Next team on the line, the Westbury Turtles.
Westbury 2 points today, though. They also have, they can win this contest, which is not far-fetched with a 24 being the leader right now, has an opportunity to be top 5. It's like next. Next.
You keep throwing it out there.
Somebody's gonna take it.
Take
Manny.
the bait.
Somebody.
Please. Look, it's like you're dangling over the arch.
Yeah.
Here's the 5th place overall trophy. Who wants it?
Chappie setting that barrel, huh? Has anybody set a barrel better than Chappie?
Oh, I hear he's quite the radio announcer as well.
All right, Turtles. They're getting all the use out of Danny Cornell today. He's even on a bucket line.
Right in the middle of the line there.
There's the climb. Oh, Kenny Gass about halfway up. Top man slips. Now I do not believe he's in the right spot.
No, he's low.
No, but that's where he's going to stay.
Nice
He
throwing.
just can't get to the dumper. I think he's in
gotta
the wrong
step up,
spot. Am
yeah.
I wrong about this?
One wrong. He's got to step
He's
up.
definitely not. The poor dumper is like really reaching over this arch.
Yeah. Like, hopefully nobody's here from OSHA.
Yeah. Should be belted in.
Kenny
Hold
literally.
it up.
How about Port?
Time for the Turtles, 3-2.64. 32-64.
What do you got, Jack?
Poor Kenny having to lift them over his head to get to the dumper.
He did it
It's
to
a lot
himself.
tougher bucket run.
He did it to himself.
Yeah, you're right.
He looks like look at him. He's hurting.
Just walk off. He's trying to explain it, but it's no use right
Go
now.
see your chiropractor.
That's right.
Next team on the line, the Copake Yellowbirds.
All right, so the Yellowbirds currently in 4th in the drill, 7 points. They've been sitting on those 7 since sea ladder.
They need a shot.
It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed, but they are actually in the top 5 right now. They would need a couple people to jump them. I think a 24 is within their reach. Right, we'll see.
You got to believe after last year's state, this is a race they've really been working on. You know, I mean, we all know you got to finish.
I just think they're missing guys. They're off. Tacking it. First bucket's making its way. They're going to have to pick it up here if they're going to beat that 24.
10:43 first. They're going to need a wicked pace.
Little double clutch on one of the buckets here at the
Doesn't
top.
look like he's draining them quite perfect either. A little quick to get them out.
Now they drop one. Now they've run out of buckets. He has a vast collection of them here on the arch.
Just waiting
Hold
to
it
hear
up.
that announcer. Save me.
Time for Kopek 28.14. 28-14.
28.
Next team
All
on the
right.
line, the Hicksville Hicks.
24-14 North Lindy, 24-56 Port Washington. Then we're going to jump down to a 26 by Carl Place is third. That 28 by Kopek is fourth, and 29 by Merrick is fifth.
All right, quick update from upstate in Spencerport. C. Hose, Main Transit first with a 14:38. Next was Spencerport in second. North Greece in third. Henrietta in second. Point Pleasant in fourth. Point Pleasant in fifth. Making total points, Main Transit and Henrietta tied at 15. Point Pleasant 11. North Greece 9. Spencerport 6.
It's a tight racing in Western this year.
I'll give you B-Hose after this.
Speaking
next.
of Main Transit, this looks like Main Transit. Hicksville's colors.
Yeah.
Black, orange, and white. Here we go. Hicksville has a chance at top 5, if I haven't said that before.
Oh, dropped the first one, Paul.
That's not a good start. Look inside this. Look inside the buckets. What you got in there? What's inside those buckets? That's the clear white.
Yeah, they got them sealed with something. They
in
don't
there.
seem to be leaking.
No.
And they taped the handles with
Hold it up.
the knobby grip on
Yeah,
there,
I like
Paul. You
that.
see that? They get
To have
like
that
a
on-
shoelace or something. I used to do it on my hockey stick.
Do that on my beat truck handle.
Yeah.
Time for Hicksville 26.27. 26-27.
That's actually going to come
Next
in.
team on the line, the North
third right
Belmore
now.
Rinky Dinks.
So that's interesting. Again, we talked before about Oyster Bay not having any tape on slippery aluminum handles. These guys went aggressive.
All right, so that Hicksville shot, it puts them in third in the contest. That could leapfrog over Kopek even to get into the top 4. But right now, North Belmore, who's currently 5th, is coming to the line.
So you're saying they got a shot.
So you're saying I have a chance. This is a great opportunity for North Belmore to win this contest. Right?
You think they can go with 23?
Yeah, why not? I thought they looked pretty good
Yeah,
recently
I
in
think they
buckets.
can run a 23.
Me
yeah.
too. Me too. I mean, it's got to be clean, but I think they can do it.
Time to show up.
First bucket's picked.
Nice
Here it comes.
pick. Bottom man,
What's
real
that-
quick
what's
hands.
that number?
9:57.
Okay, so if they just keep this pace, I think they win the contest. He's doing a nice job putting them in the barrel. I will say that.
Everything's coming. It's the bottom hoist.
Hold it up.
Oh, he
it
didn't
didn't
need it.
affect
He
it.
didn't need the
Bottom-
drop bucket.
Bottom man on the ladder.
That's
He
going to be
didn't drop
close to
it.
first place in this contest.
Bottom man double clutched the bucket, but it
Time
must
for
have
North
been
Belmore
13 or 14.
23.41.
Wow.
No enthusiasm.
23-41.
You guys
That's
called
first
that.
place.
Yep, you guys both called that.
Next team on the line, the West Hempstead Westerners.
I'm thinking they needed 12. I think the bottom man double clutched number 13. So,
I mean that's gonna solidify them for fourth place in the drill.
Yep. That's what you want to do, though. You got to finish, and it gives you, even though you're only 4th, it's you finished well. Gives you a good feeling going into next
Absolutely.
week where you're hosting.
Their bucket runs have gotten better every week.
Yeah.
And what'd you say, 9-5 they threw that first one down in?
57. So
All right, West Hempstead now.
that's going to be something interesting to watch upstate. Whether North Belmore's in the thick of things, or they want to come in a spoiler roll in buckets,
Yeah.
knowing that they can run it.
The way buckets has been going, I think a 23 could score at the state drill. All right, here comes West Hempstead. I don't know if the first bucket guy broke the light. Boy, it was close.
I saw it too. Real
There we
too
go.
close.
Good pull on the first bucket. First one's going to be up and down.
9-1-7.
Yep. Oh, looks like they had a lag.
It might not matter.
No, I don't think it will either if they keep this going.
Some pace.
Yeah, it's going to be your winning shot right here.
Hold it up.
Woo!
Like a 1-1, 1-2 pace. I think that's going to be first, guys.
Time for West Hempstead.
Excitement.
2.40. 22:40.
He went all out on
Next
that
team on the line, the North Merrick Stump Jumpers.
That's going to be your first place shot.
22:40 with that hiccup, so that's somewhere probably like a mid-21, I'm guessing, Paul. Maybe a low 21.
Mid, maybe.
What is the best bucket shot of the year? Anybody know?
I think Bayshore had a 21-1 the
I
other
was
day.
going to ask, has anyone run a 20 yet
I
this
don't
year?
think so, especially with these new barrels. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Almost like it's time to reset that state
I think
record.
it's coming. I think it's coming. All right, we're going to have North Merrick Stump Jumpers.
Two teams to go here. The Hempstead Invite.
3 teams are going to be in the 20s in this drill. I mean, that's something. Talk about taking all the points.
Come the
North
Stump
Merrick.
Jumpers.
Okay. Decent climb. First bucket's picked on its way.
11-1.
Oh, he's putting a lot out the front. Now he's got it. A lot of spillage on his shoes. Now he gets a little bit better.
He's got a good pace, good rhythm now. Yeah.
Hold it up.
Yeah.
Looked like it
That's
took
some empty buckets.
maybe
It's gotta be the
14.
bucket man right there.
If 12 would have done it, they would have been
Time
okay.
for North Merrick. 31.39. 31:39.
There was a lag between the dump in 12 and 13 and 13 and 14.
New Hyde Park's going to be our last team of the day. They still have an outside chance.
Next team on the line, the New Hyde Park Termites.
Fifth place right now is 26-27 by Hicksville.
Couple of silver-haired termites down there too.
Yeah.
Dumper got in a little tight to the ladder, but saved it. Fortunately, a little slip behind him in the middle.
Yeah. Now it's making its way up.
1364 first bucket. Top man on the ladder grabbing two-handed.
Hold it up.
All right. It's going to put a cap on the day.
Time for New Hyde Park. 29.29. 29:29.
See Scott Rice already down there in his shorts and his muscle shirt. He's in celebration mode, I think.
Yeah, well, he should be. First place overall. We'll get to that in a second.
Move the equipment.
In this contest, the winner is going to be West Hempstead at a 22-4. Second place, North Belmore. Third place, North Lindy. Fourth place, Port Washington. And in fifth place is going to be Hicksville. Overall for the day, North Lindy's going to win this drill for the 12th time in its history, 68 years worth, 28 points. They score in each contest except for C ladder. Good slash line, 3-5, 3-5, 4-5, 3. So hell of a day. Port Washington's going to score in each contest except for B ladder. They're going to come in second with 25 points. The Westerners end their day with a 5, but a little hiccup in the middle cost them a higher spot down the track. 23 points, third place for the West Hempstead Westerners. Fourth place in the drill is going to be the North Belmore Rinky Dinks with the 4 points here in buckets. And fifth place, hanging on all the way back from C ladder, is going to be the Copeg Yellowbirds. So what do you think, fellas? One more week before the big one.
I think all three of these teams actually should be happy having some momentum. West Hempstead with the injury putting on a good show, and then North Lindy winning and Port Washington rebounding.
Yeah.
I mean, they all ran well.
Yeah, Port Washington definitely pushed them all the way to the end. And, again, a good drill overall for anybody that was here watching or at home watching on the computer. We hope you enjoyed it. But North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers getting it done again for a record. How many times did you say, Paul?
That is the 12th time in their history and the first time since 2000.
Wow.
First time
I never
since
would have guessed that.
2000 that they've won the Hempstead Invite.
So a 16-year drought, and they're still the biggest winners here.
That is correct.
of
That
all
is
time.
correct.
So I want to say thank you to the Hempstead Fire Department and all our track officials for putting on a great show. We were a little worried about the weather earlier. They kept it moving. Unfortunately, that didn't come into play. But a great show as always here in Hempstead.
Absolutely. Want to thank Fred Bensabanga, our engineer back here, working the TV monitors and the radio equipment. Twan Simone, as always, helping us out. Jack Cloudman, up here all day long. You, Lenny Gombert, Paul Suskind. Everybody out there listening,
Don't forget
thanks.
Dougherty or Doherty.
John Doherty. Oh, geez, how can we forget? He won't let us forget it. But John Doherty as well. So we will see you next week, right? North Belmore Invite. One more to go before the big one. Who else can grab some momentum next week? Come out there. If you're not going to be there, listen and watch us. All right? I think we're good.
Give us the music, Fred.
All right, good night, everybody. Safe ride home.